Chapter 421. Chun Yuanlin, So, why did he ask about the fish? Heartbroken. After coming down from the mountain, the road became much easier to walk on. I guess there were many people going up the mountain these days. And the snow on the road was trampled solid. Although Chen Yuanlin's heart was pierced by Yiming, he still didn't stop talking. And the two chatted all the way. Behind the two people followed their respective teams. One long and one short. Clearly separated. After walking for about half an hour, the huge, fiery red body of the flame cat first caught everyone's eyes. Wait for you. Chen Yuanlin turned his head and looked at Yiming, whose face was completely invisible. The flame cat. He had seen it before, and it saved them from the mouths of the mutant wolf pack last time. Just don't know when Yiming became so familiar with it. Yiming hummed and said, "Our car is nearby. We talk when we have time." He ran away, and the people behind him also ran unconsciously, until Xiaoyan passed by Chen Yuanlin. He didn't recognize the big boss of their safe zone at the first time. Xiaoyan walked in the middle of the team. He was holding the mutant thunderbird in his arms all the way, and he felt it was quite novel. I wonder if Uncle Pei would like to keep a mutant thunderbird as a pet at home. Xiaoyan's convoy and Yishi Qing's convoy were not in the same place, but the distance was not far. The location of Xiao and Zhuang Xiao was the location of Xiaoyan's convoy. After the personnel reunited, the things on the flame cat were loaded into the car, and even Zhuang Xiao and Xiao got on the car. Although the flame cat flies fast, people flying on it are naked, and she is cold. She can't stand it. After the crowd dispersed, not far away, the people of Chen Yuanlin's team have not left yet. Captain Chen. Was there just someone holding a mutant pangolin? The man swallowed unconsciously and blinked. Chen Yuanlin's eyes were also fixed on the mutant pangolin that was carried into the car, and the person holding the mutant pangolin. What kind of team did Yiming lead? Flame cats, mutant pangolins, and a mutant thunderbird for each person. I saw it too. Another person also said, "Today is really a strange day." After 7 o'clock in the evening, the car arrived at the safe zone. The car carrying Xiao and Zhuang Xiao stopped directly at their doorstep. Wang Xiao and Jiang Qi were also in the car. On the way back to the safe zone, everyone was half familiar. Sister, let's do it. Let's carry it." Wang Xiao was particularly active in picking up the mutant thunderbird in the car and jumped out of the car. Xiao was the first to get off the car, and the door was already open. Wang Xiao followed Xiao's footsteps with the mutant thunderbird and entered the yard. Inadvertently, he caught a glimpse of the flame cat sleeping on the bamboo bed. My God, this flame cat has a better quality of life than him, and can even have a separate yard in the safe zone. Put it here. Xiao pointed to a corner and said, "There is no dancing grass here. It has only been a few days since he went out, and the dancing grass has grown a lot." Wang Xiao just put down the mutant thunderbird in his hand, and saw the green plants under the wall again. Isn't this dancing grass? So the dancing grass outside the shantytown is not also from this girl. Think about the few sisters I called out before. Although they are younger than me, they are better than me in every aspect. It is really not unfair for this sister to call me. Jiang Qi, who came in later, was also surprised by the dancing grass and the flame cat in the yard. Are they from the same family? Zhuang Xiao took the mutant pangolin down from the car and put it on the ground, saying, "That's the gate. Go in by yourself." Wang Xiao came out. Sister, are you sure it can understand? Mutated pangolin. It can understand? It can understand? If it doesn't, it will be slapped. After the voice fell, the mutant pangolin stretched out its body and slowly began to crawl into the yard with its short claws. Wang Xiao, He was shallow-minded. The two people sitting in the front driver's seat also came down to help. After a while, all the things belonging to Zhuang Xiao in the car were put into the yard. After Zhuang Xiao entered the yard, he never came out again. After Xiao said a few words to a few people, he watched the car leave. Ian, didn't you go out to look for someone? Did you find the person? How come you're back with a mutant thunderbird? After Pei Meihai received the news that Xiao Yin was coming back, he had been waiting in the living room. When the door rang, he came out of the living room to greet him. But he didn't expect that Xiao Yin was holding a bird in his arms when he got out of the car. The person was found and he's back home. Xiao Yin replied to Pei Meihai. and then said to He Ming in the driver's seat, "You guys should go back too." While talking, Pei Minghai had already reached Xiao Yan's side and looked him up and down. He was fine, as long as he was not injured. Then his eyes fell back on the mutant thunderbird in Xiao Yan's arms. "Uncle Pei, let's talk inside," Xiao Yan said, and walked into the house. Pei Minghai couldn't help shivering and hurried to follow. It was so cold outside. After Xiao Yan entered the living room, he called someone. "Go find a chain to tie the mutant thunderbird." After hearing the instructions, the man turned and left the living room, passing by Pei Minghai, who came in. "Ian, do you want to raise a mutant thunderbird?" Pei Minghai asked. Xiao Yan put the mutant thunderbird on the floor and smiled and replied, "Well, raise it. Maybe the effect of the anesthetic has not yet passed." The mutant thunderbird lay quietly on the floor, without any signs of waking up. Pei Minghai looked at the mutant thunderbird on the ground, and then looked at Xiao Yan, who was smiling and laughing, thinking, this kid has never kept any pets since he was a child. Although it is not popular to keep pets in the Wasteland, it is not that no one keeps them, but there are fewer. I don't know what's wrong with this kid. Xiao Yan originally wanted to give it to Pei Minghai completely, but he regretted it on the way back. He just suddenly wanted to keep a pet. This was given by his cousin. He probably won't be able to have a comfortable life like Zhuang Xiao in this life. However, he can still do such a simple thing as keeping a similar pet. Mutated Thunderbird, Her mutant thunderbirds are all for eating. Zhuang Xiao, Bird. You are right. My mutant thunderbirds are all for eating. Those that cannot be eaten are for selling. Brother Ming, you are back? A girl wearing a melon-shaped hat greeted Ming Qingyang, who had just entered the house. The 2 yards were next to each other, with a wall of less than 2 meters made of mutant bamboo in the middle. At this time, the girl was in her own yard, standing on a stool, with her head just over the wall, and could clearly see everything in Ming Qingyang's yard. The two of them often talked like this before, and Ming Qingyang was used to it. "Well, I'm back." Ming Qingyang smiled and responded. Chapter 422. At the same time, Hu Qianli also stood at the door of the shop. "Come in quickly. It's so cold." Lan Hong opened the door and hurriedly pulled her husband into the house. The moonlight was cold and silver was everywhere. No matter how cold the wind was, it couldn't resist the gentleness and warmth of the heart. "Where does the mutant pangolin live?" Zhuang Xiao asked with Xiao. This guy seemed to be a little afraid of the cold. After entering the yard, he ran to the living room. He rolled into a ball and lay on her luxurious printed wool carpet. No matter how she chased him, he couldn't move. "Let it sleep in the corner. The mutant pangolin doesn't like too cold weather," Wu Xiao said. He didn't expect that the mutant pangolin would really follow the little girl out of the mountain. Zhuang Xiao had a blank expression on her face. She said that she wanted to get rid of the donkey now. Will she have to take care of this guy's eating, drinking, defecating and urinating in the future? She didn't want to raise an ancestor. She wanted to be the ancestor herself. In this regard, her Huahua was good. "How about I send it back tomorrow? It seems useless at home. The mountains are where it can shine and heat." After saying this, Zhuang Xiao thought more and more that this was the truth. Since this guy saved Brother Hua, why not send it to Xia Wenquan? Anyway, Huahua will run there when he has nothing to do. "Yes, let's do it. Let Huahua send it to Xia Wenquan," Zhuang Xiao said firmly. And then, he didn't want to look at the mutant pangolin that was rolled into a ball anymore. "Mutated pangolin, I don't want to go down the mountain. But you forced me to go down the mountain. Now you want to send me away again. You scumbag. Just decide," Wu Xiao said. "What do you want to do with the mutant thunderbirds in the yard? There are more than 20 of them. Half of the yard here is full of mutant thunderbirds. Thinking about getting up early tomorrow. The yard is full of bird shit. Oh, I can't think about it. Keep the edible ones and sell the inedible ones," Zhuang Xiao replied. In fact, this decision is easy to make. After all, the meat of the mutant thunderbird is really delicious. At this time, Zhuang Xiao had not thought that she had directly raised the value of the mutant thunderbird by her own efforts. Yes, it raised the value. Although the number of mutant thunderbirds in the market has increased a lot this winter, it is not that the family of Chief Xiao in the safe zone also raised one. If a rich and powerful family does not raise one, it seems a bit sorry for their identity and status. So, even if Zhuang Xiao drew so many mutant thunderbirds into the safe zone in half a day, the bird still became a hot commodity. Even a few days later, Zhang Lin went to Zhuang Xiao house and took 2 mutant thunderbirds back. One is for himself, and the other is for his father. Then Du Sheng, who was far away in the number 6 safe zone, also heard about it and asked Zhang Lin to help get one and raise it in his yard. During this period, the mutant pangolin took a luxurious big bathtub to go on vacation to the small hot spring. I don't know if the inedible mutant thunderbirds were just by chance given to the mercenary team. There are only 3 inedible mutant thunderbirds in our house. The edible mutant thunderbirds are sleeping peacefully in his freezer. The remaining 7 or 8 rely on Xiao to feed and scoop up their poop every day, and then feed the poop to the dancing grass. This day, Xiao was fertilizing the dancing grass in the yard, and the door of his yard was knocked again. After coming back for a few days, this is the second time someone has come to the door in such cold weather. Who? Xiao asked. Put the shovel against the wall, stood up, patted the dirt on his body with both hands, and walked towards the door. As soon as the door opened, I only saw a pair of eyes. Standing outside the door was Xiao Yan. Seeing Xiao coming out, he hurriedly said, "Good morning, Boss Hu." Before Xiao could speak, Zhuang Xiao's voice came from the living room. "Xiao, who's here?" "It's me, my cousin." Xiao Yan hurriedly turned sideways and looked inside the door. "Xiao, eh? Are you sure your cousin can recognize your voice?" Chapter 423. When he heard the noise outside the door, Zhuang Xiao had already climbed up from the sofa swiftly. While tidying up his clothes, he muttered, "Who is this? If you don't tell me your name, how can I tell who you are? Or, just rank them." After thinking about it, I decided to rank them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This number is a bit long. When Zhuang Xiao walked to the door of the living room, Xiao had already let the person into the yard. After looking for a long time, Zhuang Xiao still couldn't tell who this person was. Only 2 eyes were exposed on the body. If it was a very familiar person, you could still hear the walking movements and postures to distinguish 1 or 2. This, if you are not familiar with it, you can't recognize it at all. Okay. Xiao Yan, eh? Heartbreaking. In fact, it is normal for Xiao Yan to be heartbroken. Strictly speaking, Xiao Yan and Zhuang Xiao did not have too many direct contacts. In the limited few times, they did not say too many words. However, after entering the living room, when Xiao Yan spoke again, Zhuang Xiao seemed to have some impression of this voice. At the same time, Xiao Yan took off his hat and coat. This impression became real. It was Xiao Yan. "What are you doing here?" Zhuang Xiao looked at Xiao and asked with his mouth. Xiao shook his head, just as the 2 of them were flirting with each other. Xiao Yan suddenly turned around and said, "What went out?" "Yes, he went out," Zhuang Xiao replied. After the host and the guest sat down, Zhuang Xiao sat quietly next to Xiao, just planning to be a bystander. She and Xiao Yan didn't have much in common, and it was such weather again. Recently, she hadn't heard of any major events in the safe zone that required Hua to come forward. She really couldn't think of any reason why Xiao Yan would come to her. If he wasn't coming to see her, and there were only 2 people at home, then he must be looking for Xiao. "The mutant thunderbird my cousin gave me has been very well behaved these days. Do you want to go and see it when you have time?" Xiao Yan said with a smile. Zhuang Xiao glanced at the group in her yard, indicating that she didn't want to see these guys anymore. Hua is not at home. These mutant thunderbirds eat and poop, and they can even make a few noises when they have nothing to do. And it's a tuneless chorus. It's like a devil's voice penetrating your brain, and you want to slap them to death every minute. "Oh, let's talk about it when we have time," Zhuang Xiao said politely. "She is very busy, isn't she?" Xiao, eh? Busy sleeping every day. Xiao Yan smiled and replied, "It's a deal." Zhuang Xiao, eh? How come it's undecided? She said we talk about it when we have time. Not on a certain year, month, or day. Zhuang Xiao smiled awkwardly and prepared to leave. Is this topic something they don't want him to hear? Zhuang Xiao's eyes went back and forth between Xiao Yan and Xiao and said, "How about you guys talk first? I go upstairs and sleep for a while." Xiao Yan, eh? Cousin, wait a minute. I have something to ask you. Seeing Zhuang Xiao getting up and about to leave, Xiao Yan hurriedly spoke out to stop her. How can it be that the main person ran away before the main business is even discussed? Ah? Are you looking for me? Zhuang Xiao let his butt. which had just left the stool, fall back down. What's the matter? Zhuang Xiao asked straight to the point. It would be better to say what's the matter. Isn't it a waste of time to be around the bush? Hu Xiao was also very confused. It seems that nothing big has happened in the safe zone recently. The plague incident caused by the mutant mole rat has basically ended a while ago. The people who temporarily rented in the safe zone have not yet rented their houses. And the weather is too cold. A considerable part of the population has not returned to the shantytowns. Hu Xiao couldn't think of any reason for Xiao Yan to come to their little girl. If it was about the last time he went to ask for help, it should have been to him. It's about the mutant plant outside the shantytown, Xiao Yan replied. You mean the dancing grass? Zhuang Xiao was puzzled. Why was she looking for the dancing grass? Her vicious beauty couldn't run or fly. But she couldn't even cause trouble. Chapter 424. Except when someone takes the initiative to provoke. If that's the case, her dancing grass is legitimate defense. It took Xiao Yan 2 seconds to react before he understood what the dancing grass Zhuang Xiao was talking about. So, he nodded and said yes. It's the dancing grass. Xiao Yan turned around and took out a rectangular electronic device from the pocket of his coat on the sofa, and then put it on the table. Zhuang Xiao instantly remembered the high-tech equipment he saw at the real estate agent when he bought the house. I want it. I wonder if I can watch a movie, play games, etc. The nightlife in the Wasteland is really boring, especially in winter. It's almost like working from sunrise to sunset. Xiao Yan's fingers were flexible and tapping on the device. And soon a three-dimensional projection appeared above the device. Zhuang Xiao's eyes lit up instantly. Something he had only seen in science fiction movies. I want +1. Xiao Yan was amused by the little girl's expression. That's not the case. Zhuang Xiao, As for. Too much. After all, they are small fry who are busy with their livelihoods every day. How could they have seen such high-end and classy, high-tech products? And they were in such close contact. She was not a researcher before, so it is normal for her to be shallow. Haha. Is this a three-dimensional distribution map of the underground near my house? Hu Xiao said. Xiao Yan nodded and said, indeed. But it is still a long way from your house. Listening to the conversation between the two, Zhuang Xiao was a little confused. And soon she turned her eyes to the projection. Well, she couldn't see anything. Just some strokes. And the complex green lines. It seems, is the root system of the tree? The green ones are the roots of my dancing grass? Zhuang Xiao blurted out. Yes, Xiao Yan replied. Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but feel complacent. Guessed it right. And then looked at the intricate red lines at the end of the root system and asked, what are these red lines? She really couldn't guess this. Could it be that there are competitors of her dancing grass underground? One red and one green. No matter how you look at it, they have a bit of the meaning of villain and righteous. In her heart, her beautiful and vicious girl is definitely a righteous person. And she will not accept any rebuttal. Dancing grass, Sister, I am willing to be a villain. Villains are so popular now. And they are so free. As the saying goes, good grass does not live long. But evil will last for thousands of years. She just wants to be a beauty who is both beautiful and evil. Flame cat, Ambition. Hu Xiao also saw that the green one might be the root system of the dancing grass at home. And he didn't know about the red one either. So, both of them stared at Xiao Yan, waiting for him to give an answer. Xiao Yan didn't keep it a secret, and immediately gave the answer. The red one represents the cave route dug by the mutant mole in the underground. Oh, so that's it. Zhuang Xiao took a closer look. The dense red lines in this projection are masters of digging holes. I just don't know which one is more powerful, the mutant pangolin or hers. After watching the projection for a while, Hu Xiao said, the mutant mole is afraid of the dancing grass? Zhuang Xiao turned his head in confusion and looked at Hu Xiao. What did Brother Hu say? One is on the ground. One is underground. And the two. Zhuang Xiao suddenly had an idea and turned his eyes to the projection again. The three-dimensional projection should be drawn with their house in the shantytown as the center. The blank area in the center should be the range where the dancing grass does not allow strangers to touch it. And then it extends all the way to. Zhuang Xiao couldn't tell how far it was. It was all green lines, which was the root range of their dancing grass. The vertical and horizontal lines extended very widely. Then, the red lines were basically all in the upper layer close to the surface. and they were all outside the dancing grass. Occasionally, they entered the green area. The red line seemed to have turned. Zhuang Xiao could see that the red line turned, thanks to her good eyesight after coming to the wasteland. Just as Zhuang Xiao was concentrating on studying the projection, Xiao Yan's voice rang in his ears. If our guesses are correct, it is indeed so. The current projection map was obtained thanks to Mr. Lin from the Mutant Plants and Animals Research Institute. Speaking of which, Mr. Lin is one of the few people his grandfather admires. Although the number 11 safe zone has spent too much scientific research on mutant plants and animals, it has all the necessary departments and research, and is still researching what should be studied. It's just that it is not on the list of all safe zones. Although the plague caused by mutant moles has been temporarily controlled on the ground, the problem of mutant moles underground still needs to be solved. When exploring the situation of mutant moles digging holes, it was found that the mutant moles did not try to enter the southern shantytown, but were blocked before entering the southern shantytown. The western shantytown was very unlucky, and became the main target of the mutant moles after turning the corner. That is, when exploring the junction of the southern shantytown and the western shantytown. This very interesting thing was discovered. And then, the southern shantytown was focused on. Then, the more I explored, the more interesting it became. This news soon reached Mr. Lin, who was studying mutant plants and animals. And as expected, it attracted his attention, which led to this three-dimensional projection map. Zhuang Xiao didn't know what to say for a moment. Chapter 425. Zhuang Xiao didn't know what to say for a moment. It was just an interesting mutant plant that she picked up when she went out to scavenge. But it was so unusual. Although she never saw similar mutant plants again, she was sure that there was definitely more than one in nature. Otherwise, how did her beautiful and vicious girl come out? It couldn't be that she jumped out of the cracks in the stone like Sun Wukong. Zhuang Xiao's eyes were full of doubts, and she asked puzzledly, "Then why did you come to me?" She didn't finish her words, but she believed that her meaning was very clear. She had been looking at the projection map for most of the day, so she quickly told him what she was doing here. Although Xiao had already guessed in his heart, he was also curious whether what Xiao Yan said later was the same as his guess. So, the four eyes of the two people stared at Xiao Yan, as if they wanted to stare a hole in his body, so that the unfinished words would fall out directly from this hole. There was no need to wait for this person to jump out word by word. Xiao Yan almost couldn't stand such a fiery look, but he still said slowly, "I plan to plant dancing grass on the border of the safe zone sphere of influence to curb mutant moles. Of course, this is just a preliminary idea. We don't know enough about the characteristics of dancing grass. I wonder if my cousin can let our people observe dancing grass closely. In fact, not only to curb mutant moles, they also want to test whether dancing grass has a deterrent effect on other mutant animals and mutant insects underground. If it is useful, dancing grass is the first powerful line of defense underground in the safe zone." In addition, he had heard some rumors about the mutant crows and dancing grass before, and he didn't know whether it was true or false. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan continued, "Can dancing grass also curb mutant crows?" Zhuang Xiao didn't know what to say. She didn't know this either. Although she had seen dancing grass and mutant crows fighting, it was hard to say whether it could curb or not. After struggling for a while, Zhuang Xiao said, "Two people? No. These two species may not be in sync. Dancing grass, The sound is too bad. Mutated crows, It's all tears if I say too much. Not in sync?" Xiao Yan didn't follow Zhuang Xiao's train of thought at all, and his face was full of doubts. Zhuang Xiao glanced at Xiao and said, "Go ahead. It's a long story. It's tiring." So Xiao took over Xiao Yan's words, and slowly narrated the love-hate entanglement between dancing grass and mutated crows several times before. In fact, when Xiao Yan mentioned the matter of the mutant crows, after he said that he would use dancing grass to curb the mutant moles, he completely understood Xiao Yan's plan. If the verification results are satisfactory, this is undoubtedly a good thing for the safe zone. After listening to what Xiao said, Xiao Yan's mood is indescribable. It can be said to be mixed with joy. The worry is that the dancing grass seems to have a bad temper. But the good news is that the dancing grass is very likely to deal with the mutant moles while preventing the safe zone from being attacked by the mutant crows. If the temper is stable, the dancing grass can play a significant role in air defense and underground defense, which is really perfect. If you want to study the dancing grass, there are ready-made ones in the yard. You can take 2 back and study them slowly, Zhuang Xiao said. As for her vicious beauty, she has to find time to go back and see it. If the dancing grass is really so useful, Zhuang Xiao does not object to the dancing grass shining for the safe zone. After all, while shining, the safe zone can also indirectly help her family's dancing grass to reproduce. And I think the dancing grass will be happy. Zhuang Xiao thinks this is not bad. In the future, her family will have 2 on land, sea and air. This time, Xiao Yan's visit ended with him taking 2 dancing grasses from Zhuang Xiao's house. After Xiao Yan left, Zhuang Xiao lazily leaned on the sofa and said to Hu Xiao with great confidence, "My beautiful and vicious girl will definitely become the tyrant of the safe zone in the future." Hu Xiao chuckled, "What about Huahua?" Zhuang Xiao stared at the ceiling and chuckled. Huahua is probably not going to make it. After all, it can't compare with dancing grass and giving birth to children. Ha. Her flame cat is a boy. Ha. Thinking of this, Zhuang Xiao immediately sat up straight and said seriously, "When the weather warms up, let's go to the Imperial Forest." Hu Xiao's face was still smiling, and he raised his eyebrows and asked, "What are you going to the Imperial Forest for?" "Find a partner," Zhuang Xiao replied. "Spring is warm and flowers are blooming, and everything is reviving. It is a good time to talk about love." Her Huahua is probably no exception. However, will she go back to the shantytown in the next 2 days to see his beautiful and vicious girl? "Let's go back to the shantytown tomorrow," Zhuang Xiao continued. Before leaving, the little white flowers were in full bloom. After such a long time, I don't know how they are now. Hu Xiao's thoughts were still on what Zhuang Xiao said about finding a partner. He didn't hear what Zhuang Xiao said clearly at all, and just habitually hummed, "I don't know how the dancing grass is doing." Zhuang Xiao was still talking. After a while, he seemed to notice Hu Xiao's strangeness and stretched out his hand in front of him. "What are you thinking about? So absent-minded? You heard what I said just now." Zhuang Xiao stared at Hu Xiao's eyes with suspicion. Could it be that he has been cleaning the poop of the mutant thunderbirds too much recently? He is depressed because of cleaning? Indeed, it is not so easy to be a poop shoveler. Wait until the evening to ask the young man Zhang Lin if there are any buyers, and sell it quickly. Besides, she doesn't want to listen to the mutant thunderbirds performing a chorus for her from time to time every day. Damn it. In the few seconds that Hu Xiao didn't say anything, Hu Xiao had no idea that the little girl had thought about so many things again. "I heard you. I go back to the shantytown tomorrow." Hu Xiao came back to his senses and replied with a faint smile on his face. "The weather will soon get warmer." Seeing that Hu Xiao heard what she said, Zhuang Xiao sat down again and started talking about what to eat at noon and what to eat at night. Having nothing to do at home is not just eating. The next morning, the flame cat had not returned. After Hu Xiao finished his job as a poop shoveler today, he drove out of the safe zone with Zhuang Xiao. On the road that had been manually cleaned, there was no trace of snow at all. However, there was still thick snow on the open space without human intervention. Through the car window, Zhuang Xiao admired the ice and snow outside. Chapter 426. If there are a few more snowfalls, the snow will cover the entire safe zone. Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but sigh. "I'm afraid there will be more snowfall later," Hu Xiao replied indifferently. According to the amount of snowfall in previous years, this snowfall is just an appetizer. Zhuang Xiao said and stopped talking, focusing on the scenery outside the car window. Although she just came back from Fulei Mountain a while ago, she has not stepped out of the courtyard since she came back. At this time, even though the scenery outside was mediocre, Zhuang Xiao still watched with relish. When the car was about to enter the shantytown, their car met the car coming out of the shantytown. The width of the cleared road is not narrow, and it may be more than enough to accommodate 2 cars of average size. But now, the 2 cars coming and going are the size of vans, and the road has become narrow. But it is not completely impossible to pass. If you reduce the speed and drive slowly, you can still pass by the car body. After all, there is snow on both sides of the road, not deep ditches. Hu Xiao looked at the car on the opposite side and said to Zhuang Xiao, "It seems to be a mercenary team's car. There is a clear sign of the mercenary team on the car." One of the people in the opposite car said to the other, "It seems to be my cousin's car. They have seen this car before and know it." So, the 2 cars seemed to have some kind of tacit understanding and slowly drove towards each other. When the window of the driver's seat was about to overlap, the window of the opposite car suddenly opened, and a voice that Zhuang Xiao was very familiar with came from inside. Cousin! Long time no see. Feng Xiang smiled and greeted Zhuang Xiao in the passenger seat, his eyes completely passing with Xiao. Even after such a long time in the mining area, he has heard a lot of legendary deeds of their cousin. After all, it really is. This cousin has too many unexpected things. Zhuang Xiao hadn't seen her cousin, the most beautiful man in the safe zone, for a long time. How come she couldn't recognize the other person's voice? However, it didn't matter. She was familiar with the name of her cousin. So when she heard the voice, she turned her head to Xiao and smiled at the person opposite. Hello, cousin. It didn't matter if she couldn't tell who it was. And it didn't matter if she couldn't see his face. Just call him cousin. However, when Zhuang Xiao met Feng Xiang's eyes, she instantly remembered who this person was. Her beautiful cousin Feng Xiang. Good-looking people are really good-looking everywhere. Even their eyes are no exception. After Feng Xiang finished greeting, it was Sima Yin who was sitting in the co-pilot seat. Hello, boss Hua. Hello, cousin. Sima Yin greeted. Hua Xiao, eh? Finally, someone still had his eyes on him. Boss Hua, are you going back to the shantytown? Feng Xiang looked at Hua Xiao this time. Hua Xiao nodded and said nothing. Yes, let's go back and see the dancing grass. Zhuang Xiao replied enthusiastically. Have you finished your work in the mining area? Feng Xiang was not surprised at all that Zhuang Xiao knew about his work in the mining area. This cousin is more capable than him. It's not surprising that she knows something. Feng Xiang casually said, not yet. I came back to deal with some things. And I have to go back soon. Then you go and get busy first. Hua Xiao suddenly interrupted. Zhuang Xiao also hurriedly echoed Hua Xiao and said, yes. Yes. You go back quickly. In just a moment, she felt that the car was not warm. It was quite cold. Seeing that both Zhuang Xiao and Hua Xiao were eager to end this conversation, Feng Xiang said goodbye and restarted the car to go to the safe area. The matter he was doing at the moment was indeed very urgent and could not be delayed. Hua Xiao also restarted the car and headed towards the shantytown. Our dancing grass is growing really well. From a distance, Zhuang Xiao saw the vibrant appearance of her dancing grass. Before, the small white flowers dotted in the green seemed to have disappeared. I think it has withered and fallen. It is growing well. Hua Xiao replied. All the plants are withered. Only it stands proudly in the wind and snow. How can it not be special? However, in his heart, the most special one is still the little girl. The closer he got to home, the better his mood became. This is also his and the little girl's first home. When the car slowly drove into the path, the docile dancing grass vine suddenly danced, as if welcoming Zhuang Xiao return. Is it happy? Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but say proudly. There was no wind or sound, and the dancing grass began to perform. If he wasn't happy to see her, what was that? Hua Xiao looked at the dancing grass and said uncertainly, maybe. He felt that the vines were about to sweep over their car at any time. This happiness is really scary. Ordinary people can't enjoy it. Dancing grass, eh? The herb didn't dance for you to see. You're being sentimental. After entering the yard, Zhuang Xiao went straight to the dancing grass. There was a thick layer of yellow small white flowers on the ground, and Zhuang Xiao's feet made a crackling sound of petals breaking when he stepped on it. Hua Xiao, come quickly. The beauty has given birth to a cub? Hua Xiao just stepped into the yard and heard Zhuang Xiao's joyful voice that sounded very strange. Dancing grass? It's not a mutant animal. Can it give birth to a cub? When he got closer, he looked at the red seed spread out in the little girl's hand, and suddenly felt a sense of laughter and tears. It's a seed. So it's a seed. Why do you have to use the metaphor of giving birth to a cub? Is this treating the dancing grass as a mutant animal or a human? It looks good. Zhuang Xiao fiddled with the seeds in his hand again, and said with a smile. Yeah. It looks good. Hua Xiao replied. Zhuang Xiao continued. I wonder if the seed is also poisonous. Isn't it said that the more beautiful things are, the more poisonous they are? When she thought that her snake and scorpion beauty even had toxins in the roots, she felt that this seed must be particularly poisonous. Probably even more poisonous than her water hemlock seeds. You will know if you test it, Hua Xiao said with a smile. He then looked at the dense branches of the dancing grass. There were so many flowers at the beginning, but there were so few seeds, compared to the white flowers that were dotted on the branches like stars before. The red fruits dotted on them were really not many. It can even be considered very few. After hearing what Xiao said, Zhuang Xiao really took out the dagger from his body, and took a little juice from the seeds, and smeared it on the watch. Ding ding. Low-level radiation mutation. Edible. Zhuang Xiao, Xiao, This was completely beyond their expectations. Who would have thought that the seeds of a mutant plant that wanted every inch to be poisonous were actually edible? Chapter 427. Zhuang Xiao looked at the red seeds in his hand, then at Xiao, and said a sentence after a long while. Xiao, did you hear it? When he heard the sound of the watch, Xiao was startled at first, then smiled and said, yes. I heard it. The seeds of dancing grass can. Zhuang Xiao didn't wait for him to finish his words, and she had already picked another seed from the dancing grass vine closest to her. The dagger pierced the red shell of the seed, and white juice seeped out from it. Drop by drop. Low-level radiation mutation. Can be eaten. The seeds of dancing grass are really edible. The brilliance in Zhuang Xiao's eyes was like the morning star rising slowly after sunset. Bright and dazzling. The half-finished words of Xiao just now came out of the little girl's mouth. The seeds of dancing grass not only do not contain toxins, but are also edible. This is really a pleasant surprise for Zhuang Xiao. Although she didn't even think about how to eat it when she got the result. She was just happy. How could this unexpected and somewhat bizarre result not make people happy? In addition to being happy, Zhuang Xiao looked at the two red seeds in his hand that were as big as glass beads and not yet fully mature, and sighed. Dancing grass has lost two babies. Xiao, The two did not stay in the shantytown for long. After checking the house inside and out, they went home. The airtightness and warmth of this house are not as good as those in the safe zone after all, and no one has lived in it for such a long time. The indoor temperature will not rise for a while. At night, it is not suitable to stay in the shantytown. As for the follow-up of dancing grass, Zhuang Xiao did not think so much. Didn't Xiaoyan say that he wanted to study dancing grass? Then let him study it. As the saying goes, every profession has its own specialty. She will wait for them to study 1, 2, 3, and 4, and wait to see the results of the research. When the two were about to get home, they saw several cars coming out from the city gate in the safe zone. Xiao immediately moved the car to one side. Is there another accident? Zhuang Xiao looked at the cars leaving the inner city curiously. One of them was the one driven by Feng Xiang that he met in the shantytown. Xiao didn't know what happened and shook his head. At this moment, the car window was suddenly knocked from outside. A sturdy man stood outside the car window. The man's exposed eyes were small and narrow. As the man smiled, his eyes seemed to be invisible. Zhuang Xiao immediately recognized the man, opened the car window, and asked with a smile, Xiao Qiao, are you on duty today? The man called Xiao Qiao was someone Zhuang Xiao knew when he built a shed for the flame cat a while ago. His full name is Jiao Xiantai, 17 years old, slightly older than Yan Ming. He joined the guard team last year and got his current job thanks to the relationship between his aunts and uncles. So many people came to help at that time. There are two reasons why Zhuang Xiao can remember him. First, who doesn't like a young man who is very strong, works very hard, is diligent and capable? Second, his eyes. If there is a little more flesh on his face, the eyes will be gone. The latter is obviously the main reason. For example, now, Xiao Qiao is standing outside and greets her. But she can't find the eyes of this person in a pile of flesh for a long time. It's me. Sister, are you and your brother-in-law going out? Xiao Qiao responded with a smile. The eyes that could be seen just now disappeared in an instant. Zhuang Xiao and Xiao hummed at the same time. Then Xiao Qiao leaned towards the window and suddenly lowered her voice and said, Sister, I tell you that something happened again. I heard. Xiao saw that the little girl had half of her head out of the window, and her head was moving little by little from time to time, showing shock or surprise at the right time. The two were not far apart, and Xiao could hear the voice of Xiao Qiao, but he couldn't hear what was said clearly. Zhuang Xiao and Xiao Qiao whispered for a long time before they returned to their original positions with satisfaction. Sister, brother-in-law, you guys should go home soon. Xiao Qiao smiled and waved to Zhuang Xiao, and then went into the guard room. Seeing them leave, Zhuang Xiao said to Xiao, go back. As soon as they arrived at the gate, the mutated thunderbird sang in a different tone from the yard. Zhuang Xiao felt a headache and a throbbing pain in his temples. Ah! Going crazy. and dying. The car stopped outside the door temporarily. The moment the door opened, Zhuang Xiao was stunned. The number of mutated thunderbirds. It's more. Her flame cat was lying on the bamboo bed at this time, fiddling with a few mutated thunderbirds rolling on the ground with its two big paws boredly. I don't know how long Huahua has been playing like this. The mutated thunderbirds, which originally had a white complexion, became dirty and had no spirit at this time. Look at the ground again. Huixiao workload is about to double again. Not cold. Why don't you go in? Huixiao urged Zhuang Xiao with his bag behind him. Zhuang Xiao sighed helplessly and said, the old has not gone, and the new has come. You can see for yourself. She slightly turned aside to let Brother Hua see the whole picture of the yard more clearly. Huixiao's eyes swept across the yard, and he walked straight into the yard without stopping. Shoveling 1 is also shoveling. Shoveling 2 is also shoveling. Shoveling a large group is the same. The yard is so big. Just shovel the ground once a day. Huixiao, don't walk so fast. What should I do with so many mutant thunderbirds? Zhuang Xiao shouted behind him, and hurried to catch up with Huixiao. When people passed by the flame cat, they also glanced at Huahua, who was in a leisurely posture. The tribute of food is too much, which is also annoying. The temple is too small. After entering the house, Huixiao was already sitting on the sofa. After Zhuang Xiao sat down, a cup of hot water was pushed in front of her. Zhuang Xiao picked up the cup and took a sip, and the warmth instantly flowed to her limbs. After Zhuang Xiao finished the cup of water, Huixiao asked, what happened again? Ah? Nothing happened. Zhuang Xiao replied in surprise. Chapter 428. Huixiao saw that she didn't understand what he meant, so he reminded her, Xiao Qiao? After he said that, Zhuang Xiao instantly understood that Brother Hua wanted to know what Xiao Qiao had just said to her. It's not a big deal. Xiao Qiao said that there was a small accident in the mine, and someone was trapped inside. Those people went out to rescue. And, speaking of this, Zhuang Xiao deliberately paused, then leaned forward and said in a mysterious voice, it is said that a gold mine has been discovered. After saying that, Zhuang Xiao sat up again, waiting for Huixiao's reaction. This is a gold mine? There is no mine at home, let alone a gold mine. After a few breaths, Huixiao also responded as he wished, but he asked in a very firm tone, is it an associated ore? Zhuang Xiao nodded and said, yes. Xiao Qiao said so. She then asked in confusion, what's the difference? Aren't they all ore? Seeing Zhuang Xiao with a pair of round eyes, eager to learn and cute. He was inexplicably cute. Huixiao smiled and said, there is a difference between mineral deposits and associated ore. Associated ore is a kind of, or with a certain ore, and the content is generally not too high. For example, the mineral deposit discovered by Xiao Yin is iron ore. Then the gold mine that Xiao Qiao is talking to you now should be the associated ore of iron ore. And often there is more than one associated ore in a mineral deposit. Huixiao picked up the water cup and said with a smile, the exchange value of gold between safe zones is not high. If this world is not like it is now, gold may still be an important hard currency and a symbol of wealth. However, this is a wasteland. The main point of gold is its practicality. Although this metal material is used in various industries, its value is much lower than natural resources such as coal and iron. Zhuang Xiao knew what Huixiao was thinking when she saw Huixiao's expression. Well, Huixiao was indeed right. She automatically brought into the thinking logic that gold is a symbol of wealth, and completely forgot the environment she was in. However, she still said stubbornly, it is not valuable. But it is valuable after all. Huixiao did not deny this point. Xiao Qiao just told you this. Huixiao continued to ask. Zhuang Xiao nodded listlessly and said, well, that's all. No wonder Xiao Qiao said that she would go to pick up gold mines after the extreme cold weather. It turns out that this gold mine is not worth money. Besides, the gold mine that can be picked up is just the raw gold ore. What's the point of picking it up? She doesn't know alchemy. At most, it's just to broaden her horizons and see what the raw gold ore looks like. The mutant thunderbirds in the yard, which had been quiet for a while, started to sing again. Zhuang Xiao was about to shout outside when he heard the low roar of the flame cat. The yard was suddenly silent. Let's deal with the mutant thunderbirds outside first. Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Goodbye. Gold mine. Her big gold chain. Big gold bracelet. Big crown, goodbye. Time flies, and more than half a month has passed. During this period, there was another heavy snowfall. and the temperature reached the lowest point. Before that, Brother Hua's job as a shit shoveler also ended. I heard from Xiao Qiao that the people trapped below in the mining area were rescued. As for whether there were casualties, Xiao Qiao didn't mention it, and Zhuang Xiao didn't ask. For half a month, Xiao Yan did not come to Zhuang Xiao again to ask about the dancing grass. Maybe he was too busy. The entire safe zone has not been quiet this winter. Zhuang Xiao has been living a very comfortable life during this period, and has lived the life of lying flat that he has always dreamed of. Eat and sleep every day. The flame cat takes a small hot spring bath every now and then. Whenever this happens, Zhuang Xiao can't help but think of the mutant pangolin exiled in the small hot spring. I don't know how it is doing. Maybe it's just like her, enjoying a pig-like life. Mutated pangolin, I am a hard-working person. Eating, sleeping, and digging holes. When the temperature in the safe zone rises to -20 degrees, there are gradually more people on the streets in both the safe zone and the shantytown. Sister Lan, you can wait until the weather warms up before moving out. There's no rush, Zhuang Xiao said sincerely. Being a landlady is more sour than opening a store. Although the points earned are less, there are fewer worries. Lan Hong smiled and said, No, the weather is getting warmer, and more people are going out. You should open your shop. Besides, we have been able to get through this winter smoothly, thanks to you renting this shop to us. Otherwise, speaking of this, Lan Hong thought of Wen Lily. Alas, such a young child, just gone like this. It's really pitiful. In fact, what Lan Hong didn't know was that when Lily's paralyzed husband was thrown into the shantytown by her, and froze to death in a dilapidated house in the shantytown before the mutant mole incident happened. Similarly, Hui Xiao probably wouldn't know that the man who had hit him with a club died completely this winter after experiencing a life worse than death. Zhuang Xiao was afraid that others would be sentimental with her, so she quickly changed the subject and said, Cousin, have you been on another mission recently? Lan Hong put away her compassionate emotions and smiled and replied, Yes, he went to earn a good future for his precious little girl. No matter what others do, their family's life is always getting better little by little. My mother is in good health. My brother is well-behaved and obedient. My husband is hard-working and caring. And now, I have a little girl. This kind of life is really hundreds and thousands of times better than most people. Lan Jin put the last piece of luggage into the car, and while reaching out to help Zhao Chun get on the car, she said, Sister, everything is packed. Okay. After Lan Hong finished speaking, she looked at Zhuang Xiao and said, Let Brother Hua go. Zhuang Xiao opened the small window between the rear and front compartments, and said to Hua Xiao, you can go. Hua Xiao only heard a hum. The car body shook slightly, and the car slowly started to move. Zhao Chun and Lan Jin stood on both sides of the stroller. Lan Hong came up to Zhuang Xiao and whispered, You call Brother Hua by his name? If not by his name, what should you call? Zhuang Xiao didn't understand. She usually called people by their given names, whether they were 2-character names or 3-character names. To be honest, the name that added a small or old character before the surname did not conform to her speaking habits. But it was not impossible to call it that way. That's right. She usually avoided it if she could. Lan Hong choked. It didn't seem to be wrong to say it that way. She called their Lao Hu a lot of different names. Lao Hu, Brother Hu, Qianli, Hu Qianli, Husband. Chapter 429. Lan Hong coughed dryly and said, Well, calling by name is fine. Fine. I often call my old Hu by his given name. Brother Hua. It's a long way to go. Zhuang Xiao was a little confused by Lan Hong's words. He blinked twice and looked at Lan Hong straight, as if to say, Sister Lan, what do you want to say? Zhao Chun saw that his daughter was sitting on pins and needles, and felt very funny in his heart. He hurriedly spoke to help his daughter out and said, By the way, how are Meng Qingyang and the girl next door named Li Xiangyue? Sure enough, Zhao Chun's voice fell. Zhuang Xiao's eyes immediately turned to Zhao Chun's face, and then quickly looked at Lan Hong, with a raging gossip fire in his eyes. Meng Qingyang? Girl? Together. There must be a chance. Lan Hong secretly breathed a sigh of relief and immediately said, I heard from Lao Hu that the two of them will get married after the Sanshao festival. Zhao Chun glanced at his daughter and stopped talking. Zhuang Xiao looked at Lan Hong with sparkling eyes and asked impatiently, Cousin Meng is getting married? Lan Hong smiled and said, yes. My Lao who said so. But the specific date has not been decided yet. When the date is decided, your cousin Meng will definitely notify you. When Zhuang Xiao wanted to ask something else, the car suddenly stopped. Hui Xiao's voice came from the front. Let's wait here for a while before leaving. Zhuang Xiao leaned over the small iron window and asked, what's wrong? While speaking, her eyes swept out of the windshield. A dozen cars sped past them, honking their horns constantly, and pedestrians and cars on the road hurriedly avoided them. In a quick glance, Zhuang Xiao saw the situation of the convoy clearly. Several of the cars had dents on their bodies, broken windows, and dark red blood on their bodies. Zhuang Xiao's first reaction was, is this another accident? Hui Xiao did not answer Zhuang Xiao's question immediately. He looked at the car that was driving into the safety zone quickly from the rearview mirror, frowning slightly. What is this? Another accident? Lan Hong saw that both Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao were silent. After a while, she asked softly, cousin, what's wrong? Hearing Lan Hong's voice, Zhuang Xiao moved his head down from the small iron window, shook his head at Lan Hong, and said, I don't know. The car started slowly. With this little episode, Zhuang Xiao didn't have the heart to ask about the gossip between Meng Qingyang and the girl named Li Xiangyue. Along the way, he just sat quietly and didn't know what he was thinking. The other people in the car looked at each other and didn't know what she had just seen. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. The car just became quiet. An hour later, the car first went to Zhao Chun's house, and then to Lan Hong's house. Then Zhuang Xiao sat in the co-pilot's seat. Zhuang Xiao said, the weather is not so cold anymore. Let's go clean up the house today. Let's live in the shantytown during this period. Hui Xiao replied without hesitation, okay. Zhuang Xiao looked at Hui Xiao, and then at Hui Xiao again. Finally, he couldn't help but said, why don't you ask me why I moved back? While there was no one on the road ahead, Hui Xiao turned his head to look at Zhuang Xiao's expression and said obediently, why do you want to move out? Zhuang Xiao, so obedient. However, Zhuang Xiao did not answer Hui Xiao's repeater-like question, but talked about what happened just now. Did something happen in the safe zone again? Although this was a question, the tone was very affirmative. If nothing happened, the cars in the fleet would not be ruined like that. Hui Xiao, How should he answer this? He didn't receive any gossip. After thinking for a while, Hui Xiao replied, looking at the car. It doesn't belong to the mercenary team or the guard team. It should be that the weather is getting warmer, and they spontaneously formed a team to go out to scavenge. Under the extremely cold weather, there are countless mutant animals frozen to death outside. The dead animal bodies are placed in the ice and snow, just like a natural refrigerator, and the meat will not deteriorate for a while. In this situation, people can travel normally. 9 out of 10. They went out to pick up bargains and encountered some large mutant animals. After a pause, Hui Xiao added, this is just my guess. So, these people have entered the blind spot? Zhuang Xiao asked back. In the sphere of influence of the safe zone, except for a mutant mole this winter, no other mutant animals have been heard of invading. So where else can these people go to pick up bargains? It must be a blind spot. Hui Xiao hummed and continued, at this time, going out to pick up bargains depends on luck. During this period of time, not only can people go out, but many hungry mutant animals also go out to look for food. So, if we hit them, we will either die or get injured. At this point, Hui Xiao added, there is too much meat at home. Let's not go. Zhuang Xiao, Xiao is depressed because of the full granary. Zhuang Xiao sighed and said, it's not easy to worry about meat every day. Hui Xiao, alas, there is too much meat. The car stopped before entering the path. No one cleaned the snow on the path in front of the house. So Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao had to get out of the car to clean it up, which took nearly an hour. When they entered the house, the sun was high, and it was almost time for dinner. After Hui Xiao quickly got all the heating tools in the house ready, he carried the ingredients into the kitchen. In the yard, Zhuang Xiao danced with the big broom in his hand. Snow particles flew everywhere, and the branches of the dancing grass danced. After not exercising for a long time, Zhuang Xiao felt very tired after working for half a day. Her whole body was sore. She was also very hungry. The mutant ferns picked from the hot springs at home had been eaten up by Zhuang Xiao a long time ago, but there were still a lot of yellow fruits left. While chewing the big bones, Zhuang Xiao was thinking about when to ask Hua to take her to the hot springs to pick some mutant ferns. Just then, there was a knock on their door. Zhuang Xiao looked up and exchanged a glance with Hua Xiao. Who? Came here at dinner time? Hua Xiao put down the big bone in his hand, wiped his hands, stood up slowly, put on the coat hanging behind the door, and then slowly walked towards the door. Who is this? It's the middle of the day, disturbing people from eating. Chapter 430. Who else is so bold? They dared to enter the sphere of influence of the dancing grass. Hua Xiao walked to the door while glancing at the dancing grass. Outside the door, there stood an old man with silver hair and vigorous spirit, and a tall boy with bright eyes. The old man looked up at the green plant that stood proudly in the cold winter, his eyes full of amazement, and he wished he could break into the house immediately. However, when he thought of the fighting power of the green plant that the boy mentioned, the old man suppressed his eager and impatient heart. He is an old man. If he is beaten, it is estimated that this day next year will be his Memorial Day. Shaolin. Is there no one at home? The old man looked at the calm boy next to him and asked. At this time, the boy was sniffing the air around him with his nose. This boy was John Lin. He was entrusted by Xiao Yin to bring the old man to Zhuang Xiao house to see the dancing grass today. John Lin turned around and replied affirmatively. There must be someone. I can smell the aroma of the big bones stewed in my sister's house. Old man, Just when the old man wanted to say something, the door creaked open from the inside. Hua Xiao looked at the old man and the young man standing at the door, one of whom he didn't know, and the other knew. Brother Hua, is my sister at home? As soon as the door opened, John Lin immediately rushed forward and almost pushed the old man to stumble. The old man cursed in his heart. This stinky boy doesn't know how to respect the elderly and love the young. Yes, at home, Hua Xiao replied, and then looked at the old man opposite and continued to ask, Who is this? The old man stood firm, prepared to smile, and was about to introduce himself when John Lin spoke first. Old man Lin. Xiao Yin asked me to send it. The smile that the old man had not yet had time to put on his face was temporarily put aside. And then he changed to a serious face and glared at John Lin. This child, the older he gets, the more unruly he becomes. Hua Xiao looked at the old and the young, and it was still cold outside. So he said, Come in first. John Lin strode into the yard. He had been to this yard several times, and he was not afraid of the dancing grass. After the old man entered the yard, his steps slowed down, and gradually he seemed to have taken root and did not move. John Lin looked back before entering the house. This old man has grown in the yard. As soon as he entered the yard, Hua Xiao noticed the old man's passionate and ardent eyes when he looked at their dancing grass, and was afraid that this strange old man would do something inappropriate and offend their beautiful and vicious woman. At this time, the old man stood in the yard, and Hua Xiao stood beside him. What are you looking at? Isn't it cold outside? Why don't you come in? A vague female voice came from the house. Zhuang Xiao was chewing a big bone, and it was delicious. I heard that everyone had entered the yard, and I thought they would enter the house soon. As a result, she looked up and saw John Lin standing at the door of her living room. He blocked her light. Old man Lin, stop looking. Come in quickly. My sister is waiting. John Lin shouted at the old man, and then he turned and went into the house. There was a big pot on the wooden table, and in the pot was a big bone stewed with fragrance. Her sister was eating without even raising her head. The old man in the yard heard John Lin shouting, reluctantly turned his eyes away from the dancing grass, and walked slowly into the house. After the old man and John Lin sat down, the four sides of the dining table were neat at once. Have you eaten lunch? If not, let's eat together. As he said, Zhuang Xiao took out a big greasy bone from the big pot in the middle of the table. No one should delay her eating at noon today. John Lin said with a smile, I haven't eaten yet. I haven't eaten yet. He then imitated Zhuang Xiao and took out a bone covered with meat from the big basin and started chewing it. Old man, what's going on? Hua Xiao, I'm so tired. Looking at the old man who obviously couldn't keep up with the pace, Hua Xiao had to say, how about you eat something too? Old man, is he here to eat? He is. Well, this meat smells so good, I'm really a little hungry. So, the two visitors who suddenly arrived, and the host family all buried their heads in eating. Sister, you are a great cook. This big bone is really well stewed. Zhang Lin gave a thumbs up in the direction of Zhuang Xiao. Zhuang Xiao nodded and hummed twice, agreeing with Zhang Lin's words. She taught really well. The old man chewed the tender meat in his mouth, and couldn't help but nodded repeatedly. This meat is really good. He is old now, and someone is watching over him at home every day, controlling his diet, not allowing him to eat this, not allowing him to eat that. He is almost dying of greed. Hui Xiao silently gnawed the bone in his hand without saying a word. Half an hour later, one of them took another yellow fruit and started to chew it. Xiao Yin, Old Lin, do you remember what you went there for? After eating a fruit, the old man still felt unsatisfied. He had never seen this fruit before. Unexpectedly, there were so many unexpected things in a small yard in the shantytown. While eating, Zhuang Xiao looked at the old man Lin mentioned by Zhang Lin several times. It is not easy to live to this age in the wasteland. His teeth are really good. He chewed more big bones than her. Zhang Lin, what are you doing here? Zhuang Xiao looked at Zhang Lin, who was chewing yellow fruits one after another, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. This free stuff tastes delicious. After Zhuang Xiao reminded him, Zhang Lin remembered that he still had work to do. The meal was over, but he didn't recognize anyone. Instantly, he became serious and introduced, this old man. No, this is Lin Ji, the former director of the Institute of Mutant Plants and Animals. Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao were still waiting for Zhang Lin to say more. And then, after saying this extremely simple sentence, he introduced Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao to Lin Ji. This is my sister Zhuang Xiao, and this is my brother Hui Xiao. By the way, the dancing grass and the flame cat are both from my sister's family. Suddenly, Zhang Lin seemed to remember something and said, Xiao Yin said you all know what's going on. 3 people, Zhuang Xiao laughed dryly twice, and then said to Lin Ji, I've heard a lot about you. I've heard a lot about you. Although she didn't know why she had heard so much about him. But the former director who studies mutant plants and animals should be related to the stereoscopic projection that Xiao Yin showed them a while ago. I just didn't expect that the person who came to visit was such an old man with a good appetite. Seeing Zhuang Xiao greet her, Lin Ji immediately sat up straight and said, Your food is good. Zhuang Xiao, do you always come here to eat? Chapter 431. Zhuang Xiao calmly accepted the compliment of someone praising her family's delicious food. After all, it was a fact. Then, silence was golden again. Seeing that the two of them were reluctant to speak, and the topic was always off topic, and the middleman Zhang Lin was eating all the time, Hui Xiao had to interrupt and say, President Lin, are you here to see the dancing grass this time? Lin Ji seemed to have just remembered the purpose of his trip, and said with a smile, Yes, I am here to see the dancing grass. And don't call me President Lin. I've been retired for many years. Just call me Grandpa Lin. It sounds friendly. Hui Xiao took the opportunity to say, Then Grandpa Lin, let's go out and see the dancing grass. Okay. Xiao Xiao will come too. Lin Ji smiled and waved at Zhuang Xiao, who was sitting and didn't want to move. Zhuang Xiao, this old man is really not shy. Zhuang Xiao reluctantly pulled his butt off the stool and followed behind Hui Xiao and Lin Ji, not forgetting to turn around and greet Zhang Lin, who was still chewing fruit. After eating and drinking, let's do some exercise together. Lin Ji asked much more about dancing grass than Xiao Yin. A layman, Zhuang Xiao, who was also a layman, told everything he knew. Anyway, just state the facts. Oh, this temper is really bad. Lin Ji retracted his hand that was hit by the vine. Zhuang Xiao was speechless for a while. I told him not to move around, or he would be hit. This old man was still eager to get hit. Zhuang Xiao only complained about this in his heart. But Zhang Lin, who was very familiar with Lin Ji, was not so shy at all and said, Old Lin, I told you not to touch it. You might get beaten. But you still insisted. Lin Ji smiled and said, It's okay. Dancing grass, There's something wrong with the herb. Why does everyone want to take advantage of me? After being beaten, Lin Ji really stopped and pointed at the red fruit on it, and asked Zhuang Xiao, Xiao, can you pick 2 of those red fruits for me? Zhuang Xiao answered happily, Okay. After that, the whole vine that Lin Ji pointed to was broken off from the dancing grass by Zhuang Xiao. Lin Ji, the end of science is indeed metaphysics. Everyone else got beaten, but this little girl was fine. Zhuang Xiao handed the branch to Lin Ji and asked, "Are the branches of the dancing grass I gave you enough? If not, I cut some more for you." The branch hung too low, blocking most of the light in front of her bedroom window. "Today, I must give the dancing grass a haircut. For example, cut a straight fringe or something." Lin Ji hurriedly responded, "Okay. Okay." The 2 branches Xiaoyan brought back were indeed not enough for the experiment. Zhuang Xiao went back to the room and took out a pair of large scissors. This pair of scissors was specially bought later for gardening flowers and plants. It was effortless to cut the branches of the dancing grass. "Aren't you going to help?" Lin Ji looked at Hu Xiao and Zhang Lin, who were standing there stupidly. How could they have no sense at all? Hu Xiao hurriedly explained, "This dancing grass is not allowed to be touched by outsiders." Lin Ji, The scientific worldview collapsed halfway. The other half will continue to collapse in the near future. Zhuang Xiao worked as hard as a tiger, and the uneven vines that originally drooped to the eaves were trimmed neatly by Zhuang Xiao in a short while. The vines below were not sure whether there was insufficient sunlight or some other reason, but there were not many red seeds on the vines above. "Xiaohua, the yellow fruit in your house." Before Lin Ji finished speaking, Zhang Lin said, "Old Lin, do you want to buy fruit from my sister's house?" Lin Ji, Eat, eat, eat. All he knows is eating. Is he such a superficial person? Lin Ji's face was a little hot, but he still asked the rest of the question. "I want to ask, where did you find this plant that bears fruit in winter?" This matter related to livelihood and food is really a bit difficult to inquire. However, he had never seen the yellow fruit before. It might be another unknown green plant. Unknown mutant plants and animals are simply too attractive for an old researcher who has devoted his life to studying mutant plants and animals. Hu Xiao did not hide this and answered without hesitation. It was found in a mountain near the number 17 safety zone. Then, Hu Xiao told Lin Ji the simple and clear process of discovering this mutant plant. Lin Ji grabbed Hu Xiao's arm and said, "Is the probability that the fruit produced by that plant is edible really so high?" Hu Xiao nodded and replied affirmatively, "Indeed." He remembered that Zhuang Xiao said he would dig it up and plant it himself last time. So he added, "If you wanted to, when it gets warmer, Zhuang Xiao and I will bring you a few seedlings when we go. This will help the little girl find someone to farm." Lin Ji, a former academician who farms, Is there something wrong? When he heard Hu Xiao take the initiative to bring him back a known mutant species, Old Man Lin was afraid that Hu Xiao would regret it again. And he kept responding, "Yes. Yes. Of course I want it." Over the years, they have been committed to finding mutant plants that can adapt to high radiation environments and can be eaten by humans. It's not to say that there is no effect at all, but the effect is also very small. Now suddenly there is such a high probability of edible mutant plants. And the whole plant is like this. How can people not be ecstatic? He has always believed that all things are interdependent and mutually restraining. Since humans have not become extinct in such a harsh living environment, nature must have left humans a ray of hope. It's just that humans need to slowly explore and search for this ray of hope. When Hu Xiao and Lin Ji were talking, Zhang Lin saw that there was no room for him to interrupt. So he simply went to help Zhuang Xiao sort out the cut dancing grass branches. Zhuang Xiao, who was concentrating on cutting the hair of the dancing grass, naturally caught the content of the conversation between Hu Xiao and Lin Ji with her ability to do two things at once and her keen hearing. She had no objection to the promise made by Hu Xiao. After all, Hu Xiao had already told her about the difficulties of farming earlier. It was really too difficult. If she farmed alone, she would have to work until the end of time. After sending Zhang Lin and Lin Ji away, Hu Xiao and Zhuang Xiao returned to the yard. "Will this old man really come again in a while?" Zhuang Xiao asked uncertainly. She lost a lot today. She put in half a basin of big bones, several yellow fruits, and seeds of dancing grass. Hu Xiao replied, "Maybe it was just a polite remark." Zhuang Xiao hummed, "I hope so. Otherwise, she should go to the small hot spring early and bring back a few plants with yellow fruits to keep the old man busy." Chapter 432. The first day back in the shantytown was spent in busyness. The next morning, Zhuang Xiao lay on the bed and looked at the sunshine outside the window, feeling that this day was too comfortable. The bangs of dancing grass were really cut right, and the feeling of being in the sun was coming. The room was quiet, and so was the yard. Zhuang Xiao took the watch from the bedside and saw a message from Hu Xiao. "I'm out. I'll be back at noon." and breakfast is in the kitchen. After reading it, Zhuang Xiao threw the watch aside, hugged the quilt, and rolled on the bed again. Twice. 3 times get up. If you don't get up, you have to eat lunch. Safe zone. Is the registration time so early this year? Hu Xiao stopped what he was doing and turned to look at Yan Hu. Yan Hu carried a wooden board on his shoulder and said with a smile as he walked, "This year? It was 2 months earlier. And the age limit was also relaxed. When I took Yin Ming to register, there were so many people." Yan Hu put the wooden board on his shoulder against the wall, paused for a moment, and continued, "By the way, what is your cousin's shop going to sell? Didn't you say you were going to sell me before? Have you decided?" Hu Xiao hummed, still thinking about what Yan Hu said about the recruitment of the Safe Zone Guard team. And then heard Yan Hu say, "Is this year's ice enclosure about to start? Will you and your cousin go then?" Ice enclosure, as the name suggests, is to drive mutant animals to the ice surface and then round them up. There is a relatively large lake in the lower reaches of the river in the safe zone, half of which is in the safe zone, and half is in the blind zone. Every year after the extreme cold, the people in the safe zone will spontaneously form a temporary team to go there. This is one of the most popular hunting activities of the people in the year, especially for the mercenary team and the guard members. The reason is that compared with ordinary people, the members of the mercenary team and the guard team in the safe zone are obviously superior to ordinary people in terms of combat power and equipment. In addition to the ice enclosure, there are people who fish by cutting ice in the river section of the entire safe zone. Compared with the Baishui River in the number 6 safe zone, the depth and width of the river in their safe zone are incomparable, and the harvest is naturally very different. When Hu Xiao heard the word ice enclosure, he sighed unconsciously and said, "If your cousin knew, how could she not join in the fun?" Yan Ning couldn't help laughing and said, "That's true." Then the two began to talk about what happened yesterday. Yan Hu was in the safe zone at that time. Recently, he was able to go out. He would take Yan Ning out for training every day. He was much more informed than Hu Xiao. In this matter, your families will also contributed, Yan Hu said with a smile, and stretched out his hand to help Hu Xiao hold Yao Yao's falling wooden board. Hu Xiao glanced at Yan Hu. Yan Hu continued, "That group of people went out to pick up bargains and encountered a mutant snow owl. That's how it turned out." Yan Hu didn't even need to describe the process in between. Hu Xiao could imagine how miserable that group of people was at that time. They encountered raptors when they went out, and they were mutant raptors that could fly. This is really bad luck. What does that have to do with Huahua? Hu Xiao asked. But in his heart, he was thinking that his little girls, Huahua, would not go to patrol the territory again. The territory of the flame cat is getting bigger and bigger. No one can grab food from its bowl. It's very domineering. When the people on the ground and the birds in the sky were fighting fiercely, Huahua suddenly joined the battle, and the situation was reversed in an instant. And then the flame cat suppressed the mutant snow owl. These people took advantage of this time to escape. When Yan Hu thought of that scene, he felt it was quite funny. When they were on missions before, they also encountered mutant birds in the sky. That is much harder to deal with than the mutant animals on the ground, especially the raptors among the flying birds, which are big and fast. It is simply impossible to guard against them. What about Huahua? Hu Xiao was a little nervous. From yesterday to now, a day and a night have passed, and the flame cat has not come back. Judging from the size, the mutant snow owl and the flame cat are similar. It is really hard to say who will win or lose. Yan Hu said, "I don't know about this." When Huahua appeared, the group of people did not leave immediately, and they wanted to help. Later, they saw that the two big ones flew away while fighting. They could not help at all, so they had to return. Hearing Yan Hu say this, Hu Xiao became more worried. If the little girl asks about what happened yesterday when she returns home, let's not talk about it for the time being. Zhuang Xiao, Huahua's express delivery for today has been delivered. When you go out in the future, don't pick fights with people. No. Animals. Look at its size. Look at your size. Then look at its size. Are they about the same? Zhuang Xiao looked at the bald head of his flame cat and felt very distressed. However, she couldn't help but continue to mutter, "Besides, if we want to fight, we will only pick on the weak ones in the future. In this case, if we can't win, we can just run away. Can't you run away? Why do you have to fight to the death? Look at your head. How ugly." Zhuang Xiao didn't say the last two words, and swallowed them, because her Huahua rolled his eyes at her. Okay. She won't say it anymore. Won't say it anymore. It's just a little ball. No blood. It's good. It's good. Flame cat, brother. Is it the kind of cat that bullies the weak and fears the strong? And you pick on the weak? Zhuang Xiao was speechless about the flame cat that rolled its eyes at him. Looking up at the sky speechlessly, I saw the soft branches of the dancing grass dancing wildly in the air, as if silently laughing at the bald cat. Dancing grass, Ha ha, so funny. I really want to laugh out loud. Zhuang Xiao looked at the dancing grass, and then at the flame cat lying on the ground. What a sin! What kind of demons and monsters did she invite into the house? None of them are obedient. By the way, what time is it now? And Hu Xiao hasn't come back to cook yet. Let him take care of the flame cat and dancing grass at home in the future. I'm tired. The child is grown up, and it's hard to educate. Zhuang Xiao looked at the flame cat's rebellious appearance. Forget it. Go back to get the dagger and watch. I don't know if such a big piece of meat can be eaten. Ding. High radiation mutation. Not edible. Looking at the bright red blood stains that stained half of the body. Fortunately, at least half of the feathers can be plucked and used. What was worked was not in vain. When Hu Xiao drove back, he saw a pile of fiery red and a pile of snow white at the door of his house. A black head was looming in the snow white, and there were a few white feathers on the head. Shaking. When Zhuang Xiao heard the car sound, he didn't even raise his head, and concentrated on plucking the fur. The flame cat slowly turned around and looked at the path. Chapter 433. With just one glance, Hu Xiao almost turned the accelerator into a brake. The picture was so beautiful that he looked at it again and again. The head looked like it had moss. One piece after another, with no pattern at all. Didn't they say that the flame cat suppressed the mutant snow owl? Looking at Hua, it doesn't look like that. After Hu Xiao took a few glances at the new look of the flame cat, he silently turned his eyes away. It was really a bit unbearable to look directly at it. Hu Xiao parked the car, put his facial muscles in order one by one, and then got out of the car. Try not to meet the flame cat's eyes. He was afraid that he couldn't help laughing, and Hua would scratch him into a bald head. By then, the little girl will definitely dislike him. Hearing the footsteps approaching, Zhuang Xiao raised his head from a pile of feathers and said pitifully, I'm hungry. Plucking feathers is also a strenuous job. Hu Xiao bent down and picked up the feathers on the ground, saying, I go cook. After walking 2 steps, he paused and asked with concern, Hua, is it not injured? Zhuang Xiao buried his head in the feather pile again and said faintly, except for becoming smarter. Nothing happened. Hu Xiao, Why? The literal meaning is good news. So it seems that nothing will happen. After lunch, Hu Xiao sorted and classified the feathers that Zhuang Xiao had plucked in the morning, and sent them to Old Man Yu for sterilization and disinfection. The next time, he went to the safe zone. The down can be kept for use next winter, and the harder feathers can be made into feather fans or decorations at Zhuang Xiao request. Outside the yard, Zhuang Xiao was holding a colorful cloth in his hand and tying it on the flame cat's head. It was too ugly and eye-catching. It's better to cover it up. Otherwise, it will be too embarrassed to see anyone. The flame cat twisted its head back and forth, trying to get rid of Zhuang Xiao clutches. Under Zhuang Xiao's sweet words, the large piece of colorful cloth was wrapped around the flame cat's head, and Zhuang Xiao even tied a beautiful bow at the lower jaw. Cat grandma style. Fresh out of the oven. The flame cat squatted at home for 3 days without eating or drinking, just like a cat who was fasting to cultivate immortality. The dancing grass has performed well in the past few days. Received a reward, a highly radioactive mutant snow owl. With such abundant reserve food, the branch of the dancing grass has been like a convulsion recently, baring its teeth and claws every day. The flame cat's eyelids were not turned up, and it looked at the complacent dancing grass with a squint, without any intention of fighting. When the image is restored, it will not be too late to fight again. At the fork in the road, 7 sneaky people stood in the snow pile beside the road, pushing and shoving, and being humble to each other. But no one dared to really step into the path. One of the young men said, Brother Lu, how about you go in first? The man called Brother Lu pushed the sturdy man beside him and said, How about Lao Wang? You go first. The sturdy man waved his hands and said, No, I don't dare. You didn't see the fight between the green plant and the flame cat. I was there at the time. The fight was so intense. That mutant plant was so scary. Brother Lu said. You grown so big for nothing. The sturdy man immediately said. Brother Lu, you're the best. How about you go first? Seeing the two people fighting back and forth, spitting all over the sky. But the steps under their feet were firmly planted in the snow pile, without moving at all. Another boy said, Are you sure the flame cat is in there? If you can't see the flame cat, what's the point of giving way to each other? The boy who spoke first hurriedly replied, Yes. Yes. I heard from the residents nearby, and the guards, that the flame cat went in 2 days ago, and never came out again. The boy behind, Isn't there still night time? Can you guarantee that the flame cat won't go out at night? Just when several people were discussing how to go to the door, the guards patrolling nearby targeted these people. This is their third patrol. These people are still sneaking around here, and no one knows what they are doing. The leader who first bought the meat for the flame cat happened to be on duty at this time. When the leader came back from the fourth patrol, he saw this group of people still here. So he immediately stepped forward and scolded them. What are you doing here? It's freezing and snowy. Don't tell me you are here to pick up trash. Hearing this scolding, everyone shuddered and looked up at the person who was speaking. Seeing that it was the guards, everyone was relieved. The man called Brother Lu, who was obviously the leader of this group, stepped forward and smiled flatteringly. We are just discussing something here. We will leave immediately. We will leave immediately. The leader looked suspicious and scanned the 7 people in front of him one by one. The ages were uneven. The clothes were mixed. And there were people from both shanty towns and safe areas. Seeing the other party like this, he didn't say much. After all, no one above stipulated that they couldn't talk and discuss things again. It was still cold, and there were few people here. In the past, let alone 7 people, there were 700 or 800 people here. Brother Lu saw that the little leader was just looking at them like this, without saying anything, and his heart was in turmoil, thinking, why don't you tell the truth? At this moment, the little leader spoke. Okay, just look at the dancing grass, and discuss things, the little leader said disapprovingly. If it weren't for the fact that these people looked cunning and had sneaky eyes, he wouldn't have asked. Since the dancing grass became famous, the security situation in this area has improved a lot. Brother Lu was speechless for a moment. Well, the reason has been found by others. So just agree. So, several people said at once, yes. We are here to see the dancing grass. The young man saw that the leader was easy to talk to. So he stepped forward and asked, Is the flame cat here too? You still want to see the flame cat? The leader glanced at the young man and left without saying anything. How did he know if he was here? He just came here for his shift in the morning. He hasn't seen the flame cat for a long time. Okay. What's going on? Why did he leave? The young man looked at the people next to him. Everyone shook their heads. The sturdy man said, What should we do now? Several people stood at the fork in the road and chattered for a long time. And finally Brother Lu made the decision. That's it. It's okay as long as the intention is there. So, the 7 people tossed around at the fork in the road again, and then walked away, looking back every few steps. Dong Lin came again at the right time. The car stopped by the roadside. He loaded the things and jumped out of the car. People just turned into the fork in the road. There was a strange-looking wooden sign in the snow, with a line of words carved crookedly on it. In front of the sign, there were several bags scattered around. Zhang Lin bent down, opened a bag and looked at it, then looked at the words carved on the sign, and couldn't help laughing. Chapter 434. Sister, sister, look what I brought you. Zhang Lin started shouting when he was still far away from the gate. Suddenly, an extremely gorgeous thing stretched out from the side of the road. Frightened Zhang Lin, he immediately stopped running and waited for a closer look. Oh my god! Is this the flame cat? Zhuang Xiao heard Zhang Lin's voice. Her head was buzzing. Why did this boy come again? She put the feather in her hand on the table, put on her coat, and then went out. Outside the gate, Zhang Lin looked at the flowered bed sheet on the flame cat's head, and the muscles on his face kept twitching. Can't laugh. Can't laugh. He's killing me. Sister, come and save the child. I can't hold it back. Just when he was about to break the spell, a voice like the sound of nature sounded at the right time. Hua hua. Get out of the way. Zhang Lin tightened his hand holding the bag. and then let out a long breath. Who? The big head of the flame cat shrank back. Zhuang Xiao saw that the boy was carrying a lot of things in his hands. Not bad. Not bad. The meal was not in vain. This is a return gift. Sister. After calling sister, Zhang Lin took 2 steps at a time, panting, and ran past Zhuang Xiao into the yard. Zhuang Xiao rushed behind him and took a look at the flame cat, which was so beautiful. He slowly closed the door. After entering the yard, Zhang Lin slowed down his pace. Before entering the house, he called out obediently, "Brother Hua." Hua Xiao looked up, glanced at him, and said lightly, "Come in and sit down." Then he lowered his head and continued to work on his own things. "Hey." Zhang Lin happily responded and stepped into the house. Zhuang Xiao also came in from outside at this time, closed the door, hung his coat behind the door, sat back in his seat, and asked Zhang Lin, "What's the matter?" Zhang Lin put the things in his hand on the ground, then took out a wooden sign from one of the bags, and showed it to Zhuang Xiao with one hand. "Sister, look at this." While speaking, he pointed to the bag on the ground with his other hand and continued, "And these? They are all for Hua Hua." Zhuang Xiao looked at the dog-crawling words on the wooden sign, and then looked at the white feathers on the table. After a long silence, he said to Hua Xiao, "Someone has offered sacrifices to our Hua Hua." The back of the wooden sign was facing Hua Xiao, and he didn't see what was written on it. Zhang Lin turned the front of the wooden sign to Hua Xiao with great color. "Hua Xiao, eh? The fasting and cultivation of immortals these days has been very effective. There are incense." On the wooden sign was engraved, "Sincerely, with the blessing of Lord Flame Cat, please accept the small gift." Hua Xiao smiled slightly, and then said seriously, "It's not in vain to be bald." Zhang Lin, eh? What are these 2 people talking about? Zhang Lin has been dragged by old man Lin to help him grow dancing grass at home recently, so he is not so well informed for a while. So he doesn't understand what these 2 people are talking about. Zhang Lin looked around, and finally chose to ask his sister, "Sister, what are you talking about? Tell me too." Zhuang Xiao said blankly, "It means literally. Is there a story in it? How come she doesn't know?" Speaking of which, Hua Xiao really didn't have time to tell Zhuang Xiao about the battle between the flame cat and the mutant snow owl. She just thought Hua Hua was the same as usual, and this mutant snow owl was its prey. As for the content of the wooden sign, it is even simpler to understand. Her Hua Hua flies here and there in the safe zone every day, so it's not surprising to save a few people. For example, the mutant wolf incident was just like that. Therefore, I never thought that there was something else behind this mutant snow owl. Hua Xiao immediately thought of what Yin Hu had told him in the morning. In short, the 2 of them were talking to each other, but their understanding was not on the same line. Seeing that Zhang Lin and Zhuang Xiao were both looking at each other with their big, confused eyes, Hua Xiao coughed lightly and said, "I know about this." Then, Hua Xiao told the 2 of them the news he had heard from Yin Hu in the morning. To be brave, to help others, to be chivalrous, to help others when seeing injustice. All kinds of words are not enough to describe the bravery of my Hua Hua. I will buy it a new bed sheet tomorrow," Zhuang Xiao said with a smug expression and pride. Zhang Lin, eh? Forget it. Hua Xiao, eh? Forget it. Flame Cat, eh? Please let it go. Hua Xiao thought that since he had eaten a lot of meat provided by Flame Cat, he should say a few words for Hua Hua, so that Zhuang Xiao would not change its skin again. So, Hua Xiao advised, "I think Hua Hua likes the current bed sheet very much. Otherwise, you can ask Hua Hua if he wants to change it first. After all, you should be grateful to the person who helped you." Flame Cat, eh? This is called speaking for me. But the ball was kicked to me. If it could refuse, it wouldn't have this piece of cloth on its head now. Woo woo woo. All the ugliness in this life is here. After listening to Hua Xiao words, Zhuang Xiaoshan agreed that democracy is very important. She should ask the person concerned for his opinion. The person concerned, cat, eh? The result of democracy is on my head. After Zhang Lin knew the cause and effect, he couldn't help but praise Flame Cat. Such as Flame Cat is extraordinary and heroic. Flame Cat is a lucky star. Flame Cat is the rising star of the safe zone. After a bunch of rainbow farts came down, the red seeds of the dancing grass outside the window fell all over the ground. When he was dry-mouthed, Zhang Lin suddenly remembered the purpose of his trip. He was also here to offer sacrifices on behalf of others. Bah! He was also here to return gifts on behalf of others. seeing Wu Xiao and Zhuang Xiao busy talking. He should finish his work and go back quickly. Zhang Lin put the wooden sign on the ground, then took out a small red wooden box from his arms and handed it to Zhuang Xiao, saying, "Sister, this is what old man Lin asked me to bring to you. This is..." She had overlooked it just now. So it was this. "Is this gift too expensive? But I want it." After hesitating for a few seconds, Zhuang Xiao reached out and took the box, with an undisguised look of joy on her face. Zhang Lin couldn't help asking, "Sister, do you know what this is?" Zhuang Xiao hurriedly shook her head. How could she know? Besides, even if she knew, she couldn't tell you. Zhuang Xiao saw that the child was very curious, and said, "The things Grandpa Lin sent must be extraordinary. I will take a look after I burn incense and take a bath tonight." Zhang Lin, Okay. Forget it if you don't want to show it. The old man didn't let him see it either. Zhang Lin pouted and continued, "Sister, are you going to participate in the ice siege tomorrow?" Chapter 435. With her sister and the flame cat. Their temporary team is definitely the coolest when they go out. Wu Xiao, Sure enough. Even if he doesn't say it, this excitement always comes to his door automatically. Zhuang Xiao stuffed the box into his pocket and agreed. "I go." Zhang Lin immediately said, "Okay. I pick you and Brother Hu up tomorrow." Zhuang Xiao naturally responded to everything, and finally got to go out for a walk. After seeing Zhang Lin off, Zhuang Xiao came back, and saw the seeds of dancing grass scattered all over the ground, and shouted loudly, "Wu Xiao." The beautiful snake and scorpion was born. Wu Xiao stood up helplessly, went out, and saw the seeds of dancing grass scattered all over the ground, sighed and said, "Can we just say seeds next time?" Zhuang Xiao looked up and decisively refused. "No." Wu Xiao, Alright. As long as you are happy. Then do you know what ice is? Wu Xiao changed the subject and said. Zhuang Xiao replied nonchalantly, "I don't know." Then he asked, "Can't you go if you don't know?" Wu Xiao was choked by the girl's words and felt that his chest couldn't breathe. Was the girl going to piss him off today? However, he adjusted himself. Undoubtedly, picking up the child born by his vicious beauty is also a very stress-relieving job and can also make you feel better. When Wu Xiao remained silent, Zhuang Xiao spoke up instead, saying mysteriously, "Do you know what the old man who ate half a basin of meat and bones from our family gave me that day?" As she spoke, she took out the wooden box from her pocket and handed it to Wu Xiao, saying, "Open it and take a look." Wu Xiao placed the seeds in his hand in Zhuang Xiao's left palm and took the box from her right hand. The red wooden box is simple and elegant, and it still has a faint oily sheen. It looks like it should be a few years old. With a click, the lock opened. Wu Xiao opened the wooden cover. Looking at the things inside, Wu Xiao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, thinking of the little girl's expression of a big loss 2 days ago. Now it seems that the big bone is not a loss. Wu Xiao stretched out his hand to take out the bright energy stone from inside and put it on the watch. Ding! Energy stone level S. Energy value 43217. Wu Xiao wrist shook, and the energy stone fell from the watch to the ground and landed at Zhuang Xiao's feet. Zhuang Xiao's eyes sparkled, and she held the energy stone in her hand and admired it carefully. This, although she also had several S-level energy stones in her hand. The energy value was just over 10,000. Sure enough, her family background was too thin and her foundation was not enough. Wu Xiao was still a little dazed, and heard Zhuang Xiao say, "Wu Xiao, I think I have to get 10 or 8 mutant plants back from the small hot spring. Otherwise I will feel guilty. Last time they were delayed for so long in the small hot spring. The energy value consumed was not as good as this one. What's more, he came back after digging up the mutant plants." Wu Xiao hummed, and then took the energy stone from Zhuang Xiao's hand. He had to take a closer look. Such a precious energy stone. It was not something that a mortal like him could have. At night, this precious energy stone was hung around his neck. Wu Xiao, walk carefully. If you turn the right way, we won't have to go out tomorrow. Looking at Wu Xiao, who was struggling with his hands and feet, and whose brain and neck were about to separate, Zhuang Xiao felt that this surprise was too big. However, such a precious energy stone, it would not be safe to put it anywhere. Moreover, the energy stone could save lives when needed, and she felt that Brother Hu's luck was particularly needed. Letting them protect each other is a matter of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I just don't know if Brother Hu can still sleep tonight. After Hu Xiao responded to Zhuang Xiao's words, he walked out of the door with his hands and feet, stood in front of the flame cat, and then carefully took out the energy stone from his neck and shook it in front of the flame cat. In the night, the smile on that face is so eye-catching. Mine. Flame cat, eh. The next day, before dawn, Hu Xiao got up to prepare today's breakfast and the things he needed to take out. When everything was ready and the sky was bright, Hu Xiao called Zhuang Xiao to get up. When Zhuang Xiao came out of the bedroom with a messy hair, she saw a variety of breakfasts on the table, with a wide variety of colors, aromas and flavors. She looked up at Hu Xiao and said carefully, "Are you possessed by a ghost? Otherwise, how could today's breakfast be so to her liking?" Hu Xiao, eh? Zhuang Xiao picked up a piece of honey-pickled lotus root and took a bite. It was crisp, sweet and delicious. Wash first. Hu Xiao slapped Zhuang Xiao's hand that he stretched out for the second time. Zhuang Xiao, eh? Young man, you have to pay more attention to rest. The dark circles under his eyes looked like the yang energy was sucked away by a monster. Zhuang Xiao muttered to herself and returned to the bedroom, washing up in the bathroom at the back. Although the latter part of Zhuang Xiao's voice was very soft and vague, Hu Xiao still heard it. His yang qi was sucked by the monster? He was, well, almost. Zhuang Xiao was so satisfied with her breakfast that she was smiling until Zhang Lin knocked on the door. She was still in the mood to ask if he had eaten breakfast. "Have you had breakfast?" Zhuang Xiao asked Zhang Lin with a smile. "Zhang Lin, eh? My sister seems to be in a good mood today. Is she going to treat me to a meal?" But, before he answered, he heard Zhuang Xiao say again, "My family has eaten." "Zhang Lin, eh? Then you asked me just to say hello." Seeing Hu Xiao coming out with a backpack and weapons, Zhang Lin hurried forward to greet him. "Brother Hu, good morning." He took a few quick steps, approached Hu Xiao, and whispered, "What's wrong with my sister today?" Hu Xiao glanced at him and said lightly, "I'm full. I'm stuffed." "Zhang Lin, eh? Are you talking about him? Talking too much?" Zhang Lin felt bored and chased Zhuang Xiao again. Outside the door, Zhuang Xiao was tidying up the flowered bed sheet that was rubbed crooked by the flame cat. Such a beautiful bed sheet. It would take a talented person to tie it. After tying it, she nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Very heroic. The flame cat drooped his eyelids and said nothing. Is he going out today? How is this image related to heroic? However, thinking about the bald hair on his head, it's not unacceptable. Comparing the self-destructive image and the destroyed image, it thinks it's better for the little friend to bear the blame. This flowered bed sheet must be covered tightly today. The three people walked in front, and the flame cat followed behind with a droopy head. When the three people were exposed in front of the motorcade, the teenagers jumped out of their cars one after another. "Zhang Lin, where is the flame cat? Didn't you say that the flame cat would go with us? Where is it? Let me see. Let me see." Chapter 436. What is disillusionment? This is it. The rest of the people's unfinished words were stuck in their throats, and finally they swallowed them back. The flame cat's aesthetics are indeed extraordinary. The boys didn't know what expression to greet the appearance of the flame cat. The expressions on their faces were twisted and weird. So, the flame cat is better looking. Zhang Lin tried to hold back his laughter, but didn't dare to make a sound. The flame cat was right behind him. Zhuang Xiao didn't care. People always like to stare at good-looking people or things. Look! Look! Her Hua is the most handsome. Are these all your friends? Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but whisper to Zhang Lin. Among these boys, she seemed as if she looked around, but didn't see a familiar figure. However, this youthful and slightly childish voice belongs to the boys. Zhang Lin said, "Yeah. Yan Ning is busy with the assessment for joining the guard team. Xiang Su and Wan He are on a mission, so they can't come out to play." He also asked everyone his sister knew, but unfortunately, they all had their own things to do and couldn't spare the time. So, he and his sister are the closest in this group. It seemed like he laughed 300 times. After Zhang Lin finished talking to Zhuang Xiao, he introduced her to his friends. "This is my sister. You can call her sister," and he pointed at Hu Xiao and said, "This is Brother Hu, the leader of our temporary team." "Sister. Hello. Boss Hu. Hello. Zhuang Xiao, eh. Uh-huh. Hello. Brothers, so many energetic teenagers. It's really pleasing to the eye. Hu Xiao, eh. I still have work to do. Hello, everyone. Hello. Zhuang Xiao waved her little hand to greet everyone, and Hui Xiao nodded reservedly. Is it difficult to lead this team today? Think about Xiao Yan's previous mercenary team. And then look at the team in front of him, bald. Flame Cat, Don't worry. I'll lend you the flower bed sheet later. Okay. Okay. Go back to the car. We have to hurry. Zhang Lin saw that everyone was still staring at the Flame Cat. So he had to speak. These teenagers are all his good friends since childhood. Although not everyone listens to him. Who makes him have a powerful sister now. Zhang Lin now feels that his back is much straighter than before. Before everyone decided to come out, they all agreed that whatever Zhang Lin said was what they wanted. So, everyone will listen to Zhang Lin's words today. Hui Xiao, Zhuang Xiao and Zhang Lin were sitting in a car. And everyone got in the car. When the motorcade started, the Flame Cat soared into the sky. And the gorgeous sheets fluttered in the air like flags. Everyone in the car couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow! I must show off to my father when I get home." Me too. Me too. There were 7 cars in the motorcade, all of which were well equipped and fully prepared. Along the way, Zhang Lin never stopped talking, constantly introducing to Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao who the people were and what their families did. Zhuang Xiao was drowsy listening to him. However, she remembered one person. That is, Lin's grandson, Lin Xiangrong, who is 17 years old this year and is a rebellious and perverse teenager, who made the energy stone so dazzling. The light naturally shone on Lin Xiangrong. Hui Xiao listened very seriously, carefully wrote down the names and family backgrounds. And he had a bad feeling. Her little girl would probably be very busy in the future. Zhang Lin was talking so much that his mouth was dry. He looked back at Zhuang Xiao and saw that he was about to fall asleep. In order not to disturb Zhuang Xiao's sleep, he simply shut up. Anyway, he had said almost everything he needed to say. Looking at Brother Hui's expression, he should have remembered most of it. The car was shaking. And Hui Xiao also took advantage of Zhang Lin's silence to close his eyes. At nearly 10 o'clock, the car finally arrived at the destination. As soon as Zhuang Xiao got off the car, he was attracted by the world shrouded in red not far away. This area is really close to the high radiation area. They had entered the blind spot an hour ago. But Zhuang Xiao did not expect that the location of the lake was so close to the high radiation area. The rime in the dense forest was pure white and crystal clear, emitting a dazzling light under the refraction of sunlight. The jade trees were right in front of them, like a glass world, beautiful beyond words. The car could not move forward here, and they had to walk the rest of the way by themselves. Among them, in addition to the young men of the same age as Zhang Lin, there were also people arranged by the family to take care of them. The total number was no less than 30 people. There were as many as 12 young men, including Zhang Lin. The young man named Lin Xiangrong was curious about Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao because his father had secretly told his grandson at home that big bones were delicious. So he got together with Zhang Lin as soon as he got off the car. From time to time, he would sneak a peek at Zhuang Xiao. He was very curious about how delicious the big bones in this house were. That's why his grandfather couldn't forget it so much. Zhuang Xiao didn't notice anything about this. But Hui Xiao glanced at the boy coldly, and then looked away as if nothing had happened. Lin Xiangrong whispered to Zhang Lin, "Your sister looks so small. How did such a small one get the blue eyes of the Flame Cat? Is the Flame Cat blind?" As soon as Lin Xiangrong finished speaking, Zhuang Xiao paused and chased Hui Xiao. "Is it her fault that she is short? She has been eating the food of the wasteland for almost a year, and she hasn't mutated to be taller." Zhang Lin turned his head and glanced at Lin Xiangrong, but didn't say anything. Wait. His sister is invincible. There are quite a few people who have come to this dense forest recently, and the snow on the ground has been trampled down. When they first entered the dense forest in the snow, these young people were still chattering from time to time. But as they gradually went deeper, they all quieted down. After all, how dangerous the dense forest in the blind area is. These young people living in the wasteland are naive and know how powerful it is. "What are we looking for?" Zhuang Xiao asked Hui Xiao. Compared with looking for the traces of mutant animals, Zhuang Xiao felt that it might be more suitable for her to fight against mutant animals. Hui Xiao stood up and said, "Whatever you encounter is what it is." Zhuang Xiao's eyes bulged, and she looked at Hui Xiao in disbelief and said, Are you so irresponsible?" Hui Xiao looked at her expression and couldn't help laughing. Of course not. Are you kidding me? Zhuang Xiao was angry. When did this little brother Hua become so lively? She said. How could he be so casual? Even if we have Hua Hua by our side. We can't do this. Just look at Hua Hua's bald head. You know that Hua Hua is not invincible in the Wasteland. Chapter 437. Zhang Lin and Lin Xiangrong glanced at the two people in front of them. And then at each other. What is the relationship between your sister and brother Hua? Lin Xiangrong asked Zhang Lin in a low voice. Zhang Lin glanced at Lin Xiangrong, who looked like an idiot. Why didn't he realize that this man's brain was so bad before? No. He had to stay away from this man. Maybe stupidity could be contagious. Somehow, Lin Xiangrong felt that Zhang Lin's eyes were not right when he looked at him. And after looking at him a few times, he took 2 steps back. This man. Is he sick? Okay. I don't bother to pay attention to him. He turned around and went to find other friends. At this time, a young man who came with Lin Xiangrong shouted, Boss Hua, come and see if this is the footprint of the mutant snow rabbit. This young man was called Jiang Yi, and he had been in the mercenary team before, so he was not unfamiliar with Hua Xiao. After he withdrew from the mercenary team, he had been working as a guard at the Lin family. This time, it was arranged by Mr. Lin for him and Li to follow Lin Xiangrong together. Lin Xiangrong's trip this time, in Lin's words, is to let the children experience the hardships of the world, so that they don't have to act like a fool in the safe zone all day long. Hua Xiao heard Jiang Yi shout and walked over in 2 quick steps. For the purpose of learning, Zhuang Xiao also followed, and the teenagers did the same. But the people who followed to protect them remained vigilant and observed the situation around them. It's here. Jiang Yi pointed to a series of round marks on the ground and said, each mark is evenly round, with a sharp front end and a slightly rounded back end. In addition, because the snow is too thick, there are also scratches left on the snow during the body jumping. Hua Xiao squatted down, observed carefully for a while, and then nodded. It is indeed a mutant snow rabbit. Zhuang Xiao looked at the footprints on the ground that looked like a palm fan, and remembered the size of the litter of cubs he met when he first came to the Wasteland. This mutant snow rabbit should have a lot of meat. Hua Xiao almost bumped into the person behind him when he stood up, turned his head, and saw a circle of teenagers. So, he told the teenagers about the living habits and habits of mutant snow rabbits again, and then decided to find mutant wild rabbits to warm up. After walking for a while, their people found bark that was suspected to have been gnawed by mutant snow rabbits, and there were many human footprints on the road. The footprints of the mutant snow rabbit disappeared. Zhuang Xiao was disappointed. It disappeared so quickly. Just as Zhuang Xiao looked around, he unexpectedly saw, in the depths of the snow forest, that was a deer. As soon as he saw it, the animal that Zhuang Xiao thought was a mutant deer ran away nimbly. And there were more than one. Hua Xiao. Deer. Deer. Zhuang Xiao's voice trembled with excitement. What's the point of catching mutant snow rabbits? Isn't deer meat delicious? A tonic. As the animal ran, the rime on the tree fell down. Everyone noticed the movement and looked at the source of the sound. The mutant animal with only a gray-brown back is not a mutant deer. It's a group of mutant roe deer. Mutated roe deer are good. They are vegetarians. Before Hua Xiao could say anything, a group of teenagers roared twice and rushed in the direction where the mutant roe deer disappeared. Zhuang Xiao, who was caught in the middle, also ran. The rest of the people, today's work is not easy. After being stunned for only a few seconds, Hua Xiao quickly chased after him. Seeing that the leader of the day also followed, the rest of the people saw that they also followed. What else could they do? Run. Go find those little ancestors. And there are mutant roe deer in front, which is safer and more cost-effective than finding any mutant animals in this forest. The people following Hua Xiao were quickly divided into 2 groups by him. This place is very close to the big lake, and they have to find a way to drive this group of mutant roe deer to the lake. The dense forest was covered with thick snow, making it difficult for people to run. And even the mutant roe deer had a hard time running, especially since they were frightened. The route they were running on was no longer their usual route. The flame cat was still flying over their heads, following its little friend closely. The teenagers were running wildly in the forest without any rules, and the 2 teams on Hua Xiao's side shot with crossbows from time to time, trying to change the mutant roe deer's running route. At this time, Zhuang Xiao had already taken the lead and ran in front of these teenagers. The little figure ran in the snow like a fish in water. and she could even take time to look at Huishao and the others. After realizing their intentions, she began to cooperate with them. And she had to cooperate. If these mutant deer continued to run, they would enter a high radiation area. Until now, Zhuangxiao still thought that she was chasing deer, not the legendary stupid road deer. If she knew, she might not be so excited. From the perspective of American diet, venison is still 100 times better than road deer meat. The group of teenagers ran a little exhausted, but they didn't stop. Lin Xiangrong panted heavily, looking at the little sister Zhang Lin in front of him, thinking, with a small body, the wind resistance she encountered must be small? Otherwise, how could that sister run so fast? His lungs were about to burst. However, the young people's unwillingness to admit defeat made them persist. Run, must run, can't stop. It's too embarrassing to be inferior to a girl. Zhang Lin, not embarrassing. Not embarrassing. It's normal to be inferior. Can't everyone run slower? His legs were shaking so much that they could shake the snow off the trees next to him. But no one heard his voice. In order to prevent the mutant road deer from entering the high radiation area, Zhuangxiao ran with all her strength. She didn't dare to pass between the mutant road deer and Huishao and the others, but passed by the other side of the mutant road deer, intending to directly block the possibility of the mutant road deer going to the high radiation area. After crossing the mutant road deer's path, Zhuangxiao stood still and shouted, "Hua hua." She can't do it alone. She can't do it. In the chaos, Huishao didn't notice that the little girl had blocked the mutant road deer's path until he heard Zhuangxiao shout. Everyone, including the flame cat, heard Zhuangxiao roar in the forest. Even the mutant road deer running in the forest shuddered. This sound is really unpleasant. Zhuangxiao, I ate too much in the morning, and after this intense exercise, I want to vomit. What should I do? Accompanied by the crackling sound of broken branches, the flame cat wearing a flowered bed sheet swooped down. Go straight to the place where the little friend was. Zhuangxiao looked up and saw the huge body of the flame cat falling from the sky. After a plop sound, the flame cat landed in an extremely handsome posture. Then, when it turned its head to say hello to its little friend, it found that its little friend was gone, and there was only a little snowman looking up at the sky beside it. Chapter 438. The flame cat took 2 steps back with a guilty conscience, and turned his head away, not daring to look at the little snowman. 2 pairs of big eyes like copper bells looked fiercely at the mutant road deer running in the forest, thinking that this group of road deer could make the little friend calm down. But just as its front hooves jumped out, plop, the whole body of the flame cat fell into the snow pile. A pair of hands tightly held the long tail of the flame cat. The little snowman shook his head, and the face of his little friend was revealed. Looking at Zhuangxiao's slightly cold eyes, the flame cat buried his head, scratched the snow with his 2 front paws, and buried his noble head in the snow. Oh, what are you angry about? It's just snow on its body. It's okay for it to have snow on its head. Zhuangxiao, what is this guy doing? He came down to work, not for you to be cute. Zhuangxiao looked at the mutant road deer running closer and closer. Let go of what was tail. Step forward and dug out the flower head. Get up. Work. The flame cat heard the noise, and suddenly lifted its noble head from the snow. Zhuangxiao, who turned into a little snowman again, seeing that the flame cat was about to rush out again, Zhuangxiao reached out and pulled out its flower scarf, and shouted, "We stop it. Don't touch it. You are doing all the hunting work. What's the point of all these people coming to the dense forest? Today you are just an auxiliary NPC. Also, we are too strong. So don't scare the small animals on the opposite side too much. And be more tactful when you roar." As soon as Zhuangxiao finished saying this, the mutant road deer saw the flame cat lying in front of them. With a sudden stop, they turned around and ran towards the lake. Why did this ancestor come here? This ancestor has been famous in the dense forest recently. Many mutant animals in the forest are discussing whether to move after the spring. You can't beat him in a single fight, and this ancestor won't easily fight in a group fight. In short, today is really unlucky. Zhuangxiao couldn't hear these thoughts of the mutant road deer. I never expected that the mutant animals have reached the point where they run away when they see the fire in their house. However, fortunately, the result is good, and her venison obediently ran in the direction that Huishao and the others were chasing. She climbed onto the flame cat. If she didn't ride on a mount, she would be stupid. Moreover, She was also worried that Hua Hua would go crazy while running. In this way, the boy, Hua Xiao, and the flame cat each occupied one side, and the only exit was left to the mutant stupid roe deer. After the encirclement closed, the boys looked at the fiery red figure on the opposite side, and actually thought that the flower scarf was quite beautiful. Sure enough, temperament is still very important. In addition to blocking the mutant roe deer from approaching Zhuang Xiao, she also led the flame cat to tilt the mutant roe deer towards the boys. Slowly guide this group of people away from the high radiation area. After coming out of the dense forest, Zhuang Xiao sat on the flame cat and saw a few small black spots on the ice in the distance. Obviously, other teams were hunting prey on the ice. As soon as the mutant roe deer got on the ice, Zhuang Xiao jumped off the flame cat. On the ice, the mutant roe deer can slide 3 steps for every 1 step it runs. Hua Xiao and his group and the teenagers also rushed out of the dense forest. Do we need to chase it? This mutant roe deer may fall to death in a short time. The faster it runs, the heavier it will fall. Lin Xiangrong blinked his eyes and looked at the mutant roe deer struggling to escape. What? Mutated roe deer? What did you say? This is a mutant roe deer? Zhuang Xiao turned her head to look at Lin Xiangrong, and her heart was hit by 10,000 points of critical strike. Although this mutant deer is a little different from the one she saw in the park. It is a little ugly. But aren't they mutated and ugly? Why are they roe deer? Doesn't it look like a deer? The teenagers looked at their sister, who looked like 1,000 arrows piercing her heart. One of them was particularly reluctant, but said with absolute certainty, Sister, what we are chasing is not a deer, but a roe deer. So, she worked in vain. She was still thinking about eating roasted venison in the evening and enjoying the life of an ancient noble. Zhuang Xiao covered her chest, waved her hand and said, You guys go quickly. I take my time. With the flame cat following Zhuang Xiao, Hua Xiao was not worried about her safety. With a wave of his hand, the group of people rushed onto the ice. The shoes everyone wore today were specially made, and even walking on the ice was like walking on flat ground. If they delay any further, this group of mutant roe deer will become the target of others hunting. After running out 2 steps, Zhang Lin ran back. He should stay with his sister. He was too tired and couldn't run anymore. Seeing Zhang Lin turn around and go back, the rest of the teenagers also turned around and went back. Hua Xiao glanced at the group of teenagers, who ran back to find Zhuang Xiao, sighed helplessly, and said, Let's continue. Fortunately, the number of roe deer in this group is not large. Even if the teenagers do not join, the remaining people are enough to deal with it. The mood of others is similar. It is better for these ancestors not to come, so as not to cause trouble. Soon, Hua Xiao and others surrounded several mutant roe deer in an encirclement. The encirclement is not far from where Zhuang Xiao and others are, and they can clearly see the interaction between Hua Xiao and the mutant roe deer. A row of 12 teenagers, plus Zhuang Xiao and the flame cat sat on the snow, watching the competition on the ice. Come on, Brother Hua. Zhang Lin made a trumpet shape with his hands and shouted at the ice. The other teenagers followed. Come on, Jiang Yi. Come on, Brother Hua. Come on. After a while, the teenagers sitting on the ground were no longer satisfied with sitting and cheering. One by one, they stood up from the ground and swung their hats and scarves. The atmosphere suddenly became lively. Zhuang Xiao, So, boys, you are here to cheer today. I thought there was some kind of competition going on here today. Zhuang Xiao was the last one to slowly stand up from the ground. Since the atmosphere was already here, shouldn't she cheer for their brother Hua? Hua Xiao. Come on. Come on. Hua Xiao. A clear and loud female voice rang out on the empty ice surface. The boys suddenly fell silent and turned their heads to look at the girl jumping up and down in the snow, and the bright and colorful flowered bed sheet in the girl's hand dancing in the wind. Flame cat, I am too embarrassed to see anyone. The flame cat, who was watching the game with great interest, reacted when the headscarf left his head and a small breeze blew. Immediately, he hugged the big head that was still unseen with his 2 front paws. Chapter 439. Zhuang Xiao, who had just joined the cheerleading team, felt the surroundings quiet down and immediately stopped what she was doing. The gorgeous bed sheet slowly fell on the top of the flame cat's head. She turned her head to look in the direction of the teenagers and said, Why are you looking at me? Looking at the hunt. The teenagers answered in unison, and then looked at Hua Xiao and others on the ice. The flame cat felt her headscarf fall back, and her 2 claws loosened, and she pressed the headscarf firmly on her head again. This time, she couldn't let anyone take it away. Almost. It was so embarrassing. Zhuang Xiao squatted in the snow under the pull of the bed sheet. The eyes of the teenagers next to her turned to her, and the flame cat again. Zhuang Xiao, On the ice, the mutant roe deer in the encirclement kept running around, trying to find an escape route. Most of the people who followed Hui Xiao to hunt the mutant roe deer were young and middle-aged. At first, they were just hunting, but after hearing the cheers from the ancestors next to them, they became more competitive. If the mutant roe deer could run away like this, they would be ashamed. Therefore, they all performed very bravely. The cheers from the teenagers were so loud that even the temporary team that was still some distance away from them and hunting on the ice could hear the movement here. Some of them couldn't control their curiosity and looked over here distractedly. Immediately, the prey in the circle found a breakthrough, and there was another round of cursing and chaos. Zhuang Xiao, who lost the perfect tool for cheering, finally turned around to look at her Huahua, and couldn't help sighing in her heart. Her Huahua actually values face so much. Therefore, in order to preserve the tall and mighty image of their flame cat, Zhuang Xiao could only tie a beautiful bow on Huahua's head with a flowered bed sheet. If the bed sheet is not big enough, the bow can't be tied. Zhuang Xiao tied the knot deftly with both hands and couldn't help muttering. At this point, the flame cat squatted on the snow like a young wife, watching the battle on the ice. Then, he couldn't help but roar to the sky to cheer for his team. Flame cat, It can't shout to cheer, but it is good at roaring. A deafening roar sounded, and the teenagers near the flame cat felt their ears were tingling, and bursts of tinnitus and dizziness came. And during the tinnitus, Zhuang Xiao slapped the flame cat's head back into the snow pile. People, that's cheering. This is deadly. With this roar, both people and mutant animals on the ice were stunned on the spot. This is so scary. Hui Xiao was familiar with the roar of the fire cat beast, so he immediately realized that this was Huahua's roar. He first turned his head to look at the little girl who was sitting steadily at the edge of the dense forest, and then shouted, "Crossbow!" At this time, the panicked mutant roe deer were running more and more chaotically. At the moment the sound was made, 2 of them fell on the ice, knocked down, tripped, and fell. There was also a crossbow. A group of mutant roe deer, dead. Hui Xiao and the others, It seems that they didn't do anything. It just ended like this. Everyone was dizzy and dragged the mutant roe deer with broken legs and shot by crossbows to where Zhuang Xiao and the others were. How could it be so unreal? Although everyone thought that the hunt should end soon, it ended so quickly. The mood was stuck there. It was very uncomfortable. On the contrary, Hui Xiao had a calm face and was proud of it. When his little girl is around, finding energy stones is as easy as picking up broken stones by the river. This is too normal. Learn to accept all abnormalities and irrationalities calmly, so as not to hurt yourself. It's over so soon. Lin Xiangrong felt that he was still not satisfied. The power of the flame cat was indeed extraordinary. He didn't want to go back to the safe zone yet. It's still early. We can still fight another round. At this time, all the boys looked at the flame cat with starry eyes. However, the flame cat's head was still in the snow pile. Sorry to disturb your fun. I wish you a happy time next time. So, the boys turned their eyes to the girl Zhuang Xiao who dared to shake her fist at the flame cat's head. Her eyes were burning and eager. Zhuang Xiao pulled up the scarf on her face to cover her slightly hot face, and coaxed, "Do you want to eat venison?" Anyway, she wanted to eat it. Although the boys didn't understand why the topic turned to eating, they still remembered that Zhuang Xiao mistook a roe deer for a deer. Is this unwilling? She had to hunt the mutant deer, no matter what. At this moment, everyone has the same goal. One wants to eat, the other wants to hunt, and they have reached an agreement on this. Before Hui Xiao and others dragged the mutant roe deer to the edge of the dense forest, the cheerleaders had already decided on the next competition for Hui Xiao and others. The people dragging the prey were also asking about the flame cat. For example, where did this flame cat come from? What does it usually eat? How did it become so obedient? Questions like these. There is nothing that cannot be said about this. Moreover, Hui Xiao deliberately publicized what was accidental rescue deeds, and for a while everyone praised the flame cat to the sky and the earth. This mutant roe deer is quite fat. That one is still alive. After Wu Xiao and others came back, the teenagers surrounded them and told them about their plans. Wu Xiao, we agreed to listen to him. Others, The ancestors really made this arrangement very clear. Zhuang Xiao took a few steps forward, squeezed into the encirclement, and took a look at the mutant roe deer inside. Well, there are 2 energy stones. Can all this meat be eaten? Zhuang Xiao was still more concerned about what to eat, so she could eat some roe deer meat first. She hadn't eaten roe deer meat yet. In the wasteland, eat as much game as you can. As soon as this was said, the teenagers started testing at the same time. This one is okay. This one is okay. This one is okay too. After getting the information he wanted, Zhuang Xiao withdrew and found Wu Xiao and asked, "Is roe deer meat delicious?" Wu Xiao smiled and replied, "Delicious." Zhuang Xiao, Why is she so unbelievable? In Brother Hu's eyes, grass leaves are delicious. Zhuang Xiao grabbed Zhang Lin's collar and asked, "Is roe deer meat delicious?" Zhang Lin, who was dragged out of the group, said casually, "It's okay." Wu Xiao, Are his words so unreliable? Chapter 440. Among the 3 inedible mutant roe deer, one was alive, and the other 2 were half dead. They were dragged to the front of the flame cat by the teenagers. The flame cat wore a flowered headscarf and had big eyes like copper bells. It tried to show a kind look and grinned. They are all sensible reserve food. Remember to offer it. The teenagers tightened their hands on the mutant roe deer, and their expressions suddenly became extremely stiff. Why? It's so scary. Hua, I'm smiling at you. Why don't you say hello? Zhuang Xiao looked at the stupid teenagers. The teenagers, You don't have to grin. Just smile. Just smile. Lin Xiangrong took 2 tentative steps forward, revealing 8 Snow White, still slightly trembling teeth, and said, Hua, Mr. Flame Cat. Good. The flame cat tilted its head. Well, this reserve food is good. It's white and tender. I have to take care of it in the future. Don't let other beasts eat it. After staring for 3 seconds, the flame cat meowed and scratched the boy's head with a big claw. That's what friends do. Expressing goodwill. It can do this too. With a bang, Lin Xiangrong fell in the snow. Flame cat, The force is too strong. How can it be weaker than his friend? Zhuang Xiao didn't expect that his own Hua could do such a trick. He was stunned for a moment. The same was true for everyone. And Lin Xiangrong, who fell in the snow, laughed foolishly, and laughed like a lunatic. Just ask, who of you can be touched by the flame cat? He can. However, there are quite a few teenagers who have a bit of a second-year syndrome. Seeing that the flame cat is so friendly, they all rush forward in a hurry, wanting to say hello to the flame cat and let it touch their heads. Let me show you. The boys suddenly changed their style, and the young men were speechless and envious. In the end, just go ahead if you are envious. After a while, in Zhuang Xiao's opinion, the scene had turned into a game of flame cat poking a tumbler. Does anyone still remember what they came for today? The game is over. Flame Cat changed from Flame Cat Master to Flame Cat Big Brother, and successfully replaced Wu Xiao position as the leader of the temporary team. Zhuang Xiao looked at the people who laughed like idiots, quietly approached Wu Xiao and said, "Are the people in our safe zone a little abnormal?" Hearing Zhuang Xiao's words, Wu Xiao slowly turned his head, looked at the girl's extremely serious expression, and said lightly, "Now, it's a little abnormal. Before, it was still quite normal." Seeing Wu Xiao agree with what he said, Zhuang Xiao was surprised and said, "How can you say that about people in your own safe zone?" Wu Xiao, Didn't you say it first? Zhuang Xiao, My sentence was a question. Yours was an affirmative sentence. How can they be the same? Wu Xiao, I was speechless. Just as the villains in Zhuang Xiao and Wu Xiao hearts were arguing with each other, the fire cat's hair touching and topple down activities also ended. In the end, the fire cat politely declined the teenager's confession. At least at the moment, this group of abnormal people thought so. After making so much noise for so long, lunch still needs to be eaten. But if they really eat roe deer meat as Zhuang Xiao expected, it will take too much time, which will hinder the hunting plan in the afternoon. So, the group peeled the skin of the mutant roe deer that could not be eaten, touched the energy stone, and tied up the 3 edible mutant roe deer. Someone would be arranged to take them back to the car later. Lunch was solved casually. When they set out again, Zhuang Xiao sat on the flame cat and flew into the air. It was too slow to find the traces of the mutant deer on the snow in the dense forest. Zhuang Xiao thought it would be faster to find it in the sky. After all, it was winter now, and there was no lush leaves to block it. It was still easy to find it with her eyesight. If she found it in the high radiation area, she would ask Huohuo to blast the mutant deer out for her. This ice competition is quite interesting. As soon as the flame cat and Zhuang Xiao left, Hui Xiao led everyone to find traces of mutant animals in the dense forest. During the period, 2 mutant snow rabbits were found. The mutant snow rabbits were relatively small in size, and were killed on the spot by everyone. The 2 mutant snow rabbits were neither edible nor had energy stones. But their snow-white fur was worth a lot of points. They were stripped off in a few seconds and placed in a special bag. The special bag could effectively block the spill of blood and prevent them from being targeted by other large carnivorous mutant animals because of their fresh fur. At this time, Zhuang Xiao and the flame cat circled back to the ice. Looking down at the entire lake from above, you can see several groups of people hunting mutant animals on the ice. The people here are all experienced, and no group of people has crossed the high radiation area above the lake. On the ice, besides the white snow, many places were also covered with blood after the fight between people and mutant animals. When the flame cat flew at low altitude, many people saw the fiery red figure in the air. Some people were scratched by the mutant animals because they were distracted for a while. The flame cat flew on the ice for less than a quarter of an hour and then left. It was too much of a hindrance for everyone to concentrate on hunting. After leaving the ice, the flame cat plunged into the high radiation area. Now Zhuang Xiao always carries a lot of energy stones with her when she goes out. She is not worried about any special symptoms. And since entering the high radiation area, she has also taken a few bird nests. That's right. She didn't find many energy stones. Since seeing the precious energy stones sent by Old Man Lin, Zhuang Xiao has looked down on these stones with low energy values. But throwing them away is definitely not the way to go. Even in the safe zone, the radiation value is not low. She and Hui Xiao can carry these energy stones with low energy values every day to keep healthy in the future. Besides, Huohuo also likes energy stones. She has to give her Huohuo some snacks when she has nothing to do. In the dense forest, Hui Xiao and his group found the trace of the mutant deer that Zhuang Xiao had been thinking about. At this time, all of them were getting closer and closer to the high radiation area. They were almost walking along the border line. If the grass and trees were lush, Hui Xiao might be able to slightly distinguish the abnormalities between the areas. But now, the grass and trees are withered and covered with silver, and there is no way to distinguish them at all. A quarter of an hour later, the group followed the mark of the mutant deer and entered the high radiation area. Those who came out all had some family background. For such a blind spot mission, they would carry at least one energy stone with them, just in case. Therefore, they did not notice anything unusual for a while. However, before they realized that they had entered the high radiation area, the group noticed that the mutant deer's running tracks seemed to be messed up. Moreover, they soon discovered. Chapter 441. In the messy traces on the snow. In addition to the hoof prints of the mutant deer, there are also traces of several mutant animals. And judging from the distribution of the traces on the snow, this mutant deer is obviously the target of hunting. Hui Xiao stood up, looked at the traces that disappeared in the depths of the dense forest, and said in a deep voice, "It's not safe ahead. Retreat. Let's change direction." The mutant animals that appeared in front of them could not be dealt with by these people at all. Besides, the flame cat was not there. With this group of teenagers, it would be easy to be wiped out. After hearing Hui Xiao order, everyone had no objection. The group of people who had just entered the high radiation area not long ago left this dangerous area without knowing it. At this time, Zhuang Xiao, squatting in the fork of a big tree, was watching a unique hunting. The flame cat was circling back and forth above her head, ready to come down to pick up her friends at any time. The snow-white ground was stained with blood, and the battle was in full swing. A group of mutant animals of different species are besieging a group of mutant Sika deer. This time, Zhuang Xiao is sure that she is absolutely not wrong. The one with spots on its body is definitely a Sika deer. Among the group of animals of different species, Zhuang Xiao carefully identified them. There were wolves, tigers, leopards, and one that looked a bit like a wolf, but was much smaller than a wild wolf. For a moment, Zhuang Xiao couldn't tell what species it was. Wolf, tiger, leopard, Zhuang Xiao murmured in his mouth, repeating it over and over again. Could it be jackals? Tigers and leopards? It's just that the jackals, tigers and leopards below are quite united. And the targets of the siege are all the mutant deer in the encirclement. Her cute Sika deer. A little miserable. Although the two sides are evenly matched in number, they are far apart in combat power. In this siege, the mutant deer didn't even hold on for half an hour. And all of them died. The snow-white earth is bright red. The original alliance relationship instantly fell apart. And no one was willing to let go of the prey in their mouths. A gluttonous feast for the victors began. Zhuang Xiao sighed deeply. There was no hope for her venison. But after these guys finished eating, she could go down to pick up some leeks. There were still a few energy stones on those deer. As for the victors' alliance, there were some on them. However, she did not intend to let her Huahua take risks. After all, the problem of baldness has not been solved yet. And the last time she fought with the mutant wild wolf pack, she lost a lot of beautiful feathers. What if the jackals, tigers and leopards took a fancy to her beautiful Huahua and formed an alliance again? That would not be beautiful. Zhuang Xiao looked at the time. It's over. She has been hanging outside for almost an hour. I don't know how Wei Xiao and the others are doing. She took another look at the eating situation below. It won't be over for a while. So she'd better go and see Wei Xiao and the others first. Zhuang Xiao waved at the flame cat in the sky. The flame cat descended from the sky and grabbed the tree trunk with its two claws. Zhuang Xiao stood up and climbed onto the flame cat's back along the trembling branches. After sitting firmly, Zhuang Xiao patted Huahua's head and said, "Go find Wei Xiao." In the blink of an eye, the red figure left this bloody place. Compared to Zhuang Xiao sitting on the tree branch and watching the fight between the mutant animals leisurely, Wei Xiao and his 20 or 30 people were a bit miserable. 20 or 30 people were besieged by 20 or 30 mutant wild boars. The wild boars with rough skin and thick flesh were like those small hills. Ordinary crossbows could not hurt them at all. But bullets were still useful. Unlike the mutant road deer before, they had to form a circle to drive them onto the ice. The mutant wild boars now were chasing after them. 20 or 30 mutant wild boars, like small peaks, ran in the dense forest. The ground was shaking, and the snow and icicles on the trees kept falling down. It is very dangerous to drop ice cones from high altitude. No one in this group has been hit by the ice cones so far, which is a blessing in disguise. Everyone tried their best to run towards the lake. Brother Zhonglin. Brother Zhonglin. I can't run anymore. Lin Xiangrong ran with tears falling. Don't laugh. He was crying in the wind. Really? Zhonglin didn't even look at him. And shouted loudly, "Then you wait to feed the pigs." Lin Xiangrong, Woo woo. Jiang Yi led the way, and the teenagers followed Jiang Yi. Wei Xiao and others ran behind, trying to slow down the mutant wild boar's running speed. The crossbow arrows had been used up, and at this time, there were continuous gunshots in the forest. What is the meaning of misfortunes never come singly? Lin Xiangrong now understood, and he fell down. Woo woo. He's in so much pain. He's so miserable. Where's Huahua? Come and save him. Xiangrong. Xiangrong. How are you? A young man running behind him saw Lin Xiangrong fall down, and hurriedly stopped to help him up. Lin Xiangrong was lying on the ground, a little dazed, but the sound of the ground shaking reminded him that they were running for their lives. If they didn't run, they would be trampled into a pulp by the mutant wild boars. He glanced at the mutant wild boars that were getting closer and closer. Looking at the big tree next to him again. He couldn't run anymore. He would sign up for the guard team training when he got back. This was too miserable. He shook off the boy who was trying to pull him to run, and endured the pain. And he began to climb the tree. Don't worry about me. Just keep running. I climbed the tree. He can't run, but he can climb trees. He's going to wait for the flame cat on the tree. The boy who was thrown away, he didn't want to run anymore. He was going to be exhausted. So, in a few breaths, the two boys made a decision. They were going to climb the tree. The people in front were still running, and the boys behind saw the two people running up the tree, running with their legs, and looking around for thick trees that could be climbed. After a while, the surrounding trees were full of people. Wei Xiao and the others, who were at the end of the pack, breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the young men in front of them had climbed up the trees. The rest of you, run separately, Xiao shouted. And then, they turned a corner. Amid the rumbling sound of the mutant wild boars running, the shouts of the people seemed particularly weak. However, even if the ears couldn't hear clearly, the eyes were not blind. Now the young men didn't have to worry. And the people behind them all scattered. The mutant wild boars also scattered in an instant. Jiang Yi and Zhang Lin, who were leading the pack in front, were still running desperately, with sparks flying from their feet, which could be called one horse away from the dust. Now, there was only one mutant wild boar left behind them, and it was still persistent against them. And those who had people on the trees each got a mutant wild boar. Chapter 442. In the end, except for Jiang Yi and Zhang Lin, everyone under the tree of Xiao group got 1 or 2 mutant wild boars. Brother Jiang, is the sound behind quieter? Zhang Lin's ears were filled with whistling wind, and when he spoke, the cold wind rushed into his mouth. Jiang Yi also realized that something was wrong behind him at this moment. The deafening running sound disappeared, and the gunshots were also less. He couldn't help but look back. Where were the people? He'd brake suddenly, and the person ran forward 2 steps with inertia, and then stopped. Zhang Lin rushed out in a flash, and the person passed Jiang Yi. Then Jiang Yi's voice came from behind, "Don't run. Don't run. There's nothing behind you." Hearing Jiang Yi's voice, Zhang Lin braked too hard, and the person fell forward, rolling on the ground for several circles before he barely stopped. Then, the person got up from the ground with a grunt. In the dense forest, only he and Jiang Yi were left. Where are they? Why are they all gone? Zhang Lin ran to Jiang Yi and asked. Not far away came the sound of mutant wild boars hitting the tree trunk, one after another. Jiang Yi replied uncertainly, maybe they climbed up the tree. Otherwise, why would the mutant wild boar hit the tree for no reason? The tree that Lin Xiangrong chose was taller and taller. At this time, he had climbed to the center of the trunk and was quite a distance away from the mutant wild boar below. Even under the repeated hits of the mutant wild boar, the giant tree he was on remained motionless and stable. So, he simply found a thick branch and sat on it. He also looked at the surrounding trees by the way. The boy who stopped to help Lin Xiangrong was more miserable. The tree he chose was not thick enough. Every time the mutant wild boar hit him, the tree he was on shook back and forth. Wu Zhe, hold on tight, if you fall down, you will have to feed the pigs. Lin Xiangrong laughed and teased. Although the tree Wu Zhe chose was not as thick as his own, it was impossible for the mutant wild boar to break it. As long as Wu Zhe held on tightly, there would be no problem. It just looked thrilling now. Wu Zhe almost cried. The feeling of swinging on the swing was really not very pleasant. Lin Xiangrong, shut up. Wu Zhe roared. Is there any sympathy left? When Lin Xiangrong fell just now, he stopped to help. Okay. I shut up. Let's wait for Sister Zhuang Xiao to come back together. After that, Lin Xiangrong shouted to the sky, Brother Flame Cat, come! Help me! Several teenagers nearby heard Lin Xiangrong's roar, and they also shouted to the sky. And the forest was noisy for a moment. Mutant wild boars hit mutant wild boars, and the teenagers shouted to themselves. Looking down at the ground from the air, Zhuang Xiao felt that his body suddenly fell backwards, and he almost fell off the flame cat. Hua, can you let me know before you speed up? This is too scary. She almost fell. It seems that she still needs to wear a seat belt in the future. Save your life when necessary. After flying for a few more minutes, Zhuang Xiao knew the reason why the flame cat suddenly accelerated. The calls from people in the dense forest sounded familiar. They were from their temporary team, with sparks and lightning all the way. The flame cat flew over Hui Xiao and his group. Sister, I'm riding the flame cat to save you. Zhuang Xiao responded loudly. There was still a half sentence in her heart that she didn't dare to shout out. Sister, it's the peerless hero. Ha ha. After circling in the air for a while, she chose the first target. Hui Xiao. Hearing the voice, Hui Xiao looked up at the sky, and saw a fiery red figure covered with a flowered bed sheet emitting a faint soft light, falling from the sky. Flame cat, this is a filter. Soft light? This cat doesn't need it. He Li, who was on the same tree with Hui Xiao, waved to the sky and shouted, Hua. Those who swayed with the trees suddenly felt that they were fine again. Just sway on the tree. Anyway, you won't be able to experience this thrilling and exciting feeling later. Zhang Lin and Jiang Yi, who were hiding in the distance, listened to the surprised voices of the crowd and looked up at the sky. It was the flame cat who came back. The flame cat looked at the group of mutant wild boars below. Well, there is dinner tonight. It's quite a lot. It's no problem to eat a full belly. The flame cat threw Zhuang Xiao on its body directly to the trunk where Hui Xiao was. And it went straight to the mutant wild boar below. This one is just right. Young and tender. It's just right to take advantage of the fact that they are scattered everywhere now. As soon as Zhuang Xiaojiang stood firmly on the tree branch, Hui jumped down from the tree. His huge body made the branches below crackle. Zhuang Xiao shouted loudly, Hui, what are you doing? However, the flame cat went to ask for its dinner without even turning back. When the mutant wild boar was beaten to the ground, Zhuang Xiao realized that it was because she had watched other mutant animals fight for a long time and wanted to try it herself. So, she stopped caring about the flame cat below and turned to ask Hui Xiao, why did you encounter so many mutant wild boars? Hui Xiao supported her waist and let her stand steadily, and then said, I thought it was a small tribe. I didn't expect. Before Hui Xiao finished speaking, Healy interrupted, I didn't expect there was another group on the hillside. When we made a noise here, I don't know why the mutant wild boars on the hillside also swarmed over. And the group on the opposite side was larger. Then, we were chased by the two tribes below all the way. What can they do with the mutant wild boars that don't play by the rules? If you can't beat them, just run. Well, in the end, everyone couldn't run anymore. So they all chose to climb trees. Hui Xiao continued. Zhuang Xiao said, Oh, I just saw 2 or 3 more lying on the snow. Did you kill them? Hui Xiao nodded. It took a lot of crossbows and bullets. The flame cats below were playing a game of destroying each one. And they were having a lot of fun. Soon, the mutant wild boars noticed something unusual. And they smelled the blood of their own kind. This place is dangerous. Since the flame cats first picked the young mutant wild boars, the mutant mother wild boar, who had lost her child, didn't care about the danger. After discovering that her cubs were killed, she rushed towards the flame cats. But the flame cat was not stupid. It had wings. So what was it afraid of? After a while, the flame cats and the mutant wild boars were fighting together. The teenagers who had already settled down were excited again. They looked at the ground with bright eyes. This trip was really worth it. Chapter 443. In the dense forest, the mutant wild boars were running rampant. The flame cats were jumping up and down. And the teenagers were dancing with joy. For a while, the atmosphere was very joyful. For the first time, Zhuang Xiao saw them fighting against so many mutant beasts at the same time. In addition to excitement, he was also worried. A master can be defeated by a random punch. And 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands. Even the evil tiger is afraid of a pack of wolves. Especially when Zhuang Xiao saw the flying red feathers of the flame cat. He was even more frightened and grabbed Hui Xiao's arm tightly. Hui Xiao frowned slightly and looked down at Zhuang Xiao's hand. It's obviously not a big hand. But this hand's strength really hit. Ah! A cry of surprise sounded. Hui Xiao's sight immediately turned to the battlefield below. The tall trees in the dense forest did limit the flying movements of the flame cat. A few mutant wild boars were seen around the flame cat, humming and digging their hooves, as if they would rush towards the flame cat in the center of the field together at a command. Seeing this situation, Zhuang Xiao immediately set up a crossbow and shot at the eye socket of the largest mutant wild boar. At this time, how could he let his Hui fight alone? Before the mutant wild boar launched an attack, the crossbow in Zhuang Xiao's hand whizzed straight into the black eyeball of the mutant wild boar. Ah! A scream. The eyeball shattered. The crossbow sank into the head of the mutant wild boar. In an instant, the situation changed. The mutant wild boar hit by Zhuang Xiao began to run rampant in the dense forest, regardless of friend or foe. For a while, the wailing of the mutant wild boar resounded through the dense forest. When everyone saw Zhuang Xiao take action, their desire to watch the fun also subsided. Let the flame cat fight alone and fight side by side with the flame cat. Then naturally they would choose the latter. Didn't you see that Zhuang Xiao had taken action? Moreover, now the flame cat has attracted all the combat power in front. And they can only make up for the knife and make a sneak attack in the tree. If they can't do this, it would seem that they are too useless. Now, the dense forest and snowy land turned into a big melee. In addition to dealing with a powerful enemy, the flame cat, the mutant wild boars also had to guard against the cold arrows that flew by from time to time. There were actually a few crossbow arrows among these teenagers that were good at accuracy. And they all aimed at the eyes of the mutant wild boars. And they actually let them shoot a few arrows. Zhang Lin and Jiang, who were hiding not far away, saw that the mutant wild boars were in chaos. And a blind one was running towards them. The two of them hurriedly avoided it. Jiang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "Let's climb the tree too. These mutant wild boars are completely indiscriminate attacks." That is, as he said this, Jiang looked to his side. Where are the people? Zhang Lin was climbing up the tree with a grunt. Zhang Lin was on the tree, watching the mutant wild boar that was roaring towards them, running all the way to the lake. Just when it was about to rush out of the dense forest, its head banged and hit a tree with a diameter of about 1 meter in front of it. The whole pig somersaulted on the spot and fell to the ground with a bang. "It's really a bull pig. It knocked itself unconscious," Jiang murmured. "It might be dead." Compared with the previous simple watching others fight with mutant animals, this kind of activity of personally participating in the killing of mutant wild boars made them even more excited. The flame cat was a little suspicious of the cat's rebirth. It was the first time it had fought with others in a group. It was still quite interesting. "That's it. Those with poor crossbow arrows. Can you please stop shooting randomly? It's easy to accidentally hurt. Easy to accidentally hurt. Easy to accidentally hurt. In fact, it can't be blamed on their poor accuracy. It was really too chaotic down there. Especially the injured mutant boars were really running around, occasionally hitting trees with people. If the mutant boars started, and the trees they encountered were too close or too far away, they would shake when accelerating. Especially the tree where Wuze was, which was swaying for a few times. The crossbow on him was of no use at all. There was no way. He couldn't free his hands. If he didn't hold the tree trunk with both hands, he felt that he might fall down, being trampled into a pulp by the mutant boars. For the flame cat, this melee scene was quite interesting. But it also limited its performance to some extent. There were so many brains on the tree, and each brain had different ideas. There was no organization or discipline at all. After the flame cat killed another mutant boar, it didn't plan to play anymore. Anyway, the mutant boars it killed were enough for today's meal. Therefore, the flame cat wanted to spread its wings, climb the tree, and watch the fun. The wings spread out, and the 4 claws left the ground. A crossbow arrow came from nowhere, and actually hit the flower scarf of the flame cat. Before the flame cat could say what a close call from his heart, he felt a chill on his scalp. "It's over." The flowered bed sheet flew up from the flame cat's head and slowly fell to the ground. The flame cat flew up to the sky and rushed straight into the sky without hesitation. Healy looked at the crossbow in his hand, and then looked at the flame cat in the sky. He really didn't mean it. He seemed to have seen something incredible just now. Would he be silenced? Instantly, sadness flowed like a river, especially when he saw the extremely sympathetic eyes of Zhuangxiao and Huixiao. Healy felt that the sky had fallen. Zhuangxiao, this person? Huixiao, is this person shooting at the mutant wild boar? Or at their Huahua? Flame cat, you guys can play by yourselves. I have to go home first. Yes. I'm sorry. Healy's palms were sweating, and he stammered. I didn't mean it. After saying this, Zhuangxiao felt that the young man seemed to be crying. Zhuangxiao looked at the flowered bed sheet that was so dirty that it couldn't get any dirtier after being stepped on by the mutant wild boar, and said, "Did you see it?" Healy nodded pitifully. Zhuangxiao remained silent. His Huahua was too proud. What should he do? Seeing Zhuangxiao's silence, Healy wanted to cry even more. "Boss Hua." Healy immediately looked at Huixiao for help. What should he do? Huixiao, Don't ask him. He can't make the decision. And usually, the little girl is the one who coaxes the cat. Sister. Healy turned to Zhuangxiao again. Zhuangxiao, you are 2 years older than my brother Hua. And you call me sister? Finally, Zhuangxiao really didn't want to see the tough guy cry. So he asked tentatively, how about this? You buy my Huahua a new flowery bed sheet? After saying that, he added, flowery. The more flowery the better. The brighter the better. Huahua doesn't like it too plain. Flame cat, Plain. Loki bed sheet. Chapter 444. After hearing Zhuangxiao request, Healy wanted to tap his head on the ground. By Buy. Must buy. He will go buy it tomorrow and send it to Flame Cat. If there is any mistake, he will have to compensate everything, which will make him even more worried, thinking that from now on, the bed sheet on Master Flame Cat's head is bought by himself. It is quite glorious. Instantly he was alive again. The incident happened too suddenly, and Flame Cat walked too fast, and no one noticed the situation here at all. So, Flame Cat is really lucky to have only lost one person today. And he was lucky to get a flowered bed sheet. After the attack of Flame Cat in the first half of the mutant wild boars were directly damaged in the battle. And then half of them were lost after the melee. And there were also suicide knocks and deaths, which reduced a lot. There are only a few wild boars still standing on the snow. Even so, after the last mutant wild boar fell down, more than an hour had passed. Rather than saying that the mutant wild boar was shot by the people on the tree, it would be better to say that it was dragged to death by the people sitting on the tree from all directions. Anyway, no matter what, the result is always good. Everyone waited on the tree for more than half an hour, until they confirmed that the mutant wild boar below was indeed unable to fight. And then they got down from the tree. "Where is Hua?" A young man couldn't help asking. "Healy, Zhuang Xiao replied, "After work. We went home and let us take dinner back." Everyone, Understand? Understand? How can you work without getting paid and not being allowed to eat? Everyone expressed understanding. Soon, everyone's attention returned to the mutant wild boars scattered in the dense forest. There were so many mutant wild boars, but only 4 or 5 were edible, and their car couldn't get back. Healy, Jiang, you two go back to the convoy and ask someone to drive the car to the nearby ice surface. Also, go to the nearby area to find someone willing to take the job of moving, Wu Xiao said in a deep voice. Not every temporary team that came to the ice enclosure could hunt enough prey. It is even possible that there were some that got nothing. I think there should be someone willing to take this job. After receiving their tasks, Healy and Jiang took 4 people away and left. It takes time to go back and forth from the convoy to the vicinity. It also takes time to find someone. It will take a lot of time to drag the mutant wild boar out of the dense forest. There is no time to waste. While Wu Xiao was arranging work for these people, Zhuang Xiao had already gone to look for the mutant wild boars that Hua had killed. Hey, the energy stones on those mutant deer. I go and see them when I have time. I don't know if Hua's claws are blessed. Many of the energy stones on these mutant wild boars are concentrated under Hua's claws. It would be best if the mutant wild boars were highly radioactive and inedible, so that she could drag them all away. The remaining people were also divided into groups of 3 by Wu Xiao to look for the dead mutant wild boars nearby. After Wu Xiao explained the matter, he went to find Zhuang Xiao. At this time, Zhuang Xiao held a dagger and stabbed it into the eyes of the mutant wild boar, and liquid dripped onto the watch. Ding! Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. Wu Xiao, This is a good luck. Zhuang Xiao, No. I want a highly radiation mutation. Inedible. What's wrong? Why do you look so bitter and resentful? Wu Xiao asked, very surprised by Zhuang Xiao's performance. How can this be an edible mutant wild boar? Why does the person look so wilted? Zhuang Xiao stood up and pointed at another mutant wild boar and said, Wu Xiao, you come to test this one. Their brother Hua's luck has always been better than hers. Okay. Although Wu Xiao also knew that his luck was average, since Zhuang Xiao had assigned him the job, he would do it. 10 seconds later. Ding. Highly radiation mutation. Inedible. Wu Xiao, holding a dagger in his hand, was in a bad mood instantly. And Zhuang Xiao, who was dragging the mutant wild boar with one hand, was in a good mood instantly. Look! His brother Hua is still awesome. Afterwards, Zhuang Xiao's movements of dragging the mutant wild boar accelerated. After throwing the annoying wild boar cub on the ground, he pulled Wu Xiao to the next mutant wild boar death site. Wu Xiao looked at Zhuang Xiao's glittering eyes, and was a little confused. What was going on? Before he could come up with 1, 2, 3, or 4 reasons, 2 people stood in front of a mutant wild boar. This mutant wild boar died a bit tragically. The intestines were all out. Zhuang Xiao squatted down and dug out the glittering thing in the intestines, rolled it a few times on the snow, wiped his hands, and put it in his bag. With Wu Xiao here, there is at least an 80% chance that this mutant wild boar is inedible. which will definitely be Huahua's dinner. She put away the energy stone in advance, without any burden at all. People traveling with her will never steal Huahua's dinner. Xiao once again witnessed Zhuang Xiao's skill in accurately touching the energy stone. In this regard, he said, "Girl, can't we hide this special skill a little? He is not a very smart person, but he is not a fool." "Okay. What are you doing?" "Work." Zhuang Xiao pushed Xiao and said. Xiao hesitated for a while, and slowly said, "Well, let's touch the energy stone slowly in the future?" Zhuang Xiao tilted his head and looked at Xiao and smiled. "What are you laughing at?" Xiao had no idea what was so funny about what he said, and it was inexplicable. "It's just you and me now, and you still want me to perform a gold panning show for you?" Even after hearing such an impolite remark, Xiao still smiled and said, "No need." Seeing that he understood, Zhuang Xiao hurriedly urged, "Hurry up and test. We have to rush to a crime scene." Muttering, "This idiot must have thought of himself as an idiot." Xiao didn't hear what Zhuang Xiao muttered, and immediately squatted down and stained a little of the blood of the mutant wild boar in front of him on his watch. Ding. Highly radioactive mutation. Inedible. Go. Go. Next one. Zhuang Xiao said impatiently, when the third highly radioactive and inedible mutant wild boar came, and then looked at the little girl's happy expression. Xiao instantly understood. What Zhuang Xiao wanted was a highly radioactive mutant wild boar, and the probability of him detecting inedible food was much higher than Zhuang Xiao. So can his luck still be used like this? Chapter 445. Zhuang Xiao found a total of 13 mutant wild boars that were obviously killed by the flame cat. After Xiao midnight touch, they successfully obtained 9 highly radioactive mutant wild boars. Among the disemboweled wild boars, 2 contained energy stones. After a simple cleaning with snow, Zhuang Xiao directly put them into his bag. Among the others, there were 3 energy stones stored in the stomachs of the mutant wild boars. The inspection was very easy, and the work was done in a short while. Wu Zhe, have you counted them clearly? How many mutant wild boars are there in total? Lin Xiangrong. Don't talk. Being interrupted by Lin Xiangrong, Wu Zhe's brain short-circuited for a moment. Where did I count just now? 17. Or 18? Someone replied, 17? Another person immediately retorted, 18. After this battle, this dense forest area was full of dragged dark bloodstains and scattered wild boar viscera. Now, when each of them is piled together like a mountain of mutant wild boars, the smell is so sour. The smell of blood, feces, and the unique smell of wild boars mixed together, which can be said to be stinking. But the teenagers were completely unaware of it, and they were all devoted to counting the harvest today. Zhuang Xiao found a place upwind and at the wind outlet, climbed up the tree, and listened quietly to the discussion of the people below. After several arguments and rebuttals, the number of these mutant wild boars was finally determined. There were a total of 27 mutant wild boars, 12 of which met the edible standards. In addition to the 13 mutant wild boars killed by the flame cat alone, there were actually 8 edible mutant wild boars among the remaining mutant wild boars. Today's harvest can be said to be rich. Moreover, there are also mutant roe deer captured in the morning. This trip really made the teenagers feel very comfortable from body to mind. After all, who can complain about having too many prey? Before Jiang Yi and Healy came back, the boys had even discussed how to distribute them. Except for the mutant boar that Flame Cat shot dead, 2 of the 14 mutant boars, edible and inedible, were given to Flame Cat, Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao. The rest of them were distributing them. Except for the boys, most of the people who came with them were doing their jobs, and Zhuang Xiao didn't care how they divided them. Anyway, as long as what was meat was in place, it would be fine. In addition, Zhuang Xiao also got an edible mutant roe deer. The inedible mutant boars on the boys' side were skinned and tendons were removed on the spot, and the usable parts such as wild boar skin were taken away, and the rest were left in the forest. Huahua their family had 11 highly radioactive mutant boars alone, and Zhuang Xiao directly decided to kill 5 of them without energy stones on the spot, and they would not take them back. There was too much meat, and Huahua froze before he could finish it. With their Huahua being so picky about food, he will definitely not eat it again. A mutant snow owl was buried under the dancing grass 2 days ago. If I take it back, I have to spend points. I think I'd better forget it. The work of skinning the wild boar was done by the people brought by the teenagers. But Zhuang Xiao gave the wild boar skin to the teenagers as a souvenir. When Jiang Yi and Healy came back, the skinning work was still going on. There were 30 or 40 people following them. Before they got close to this place, these people smelled a strong smell of blood, thinking that there must be prey. However, when they really saw the prey in front of them, they were still shocked. These people were encountered by Jiang Yi and Healy on the way back. After asking, they found out that they had nothing to gain, and they also had a car, which completely met their recruitment needs. Originally, these people were a little discouraged because they had nothing to gain. Among them, there was a temporary team, all of whom were from the shantytowns. They were more depressed than the others. Their car was rented, and they had to pay for the car when they didn't catch any prey. Unexpectedly, they could make some extra money before going back. How could they not be happy? So, these people followed Jiang Yi and his convoy. It was not until it got dark that everyone put all the prey in place. The group went to the safe area in a mighty manner. Everyone was nervous when they were on the road with so many prey. Now they were still in the blind spot. The convoy carried so many prey, and the bloody smell was strong. They were very worried that mutant animals that came out to forage at night would attack them. If they met them during the day, perhaps everyone would be quite happy. After all, didn't everyone go out today to find traces of mutant animals? But it was night now. Fighting mutant animals at night. Humans really had no advantage at all. Did you hear any screams? Zhuang Xiao approached Hu Xiao and asked quietly. In her impression, some animals like to hide during the day and come out at night. And there are quite a few such species. Hu Xiao hummed, and then comforted, it's okay. We will soon enter the safe zone. Even though Hu Xiao said so, Zhuang Xiao was quite nervous. The cry was really too shrill and creepy, and it sounded very much like the sound of birds. It was safer to have Hua Hua with her when she was traveling at night. Hua Hua, is your dinner still on the way? Why don't you come out to pick it up? Who can see the bald hair on your head at night? At this time, the flame cat that Zhuang Xiao missed was flying on the way to the blind spot. Hungry. Go back to find its food. What time is it? And those humans haven't come back yet? After approaching the safe zone, the road conditions have improved a lot, and the speed of the car has increased. In another half an hour, we can enter the main road. On another small road leading to the main road ahead, 2 cars were also speeding, and a gray-black mutant bird was hovering above the cars. One person asked, is the mutant bird still above us? Another person nodded, yes. I don't know what happened to the people in the car behind. They haven't caught up yet. There was a moment of silence in the car. Then a metal scratching sound was heard. Be careful. The mutant bird is on the roof. The mutant bird stood on the roof, and its sharp claws scratched the top of the car from time to time. The scratching metal scratching sound made people's scalps numb. Chapter 446. The car in front noticed something strange behind, and immediately leaned out to shoot the mutant bird on the car behind. Unfortunately, the mutant bird only stayed on the roof for a moment before taking off again and rushing into the dark night sky. Under the bright moon, a black shadow hovered in the air, making a sharp and piercing cry. After hovering for a while, it swooped down again. Old Hu, here we go again. Meng Qingyang shouted loudly to Hu Qianli in the car in front. This time, the mutant bird attacked the car in front. Hu Qianli had already noticed that the mutant bird was flying towards their car, and his head immediately retracted into the car. The 2 claws of the mutant bird were sharp enough to twist his head off, but there was still a little sense of security in the car. The mutant bird did not catch anyone, and its 2 sharp claws scratched the glass window, shattering it instantly. Hu Qianli was so scared that he suddenly shrank inside. Fuck. I'm scared to death. After the mutant bird flew past the car window, it turned sharply again and flew into the sky. As soon as the mutant bird left the car window, Hu Qianli aimed the gun at the mutant bird again. After a bang, in the night sky, 3 or 2 feathers fell quietly. Missed. What's the situation with this mutant bird? Why did it target us? Xiang Su in the car asked Hu Qianli. Originally, they had a smooth day. Seeing that the road to the mining area was clearing, they didn't know why the mutant bird targeted them on the return trip. Hu Qianli stared at the mutant bird in the sky without blinking, and said without turning his head, maybe we cut down the big tree where the mutant bird built its nest during the day. They cut down countless trees that day, dug out a lot of bird nests, and got a few energy stones. It's possible that there is a nest of this mutant bird in it. Hearing Hu Qianli's half-hearted answer, Xiangsu actually felt that it made sense. Just when he was about to say something, he heard Hu Qinli speak again. Xiangsu felt the car body sway, as if it was about to fall. Meng Qingyang, who was behind, was so frightened that he didn't dare to shoot the bullet with the gun in his hand, for fear that the bullet would miss the target and the mutant bird would hit the person instead. The mutant bird came down and just stabbed with one claw, not wanting to fight. It left immediately. After the car drove out more than 10 meters in this tilted posture, it finally stabilized the car body. Xiangsu's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Wei Sheng and Meng Qingyang behind them said inwardly at the same time, it was a close call. The distance between the two cars was not far. If the car in front had just overturned, they might not have been able to brake the car in time. At that time, I dare not think about it. Wei Sheng asked, are we going to enter the safe zone soon? After entering the safe zone, I wonder if we can meet the flame cat from their cousin's house. Meng Qingyang replied while observing the movement of the mutant bird. It's almost there. We will be safe soon after entering the main road ahead. After entering the safe zone, they can contact the mercenary team to deal with it together. As long as they enter the safe zone, their car can temporarily circle around the outer periphery of the safe zone, or even abandon the car and hide in the snow temporarily. Maybe they can avoid the disaster. Now they are in the blind spot, and it is too unsafe to get off the car, Wei Sheng said worriedly. Captain, sure. They don't know what's going on. Yi Qing, who was worried about by Wei Sheng, and the 4 people in their team were hiding in the overturned car at this time. Yi Qing sighed. I don't know what happened to the people in the future team. Wang Zhong huddled in the corner of the car and said, Captain, sure. You have time to worry about them. Why not worry about our current situation first? We are still in the blind spot now. The safety of this car is only temporary. If we are not rescued by the second half of the night, we must go out to light a fire to keep warm. Otherwise we will freeze to death in the car. If we don't go out now, the cold is still bearable. And once the fire is lit, it may attract the attention of mutant animals. Smaller mutant animals may be afraid of their small fire, but large mutant animals are not afraid. Qin Yan said, if I had known earlier, I would not have learned from those people in the future team to dig out bird nests. Yi Qing glanced at Qin Yan and said, do you think you are worthy of the energy stone in your arms when you say this? Seeing his captain say this, Qin Yan couldn't help but touch his chest and laugh dryly twice. Yi Qing was furious when he saw him like that. Stupid. However, we still need to dig out this bird's nest more often in the future. It's not more cost-effective than fighting the mutant animals directly. Then, he thought of the mutant bird today. Well, this bird's nest doesn't seem to be so easy to dig out. Now they are being chased by the mutant bird. Another shrill cry sounded. This time, Zhuang Xiao and his group all heard it. They tilted their heads and looked out the window. Zhang Lin said, Sister, it's a mutant bird. Although the distance was still very far, Zhang Lin was very sure that the bird flying in the air must be very large. After watching for a while, Zhuang Xiao wondered, what is this mutant bird doing? Flying up and down, back and forth. Lin Xiangrong had half closed his eyes, and when he heard the voice, he opened his eyes. What mutant bird? Let me see. As he said that, he pushed Zhang Lin to the side and looked out through the small glass window. Indeed, there was a strange mutant bird. Maybe there is a convoy under the mutant bird? Zhang Lin said. He remembered that they seemed to be clearing the route to the mining area. Zhuang Xiao turned his head to look at Zhang Lin and asked, there is a convoy. Are they from our safe zone? Zhang Lin said, it's almost certain. Lin Xiangrong interrupted. I don't know which unlucky mercenary team member provoked such a big mutant thunderbird. The fact that there is a mining area in that direction is no longer a secret in the inner city of the safe zone. When he talked about it at home, he also heard a few of them. So, it was the same as Zhang Lin's thought. There is a convoy under the mutant bird, and it must be a convoy of the mercenary team. Suddenly, Zhuang Xiao thought of a very serious problem and asked Wu Xiao beside her, the main road we are going to enter later will not be the same as the people over there. Right? If they take the same road, what will happen to Huahua's rations? Their car is full of meat. Mutated wild boar meat. Mutant roe deer meat. And 60 or 70 human flesh. Wu Xiao didn't say anything. Just looked at Zhuang Xiao like that. Okay. I understand. Fate will make the meat. Chapter 447. Although the road ahead is dangerous, the current road is not absolutely safe either. In any case, It is better for them to reach safety as soon as possible. The mutant bird flapped its wings and flew up and down in the air like a sharp arrow. The two convoys, which were far apart, were approaching each other at a very fast speed. At the same time, the figure of the mutant bird was getting bigger and bigger in everyone's sight. Suddenly, Xiangsu shouted, "There is a car on the next road." While saying this, Xiangsu did not dare to slow down his driving. Who let them be chased by the mutant bird now? However, in order to avoid a car crash, Xiangsu honked the car horn. The sharp and piercing car horns and the occasional gunshots made the people on Zhuangxiao's side immediately nervous. After all, now, the mutant birds seemed to be flying over their own convoy. But Zhuangxiao convoy slowly stopped before entering the main road. The long line of cars was only 100 meters away from the main road entrance. Everyone looked at the mutant bird in the night sky with vigilance, ready to deal with a possible attack at any time. However, two cars in front of the road drove past at a high speed and entered the main road. The mutant bird followed closely behind, without any covetousness of the mutant wild boar meat on their side. John Lin said nervously, "Let's go later. Or go up and save people now." After all, the car that passed by was obviously from the mercenary team. Although the car flashed by, who can guarantee whether the people in the car are their acquaintances? Everyone in the car understood the unfinished meaning of John Lin's words, but no one spoke for a while. Shortly after entering the main road, the car where Meng Qingyang was overturned by the mutant bird. Only the car where Hu Qianli and Xiangsu were in was left in front, and they were still desperately rushing to the safe zone. Hu Qianli looked back at the overturned car of Meng Qingyang and his friends, and wondered what happened to the people inside. A gust of wind blew, and the mutant bird instantly only had their car left to attack. Hu Qianli said angrily, "Isn't it just a bird's nest? Is it necessary to pursue it so relentlessly? It has overturned two of their cars, and it still won't stop. And it seems that this mutant bird only wants to overturn their car, and doesn't care about the people in the car." Xiangsu looked at the rearview mirror. This time, the mutant bird attacked him. Xiangsu adjusted the steering wheel and moved the car closer to the left side of the lane. There was a dense forest on the left. Even though the grass and trees were not lush in winter, the branches of the trees and shrubs were still there, which could slow down the mutant bird's attack. Sure enough, because the mutant bird was too large, it could not land at the height of the vehicle and could not attack the car from the side. So, the mutant bird decisively spread its wings and flew high into the sky to find a new direction of attack. Seeing that this method was effective, Xiangsu's car kept driving close to the left side of the road, which made Hu Qianli, who was sitting on the right passenger seat, suffer. The mutant bird would occasionally attack the right side of the car. Now, let alone attacking actively, he would not have time to dodge. The glass of the car window had already broken when the mutant bird flew down sideways. Its claws reached into the car window several times, almost scratching his face, that he thought was extraordinary and heroic. Seeing that the situation on Hu Qianli's side was not optimistic, Xiangsu turned the steering wheel and immediately drove the car close to the edge of the right side of the road. In the end, neither of the two people in the car thought about actively attacking the mutant bird. One was observing the flight path of the mutant bird in the passenger seat, and the other was responsible for driving the car, swinging left and right on the road. The mutant bird went left. The car went left. And the mutant bird went right. The car went right. A straight road leading to the safe zone was driven by Xiangsu like a winding mountain road. Not to mention the mutant bird in the air. Even Xiangsu and Hu Qianli in the car were dizzy and felt like vomiting because of the swaying car. The second car overturned by the mutant bird. That is the group of Meng Qingyang and Wei Sheng. At this time, two people have climbed out of the car. They are slightly worse off than the four people of the mandrill. Wei Sheng has a broken leg. Wei Sheng looked at the mutant bird still rising and falling in the distance, and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that Lao Hu and Xiangsu can hold on for so long." He dared not move his legs now, and his forehead and back were in so much pain that he sweated a lot. Meng Qingyang checked Wei Sheng's fracture wound, took out the weapons of the two people from the car and handed them to Wei Sheng, and then went to the car to find equipment to fix Wei Sheng's bones. After finding the things, Meng Qingyang helped Wei Sheng fix his bones while saying, "I hope they can reach the safe zone smoothly." Looking at the sweat on Wei Sheng's forehead, Meng Qingyang said to divert Wei Sheng's attention, "There should be a lot of cars on the way to the big lake." Wei Sheng tightly grasped the weapon in his hand, endured the pain, and gritted his teeth and said, "Indeed, I saw the headlights over there when I crossed the fork in the road. However, it may be afraid of being implicated by me, so it did not enter the main road. I think it should still be on the road over there." Meng Qingyang glanced at the direction of the mutant bird, which was already far away. Meng Qingyang said, "It will probably come out soon." As soon as the voice fell, Meng Qingyang and Wei Sheng heard the sound of the car starting over there at the same time, and the two looked at each other. There is salvation. After leaving the safe area, the flame cat went straight to the place where the mutant wild boar was hunted in the afternoon. After circling in the sky for a while, no trace of Zhuang Xiao was found. So, it turned around again and began to fly along the route that the convoy entered the lake this morning. "There are people in front," he shouted. The people in the car all stuck their heads out and looked at the front of the vehicle. Zhuang Xiao looked at the two people in front of him, and suddenly turned his head to look at Hu Xiao. "It seems to be someone we know." Although he didn't see the face, Zhuang Xiao had an inexplicable sense of familiarity from the movements and figure of the person standing there. As Zhuang Xiao finished speaking, Hu Xiao also saw the person in front, who was waving to stop the car. "It's Meng Qingyang." The lights of the car shone into Meng Qingyang's eyes, and he subconsciously closed his eyes. And then a familiar female voice, like heavenly sound, came into his ears. It's my cousin." The car slowly stopped beside Meng Qingyang. Meng Qingyang almost cried with joy when he saw the girl sticking her head out. He ran to the car window in 3 or 2 steps, and said with tears and snot, "Cousin, you are finally here." Zhuang Xiao, isn't this a coincidence? They didn't want it. Chapter 448. Zhuang Xiao asked, "Is the mutant bird chasing you?" Meng Qingyang nodded and said, "Yes. It should still be chasing Hu Qianli and Xiang Su's car now." Hu Xiao opened the car door and jumped out of the car, except for Jiang Yi, who was driving. Several people in the car got out of the car. The others in the back didn't know what happened in front, and they all leaned out to look. Several teenagers sitting in the car behind, who were particularly curious, also got out of the car. After a while, Wei Sheng, who was half lying on the ground, was surrounded by everyone. Meng Qingyang followed behind Zhuang Xiao and reported their work today and the mutant bird in a clear manner. He even explained the reasons for the mutant bird's pursuit of them. Zhuang Xiao hugged her hat and scarf tightly, leaving only a pair of eyes outside. She glanced at Meng Qingyang behind her and was very speechless. Why do all of them love to dig up other people's nests? "Cousin, you must save Lao Hu and the others." Meng Qingyang stared at the girl in front of him with a pair of clear and innocent eyes. Zhuang Xiao said speechlessly, "Go find Hu Xiao." After that, she ran past Meng Qingyang and ran towards Hu Xiao. If Hua Hua is not here, this kind of work should be handed over to Brother Hua. She can't do it. At this time, Hu Xiao had already checked Wei Sheng's situation, and said to Meng Qingyang, who was still clinging to Zhuang Xiao, "First lift Wei Sheng into the car. You guys go back to the safe zone with us first. As for the car, wait until the foreign aid arrives before dealing with it." Meng Qingyang hurriedly replied, Okay. This is finally less suffering. But, did you forget to say something? Mandrill, We are still freezing outside. Hu Xiao called a few people to come and carry Wei Sheng to their car. After seeing it, he asked Meng Qingyang about the mutant bird again. Meng Qingyang, who had already reported the whole thing, followed what he had said to Zhuang Xiao before and gave a recitation-like answer. After saying that, Meng Qingyang couldn't help asking, "Should we go slower now? Otherwise, we might be targeted by the mutant bird." After all, he had heard about it. Just the convoy of Zhuang Xiao and his team. That's a lot of meat. And no one can guarantee that the mutant bird won't attack these cars. Hu Xiao ignored him, but walked to the side of the cars behind and explained something one by one. Zhuang Xiao had good hearing and heard everything. So he said to Lin Xiangrong and Zhang Lin, who were sitting in the car, "Why don't you two go to the car behind?" "Wait a minute. They are going to chase Hu Qianli's car." Zhang Lin said, "Are you going to chase the car in front?" Zhang Lin already knew that the people in the car in front were the future team. As the former captain of the future team, it was not surprising that Hu Xiao and his team would go to rescue them. Therefore, Zhang Lin was very sure that Zhuang Xiao's intention of asking them to go to the car behind was to get rid of them. But, is he someone who can be easily thrown off? After all, he was once a member of the Dark Knight mercenary team. I can't say that his strength is very strong. But it's okay. Anyway, He thinks he's okay. Besides, what can happen if he follows his sister? With such mysterious confidence, Zhang Lin said he would not leave. When Lin Xiangrong saw that Zhang Lin did not get out of the car, his butt was also stuck to the seat. Zhang Lin did not get out. So why should he get out? Otherwise, he would look too cowardly. As for He, who was driving, he said he would go too. No one was going. So if he didn't go, it didn't seem appropriate. Seeing that no one was listening, Zhuang Xiao didn't bother to care anymore. So he just let Hu Xiao take care of it himself. However, after Hu Xiao came back, he only asked one question. And seeing that no one got out of the car, he directly said to He, "Let's go." For the people in the convoy behind, Hu Xiao only told the person in charge of driving to slow down. This was also to prevent the young men in the car behind from being like Zhang Lin and Lin Xiangrong, who were so brave that they had to follow Zhuang Xiao. Zhuang Xiao, she didn't want to go. But she had no choice. Who made the relationship so bad now? Ground to air? This one is a bit difficult to fight. Ah, I miss what was. Wings. With wings, maybe she can experience the feeling of walking a mutant bird in the air. The car accelerated. The cars behind were swaying slowly. Soon, Zhuang Xiao and his car disappeared from their sight. Compared with the speed of the car, the speed of the flame cat gliding in the air was much faster. After leaving the lake, the flame cat soon saw the long convoy on the ground. And then it swooped down and flew towards the convoy. After landing on all four paws, it ran along the side of the car, looking inside the car from time to time, sniffing and looking for its lost friend. It's a flame cat. It's a flame cat. I finally saw a flame cat up close. It's so big. So beautiful. Although the people in Zhuang Xiao temporary team were surprised, they were much calmer than the people they had asked to help transport the mutant wild boar. After all, they were all people who had fought side by side with the flame cat. How could they be so ignorant and shouting? After circling the convoy twice, the flame cat spread its wings and flew away again. A teenager said, "Why did it leave?" Wu Zhe said, "It must have gone to find Sister Zhuang Xiao." Healy drove the car and looked at the flame cat going away, and felt a little relieved. After all, the car in front was chasing the mutant bird in front. If the flame cat joined, they would probably have nothing to do. Moreover, they are now very close to the safety zone. The flame cat has been hovering here for so long, so there is no need to worry about the safety of their team. Zhuang Xiao and his car can now see the traces of the mutant bird since entering the safety zone. Xiang Su and Hu Qianli can no longer take S-bends like before. There are basically no tall trees on both sides of most roads in the safety zone. It is impossible to avoid the attack of the mutant bird by the previous method. Ming Qingyang looked at the mutant bird flying over the safety zone and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Lao Hu and Xiang Su are really persistent. From the flying posture of the mutant bird, you can guess that the two people's cars are still running normally. Brother Hu, the car is running out of gas. Xiang Su looked at the oil gauge on the indicator panel. Hu Qianli heard Xiang Su's words, took a look at the oil level and said, "Let's get off the car after finding a place with cover." Chapter 449. When Zhuang Xiao and his group were about to reach the boundary of the safe zone, the flame cat also caught up. With a bang, the car shook. Just when Zhuang Xiao and his group saw another flying mutant animal in the car, the meow of the flame cat came from the roof. "Sister, Hua is here. We don't have to be afraid now," Zhang Lin said excitedly, leaning out of the car window at the same time. And the young boy Lin Xiangrong also followed Zhang Lin's example and wanted to take a look at the flame cat on the roof. However, before the two people's heads were poked out, Zhuang Xiao grabbed each other's clothes with one hand, pulled the two people back, and sat down again. Zhuang Xiao said with a warning, "No one is allowed to stick their heads out. The mutant bird is still flying in the sky. How dangerous it is. When the time comes, if Hua and the mutant bird really fight, he won't be able to take care of your two heads. In fact, the most important thing is that she has to consider the face of their Hua. That head should not be viewed closely. The night can at least cover up a little bit. And it's good to keep the hazy beauty." Zhang Lin and Lin Xiangrong sat back in their seats embarrassedly. Yes, they can't help much, nor can they make trouble. At this time, the flame cat half lying on the roof of the car also saw the mutant bird above the safe zone, and narrowed its eyes slightly. When it saw the mutant bird swooping down, Its fiery red hair exploded. This is flying so recklessly in its airspace is fine. And it also wants to rob its reserve food on its territory. Isn't it too disrespectful? Jiang Yi only felt that the car was lighter. And a black shadow rushed in front of the car. The spread wings almost blocked all the views of the road ahead. Are you going to find the mutant bird? Is it? Is it? Lin Xiangrong shook Zhang Lin's arm. And was so excited that he almost jumped up from the seat. Zhang Lin's head was shaken by Lin Xiangrong. And he rolled his eyes lightly and said unhappily, I'm not blind. You're not blind either. Everyone is watching. However, Lin Xiangrong, who was immersed in joy, didn't care about Zhang Lin's reaction. He just wanted to express his passionate mood at the moment through such language and body movements. Tonight, we can see another unique battle. Flame Cat, I don't want to perform. But, who let this mutant bird ride on its head? Hui Xiao whispered to Zhuang Xiao, Hua. Can you do it? He was really afraid that what was old hair on his head had not grown completely. And if he added a new bald spot, then it would divert too much attention from the little girl. Zhuang Xiao turned sideways, tilted his head and looked outside, saying, It's okay. I have taught Hua a lesson. If we can't beat him, we can just run away. Besides, aren't there people in the safe zone? Cousin Hu and the others didn't know Hua would come, so they must have notified the people in the safe zone. Seeing that the flame cat and the mutant bird were about to collide, Hui Xiao lowered his head and dialed Hu Qianli's contact number with his watch. I hadn't contacted Hu Qianli and Xiang Su before because I was worried that they would be distracted. Now, with the flame cat in the air support, I think they have had a chance to breathe. So it's a good time to ask about the situation over there. The communication was quickly connected. And Hu Qianli's panting voice came from the other side. Boss Hua, are you also nearby? After he and Xiang Su saw the flame cat appearing in the sky, they immediately parked the car in a place with tall trees. At this time, the two were looking for a suitable hiding place. Hui Xiao hummed and said, Nearby. When will the people sent from the safe zone arrive? In this matter, he and Zhuang Xiao were very sure that Hu Qianli would not forget to notify the safe zone. Although Hu Qianli often made some harmless mistakes, he was never vague about major matters. So Hui Xiao asked when the people from the safe zone would arrive. Instead of asking whether they had notified the people in the safe zone, Hu Qianli's voice was still a little breathless. But the sentence was very clear. According to the current location of their vehicles, they can reach this area in half an hour at most. Hearing Hu Qianli say this, Hui Xiao was completely relieved. Hui Xiao watch was on hand-free mode, so everyone in the car heard the conversation between the two people clearly. Wei Shen, who was lying down, seemed to remember something and suddenly said, Oh no! Captain Shi and the others are still in the blind spot. Meng Qingyan also woke up from a dream and said, Oh! I thought I forgot to tell my cousin about a link. It turned out that he forgot to tell her about the mandrill team being chased by a mutant bird and overturned. Then Meng Qingyan said calmly, It's okay. It's okay. Our car is also overturned on the road. And we will ask the new people in the safe zone to get the car and people back together. Zhuang Xiao was concentrating on watching the flame cats and mutant birds flying back and forth in the night sky. And he didn't care about the people in this team or that team. After all, nothing happened now. But Hua from their family is now taking all the risks. Hui Xiao approached Zhuang Xiao's ear and whispered, When the rescue comes, let the people in the safe zone do this job. With such a clear goal, the people in the safe zone must be well prepared. If they still can't drive away a mutant bird, then their safe zone in the wasteland will not exist. Zhuang Xiao didn't look back and nodded randomly. The person who led the team this time was also someone Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao knew. He Ming. And all the people from the sharp knife team came. Their mission this time required that the mutant bird must not be allowed to leave alive, in order to prevent it from building a nest near the safe zone, multiplying and finally evolving into a scourge like the mutant crows. The vehicle was equipped with very complete equipment, and ground-to-air strikes were a sure thing, without any problems at all. After arriving near the destination, He Ming asked Jiang Qi to take a part of the team to meet Yi Qing and others from the mandrill team, while he led the rest of the people here to deal with the mutant bird. After He Ming saw the situation in the sky, he contacted Hu Qianli immediately. Hu Qianli and Xiang Su had never expected that the sharp knife team would come so quickly this time. They had just found a place and squatted for less than a quarter of an hour. And the rescuers came again. So, The two of them ran out of the forest and ran towards He-Ming convoy. He-Ming stood in the carriage. The airstrike cannons placed on the carriage were all in place. When he saw Hu Qianli, he hurriedly called out, "Old Hu. Then, let the flame cat of my cousin's house rest for a while. This little job can be done by the brothers themselves." Chapter 450. You can't use a powerful weapon like the flame cat as a beast of burden. This mutant bird is not worthy of the flame cat in their safe zone. If they are not fully equipped, they will be in danger. As for now, they don't need it at all. Otherwise, their safe zone will be too useless. Hu Qianli said with a smile, Okay. I talked to my cousin." After that, he jumped onto the other's car and contacted Zhuang Xiao. Zhuang Xiao heard that their Huohu could go home after get off work. So how could he disagree? He came out of the car window and flipped to the top. He looked up and shouted at the sky in a simple and crude way, greeting their Huohu in the most primitive way. Huohu felt that he had not fought a few rounds with this foreign visitor, and he heard the call of his little friend below. Before leaving, he scratched the brain of the mutant bird with one claw and slipped away. From the perspective of speed alone, the mutant bird is no match for the flame cat. However, how could the mutant bird, which was inexplicably beaten, be willing to accept it? The guys who destroyed its nest did not chase it anymore. And now their hearts and eyes are full of this weird red-haired monster? It is not a bird, not an animal, and it is an ugly bald monster. Flame cat, Seeing the mutant bird chasing it relentlessly, the flame cat observed it in the air for a long time, but did not go to where Zhuang Xiao was, but saw He-Ming and his team. The appearance of these cars is very familiar to the flame cat now. This is the more powerful one among the humans, and many of them are very familiar with their friends. Let's give them a chance to show their ambitions and make a name for themselves today. Safe Zone Mercenary Team, Actually, you don't have to be so polite. After being in the safe zone for so long, the flame cat knew a thing or two about how humans attack, which was to keep throwing stones or burning fire on it. As long as it flew far enough away from the mutant bird, the fire or small stones would not touch it at all. However, the target still had to be pulled closer to the humans below, so as not to encounter another person like the one in the morning. If the accuracy was not good enough, it would be the one to suffer. So, the flame cat's flying altitude dropped rapidly, and it kept circling in the air with the mutant bird. At this time, He-Ming on the ground had not made any attack, and the mutant bird did not realize that there were other enemies waiting to give it a fatal blow. Hu Qianli said with great joy, Huohu, this is to create an opportunity for you. Hurry. Get ready. His cousin's Huohu, or his Huohu for short, is really smart. None of the people on the ground were blind, so they naturally saw the intention of the flame cat. There was never a moment when they could have such a tacit understanding with the flame cat. He-Ming said to Wang Fafa, whose face was flushed with excitement, King, show some real skills. Don't let Lord Flame Cat look down on the people in our safe zone. In the incident of the mutant wild wolf pack, Wang Fafa was seriously injured and had to recuperate at home for a long time, so that he could not participate in the rescue operation in Fulei Mountain last time. And he could not see the flame cat again. This time he finally has another chance. Or, this can be regarded as fighting side by side with Lord Flame Cat. Strength must be shown. As for the fact that his captain called him king, he would not care about it for the time being. Besides, it seems that it is useless to care about it every time. The king is always better than the little king. Wang Fafa said confidently, Captain, just wait and see. In terms of ground-to-air strike accuracy, I dare to claim to be second in the safe zone, and no one dares to claim to be first. He-Ming saw his smug look, and it was simply, what kind of weird talents are in his team? He-Ming had spoken, and after Wang Fafa finished talking nonsense, he immediately got himself into shape, quickly adjusted his weapons and equipment, and aimed at the mutant bird flying at low altitude. After a piercing roar, the red flames went straight to the mutant bird. Flame cat, oh my god. Fly. Fly. I fly. So as not to burn its fur. After the first shell was fired, the second, the third, the whizzing flames on the ground rushed straight into the air. The mutant bird flapped its wings, trying to avoid the upcoming attack. But its flight trajectory was too late to change because the flame cat had finished walking in the air. Therefore, in a few short seconds, it was still flying along the inertial route, and Wang Fafa on the ground also predicted its flight trajectory. and every shell was waiting for it on its inevitable route. Zhuang Xiaoran, who was standing on the roof, was stunned and kept muttering, "Sharpshooter. What a talent. This is too accurate." The end point of each red line in the sky fell perfectly on the mutant bird. Instantly, the mutant bird's body was torn into pieces, and the feathers ignited by gunpowder fell to the ground as fast as burning fireworks. The flame cat flew towards Zhuang Xiao as fast as if its butt was on fire. This is really scary. The smell of burning corpses is too bad. The young man Xiang Su was also stunned, staring at the ugly tall man in front of him with big eyes. Although he always thought that his shooting skills were quite good, although he was not the best in the mercenary team, he was definitely ranked among the best. But look at him. Look at his level. Not a single shell missed. Awesome. It's really amazing. Hu Qianli was also stunned. He knew a little about Wang Fafa's reputation, but it was the first time he saw it with his own eyes. Sure enough, what he said just now, "If I dare to claim to be second, no one dares to claim to be first." It is definitely not a lie. After Wang Fafa completed the task, he looked at Yiming proudly and said, "Captain, are you satisfied with the result? If you are not satisfied with this, then Captain, come and make one for me." Yiming patted Wang Fafa's shoulder and praised, "Not bad. You didn't embarrass yourself in front of the flame cat." Wang Fafa straightened his back, puffed his chest high, and said, "Let's go find my cousin." Hu Qianli, how did this become your cousin? Have you seen our cousin? You are my cousin. At this time, Zhuang Xiao had already let the flame cat go home first, and it was better to raise it before it came out to meet people. When she returned to the car from the roof, Hu Xiaozhang hung up Hu Qianli's communication, saying that the people from the sharp knife team had to come over and escort them. Zhuang Xiao, they have entered the safe zone. What are they still escorting? Chapter 451. After the mutant bird was destroyed, Zhuang Xiao and his team did not choose to return to the safe zone immediately, but stayed there waiting for the temporary team behind them. After the team behind caught up, they set off again. Xiang Su and some members of the sharp knife team went to deal with his vehicle that was almost out of fuel, while Yiming and Hu Qianli went to meet Zhuang Xiao and his team. As soon as Hu Qianli saw Zhuang Xiao, he immediately got off Yiming and his team's car and went to Zhuang Xiao's car excitedly. "Cousin, is Huahua back?" Hu Qianli scanned Zhuang Xiao and his team's car from front to back, left to right, up and down, and found no trace of the flame cat. Zhuang Xiao nodded and asked curiously, "Cousin who shot down the mutant bird just now?" As she said, she also leaned her head towards Yiming and his team's car. There are only two people in the back car now. One tall and one short. One fat and one thin. Who is the sharpshooter at night? Seeing Zhuang Xiao asking this, Hu Qianli turned around, pointed at the slightly sturdy man in the car, and said with a smile, "Here? It's him. Wang Fafa of the sharp knife team." Zhuang Xiao, this name sounds golden. Wang Fafa, who was standing in the back car, was also looking at the car that Hu Qianli got on. I saw a petite girl with lively eyes staring at him with a smile. Immediately, he guessed it. This is the legendary cousin. This body shape and skin are quite rare in the Wasteland. Small and exquisite, white and shining, with light in the eyes. This is Wang Fafa's first impression of Zhuang Xiao. Immediately, Wang Fafa bared his big white teeth at the girl looking at him. In the dark night, these teeth also glowed white on his dark face. Yiming, who was sitting in the passenger seat, greeted Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao, and then walked to the front of the convoy. After reaching the fork in the road, the prey belonging to Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao in the convoy was required to be placed at the intersection. There were too many strangers this time, and many of them were unfamiliar to her, so it was better to stop them outside the sphere of influence of dancing grass. Besides, Huahua could handle these prey by himself. The convoy had just started, and Lin Xiangrong stuck his head out of the car window and shouted to Zhuang Xiao, who was standing by the road, "Sister, sister, Grandpa said that you and Brother Hua will come to visit our house tomorrow afternoon." Zhuang Xiao waved his hand in agreement. Lin Xiangrong then sat back in the car. John Lin said, "Why did your old man suddenly invite our sister to his home?" Lin Xiangrong looked happy and said, "I don't know. His old man didn't say." Seeing Lin Xiangrong's self-righteous look, John Lin's fists were hardened, and he glanced directly out the window at the dark scenery. After Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao watched the convoy go away. Zhuang Xiao ran home to find their Hua to bring out dinner. After all, a considerable part of the prey here belonged to the flame cat. Hu Xiao stayed where he was to guard the prey. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening when everything was packed up. Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao had to make do with dinner. The mutant wild boar was big enough that it was not completely frozen when they got home. Moreover, the flame cat had not been in the mood to hunt in the past few days, since its head was scratched bald, and it was already hungry. Therefore, this time it did not dislike the mutant wild boar for being not fresh. Even after Zhuang Xiao lay down on the bed, she could still hear the sound of the flame cat biting its prey. Half asleep and half awake, she felt as if she had forgotten something. A second before falling asleep, Zhuang Xiao sat up suddenly from the bed. She remembered. She hadn't had time to take out the energy stone in the mutant wild boar's body. The quilt slipped off her body, and a chill immediately swept over her body. She touched the goosebumps on her body. Ah! Forget it. It's too cold. Let Hua eat it. Tomorrow she will see a glittering flame cat. 4 or 5 in the morning should have been the coldest time of the day. However, the person who was sleeping soundly on the bed kicked the quilt off the bed with one foot, then turned over and continued to sleep soundly. On the eaves outside the window, the sound of water dripping kept ringing. It merged into a winding stream on the ground. The branches of the dancing grass stretched out, ready to welcome the rising sun today. When Zhuang Xiao woke up, it was already bright outside. She felt sweaty all over, and her pajamas were wet. She touched her forehead, and it was covered with sweat. There was the sound of people walking back and forth outside the bedroom. Zhuang Xiao got off the bed in her pajamas and stepped on the quilt on the floor. She didn't care and walked barefoot to the door in 3 or 2 steps, opened the bedroom door, and asked Hu Xiao outside, "Hu Xiao, why is it so hot?" Hu Xiao heard the noise, stopped placing the dishes, looked up at her, and said calmly, "It's warming up. The temperature today is above 0. Last night, it was still about 10 to 20 degrees below 0. How come it's warming up after just one night's sleep?" Zhuang Xiao thought this was too exaggerated. The temperature difference fluctuated by about 20 degrees overnight. No wonder. No wonder, it's so hot. Hu Xiao glanced at her feet and said, "Go put on your clothes first, and we talk later." Zhuang Xiao responded, closed the door and went back to the house, and began to look for clothes suitable for the current temperature. After the two finished breakfast, Hu Xiao began to talk about today's arrangements. In fact, if the temperature hadn't changed so quickly, maybe they could have rested in the morning. But now, thinking about the mutant wild boars outside that hadn't been dealt with in time, let's forget it. In the morning, we have to deal with all the mutant wild boars we brought back yesterday. After the temperature rises, the meat can't be kept, and your butcher's shop can open, Hu Xiao said. Zhuang Xiao remembered that she had promised Lin Xiangrong to visit their home last night, and asked, how about finding someone to help? She had chopped meat enough in this cold winter, and she didn't want to do it anymore. Hu Xiao pondered for a moment and said, "Okay. I asked Yen Hu to come over. Yen Hu went to the butcher shop yesterday and has almost finished cleaning up. You can also notify Lan Hong to go to work." Zhuang Xiao said, "Did you go out to clean up the shop the day before yesterday?" Hu Xiao nodded. He was just worried that the meat at home would not be easy to preserve after the weather got warmer. There was already a lot of dried meat stored, which would not be a problem to eat for a year or 2. And the freezer at home was also full of meat. Even so, there was still a small meat mountain in the backyard of the house. Seeing that Hu Xiao had made all the arrangements, Zhuang Xiao stopped worrying. She also wanted to get someone to chop meat at home. After Lan Hong received the message from Zhuang Xiao, she immediately brought Lan Jin over. Chapter 452. When Lan Hong and Lan Jin arrived at Zhuang Xiao's house, the flame cat, who had eaten and drunk enough, flew out for a walk to digest the food after getting Zhuang Xiao's new flowered bed sheet. Lan Jin, who was looking forward to seeing the flame cat, was quite disappointed. However, this disappointment only lasted until he saw the mutant wild boars piled outside Zhuang Xiao's yard. This was the first time he had seen so many meat reserves, because the mutant wild boars took up too much space. The yard at home could not accommodate them at all. So all the mutant wild boars hunted yesterday were piled outside. The mutant wild boars were covered with thick thatch. Even so, the snow water formed by the melting of the snow due to the temperature rise still soaked the thatch. Zhuang Xiao family did not have so many tools for handling prey. So Lan Hong and Lan Jing came to work with their own machetes. Yin, who was notified by Hui Xiao. Yin, who still lives in the safe zone, because he had to help Hui Xiao buy some things. He came later than Lan Hong and Lan Jing. Moreover, when Yen Hu came, Yen Ming, a little follower, followed him. Yen Ming hadn't seen Zhuang Xiao for a while. When he saw his sister, he rushed up like a small cannonball. Then, he was stopped 3 meters away by Hui Xiao machete. "You are going to join the guard team. Why are you still so unstable?" Hui Xiao said earnestly. Yen Ming pushed the machete in front of him away and said with a smile, "Brother Hui, no one stipulates that people who join the guard team must be steady." Then he also sought external help from Zhuang Xiao and said to Zhuang Xiao, "Don't you think so, sister?" Zhuang Xiao looked at the boy who had become stronger and said seriously, "I think what you said, Brother Hui, is right." Yen Ming, sure enough. He has been hanging around less in front of his sister recently. His sister is not on the same front with him. Woo woo. Yen Hu came over and tapped Yen Ming broad back lightly and said, "You say you are an adult. How come you have no sense at all? And you don't help your sister chop meat?" Okay. Yen Ming muttered and turned to find Lan Jing. Lan Jing glanced at him twice, approached Yen Ming and said, "Your eyes have grown so big, and you really have no sense at all." After that, he chopped the mutant wild boar's front leg with a machete. Yen Ming glanced at him angrily, climbed up the mutant wild boar, and started to work. All of a sudden, there were 4 more people working, plus Hui Xiao. A total of 5 people were chopping meat outside. And Zhuang Xiao found herself a job to boil water and cook. Today's lunch must take a lot of time to prepare for so many people. Maybe she will have to spend this morning cooking. In the afternoon, she and Hui Xiao have to go to the inner city of the safe zone. I don't know what that old man Lin wants her to do. And when you visit someone, you have to bring a gift. This gift, what should I bring? It's also very confusing. And she hasn't had time to dig the yellow fruit plant yet. Zhuang Xiao pulled a handful of messy hair. How come there are so many things all of a sudden? Just when Zhuang Xiao squatted in the kitchen, thinking about this and that, Hui Xiao's voice came from outside the yard again. Someone is looking for her. Zhuang Xiao put away the fire stick, got up and left the kitchen. There was a lot of noise outside the yard. As soon as she left the courtyard, she saw a crowd of people at the gate of their courtyard. At least 20 or 30 people. "Sister, I'm here to pick you up." Lin Xiangrong was the first to jump out of the crowd and handed over a package in his hand. "What is this?" Zhuang Xiao did not reach out to take it immediately, but looked at Lin Xiangrong and asked, why did he give her something again for no reason? She didn't want it. If she took it, she would have to think about giving it back. It's too troublesome. Seeing that Zhuang Xiao didn't take it, Lin Xiangrong handed it forward and said, "This is for Hua Hua." "Oh, Hua Hua is not at home. It's a good thing he's not at home. Otherwise he would be embarrassed today." Then another person squeezed out from behind Lin Xiangrong. It was Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi said, "This is for Hua Hua." Zhuang Xiao looked at the same packaging of Jiang Yi and Lin Xiangrong. Could it be that they are all flowered sheets bought for Hua Hua? She glanced at the people behind her again. The things in his hands all looked the same. Zhuang Xiao, During Hua Hua's baldness period, he never repeated a single thing every day. Jiang Yi's was something that had been agreed upon before. So Zhuang Xiao naturally accepted it without hesitation. As for the others, they could not be treated differently. So Zhuang Xiao accepted them one by one. After giving the gifts, a group of people stood outside the yard. All of them were amazed at the tall dancing grass. And no one had any intention of leaving. It was rare to see the beauty of the dancing grass so closely. So they had to see it to their heart's content. Some people felt that it was a bit awkward to just stand there. So they directly started to help Yen Hu and others with their work. If there is one, there will be two. And if there are two, there will be three. After a while, a group of people surrounded the mutant wild boar and helped to deal with it. When Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao came out of the yard, they were dragging several sacks in their hands. The sacks contained the previously chopped meat. What mutant pheasants, mutant wolves, and some mutant birds. These were all brought back by the flame cat from the blind area. And now they were taken out as a return gift from the flame cat to these people. The amount each person got was almost equivalent to the value of the flowered bed sheet. With the addition of these free laborers, the mutant wild boars outside the yard were all dealt with before noon. Lan Hong was still a little unwilling. She never expected that such a good job would be snatched away by someone. Except for Lin Xiangrong and Zhang Lin, who stayed under the guise of picking up Zhuang Xiao and was Xiao to go to the inner city of the safe zone. Everyone else took a piece of meat back. Zhuang Xiao pot, which had just been lit for lunch, was handed over to Wu Xiao. Yan Hu, Yan Ming and Lan Jin assisted from the side. Zhang Lin and Lin Xiangrong squatted under the dancing grass, building relationships with the vicious beauty. They were beaten from time to time, but they were still very happy. Is this the legendary beating hurts? Scolding is love. Zhuang Xiao was speechless. Lan Hong opened the package in her hand and smiled. It doesn't hurt. If it hurts, they will jump 3 feet high. My vicious beauty's temper is getting better and better now. She can even play with people. In the yard, Zhang Lin said, I feel that my dancing grass is not the same as this one. Lin Xiangrong pulled back his hand that was fiddling with the branches of the dancing grass and said, How is it different? My grandfather's dancing grass has just been planted, and I haven't seen it much. Zhang Lin sighed. It just feels a little silly. Chapter 453. After lunch, Zhuang Xiao and Wu Xiao followed Lin Xiangrong to the inner city of the safe zone. Brother Yin Hu and sister Lan Hong took the meat stored at home to the shop. After entering the safe zone, the two groups went their separate ways. This was Zhuang Xiao's first time entering the inner city of the safe zone. Although her house in the safe zone was just outside the inner city, she had never seen the inner city due to the limited height of the building and the high walls of the inner city. Even though the flame cat had the right to fly freely over the safe zone, Zhuang Xiao had never thought of going to the inner city of the safe zone to take a look. Now as soon as he entered the inner city, Zhuang Xiao felt something different. It was an indescribable leisurely and relaxed atmosphere of life. Zhuang Xiao hadn't felt this kind of tranquility and peace for a long time. Even in the safe zone, people were in a hurry to come and go, and everyone had a sense of exhaustion on their faces from trying their best to survive. The people in the shantytowns. Needless to say, looking at the street scenes that kept receding on both sides, Zhuang Xiao felt familiar and strange. It should be the most ordinary way of life, but here it is already the top of the pyramid. But this sudden feeling did not last long in her heart. Lin Xiangrong got out of the car first, pointed to a large building complex in front and said, Sister, we are here. This is my home. Zhuang Xiao jumped out of the car, followed by Zhang Lin and Wu Xiao. In addition to the tall power grid and monitoring equipment, Zhuang Xiao also saw some devices that she didn't recognize. But she just looked at it and didn't ask Wu Xiao. Besides, it's not appropriate now. In fact, their car can enter the gate. But Lin Xiangrong wanted to take Zhuang Xiao around before meeting his old man, so he asked someone to get off outside the gate. Lin Xiangrong led Zhuang Xiao and Wu Xiao to wander around in his big yard. Zhuang Xiao only thought that his family was wealthy and the place to receive guests was far away. She never thought that Lin Xiangrong simply wanted to show off his own mutant animals and plants. Yes, under low temperatures, the safe zone is not only green and lush with dancing grass. Here Zhuang Xiao saw many plants that she didn't recognize at all. There are also many mutant animals of different shapes and relatively small sizes locked in cages. Similarly, she knows a little bit and doesn't recognize many of them. Therefore, as Lin Xiangrong walked around in circles, Zhuang Xiao didn't show any abnormality, because there were really too many plants and animals that she hadn't seen. It felt like Grandma Lu entering the Grandview Garden. Lin Xiangrong kept talking until a loud shout came from behind him. Oh no! It's his old man. Lin Xiangrong turned his head guiltily, and saw that old Lin was standing behind them in a rage. You kid! I've been waiting for you since you said you were at the door. But I, the old man, was eagerly waiting for you to escort the distinguished guest to the door. But you? Speaking of this, Lin Ji saw the little girl behind Lin Xiangrong standing uncomfortably behind his grandson, with a guilty and embarrassed face. So he was too embarrassed to say anything more, and his old face also turned red. Alas, he is a kind old man. How can he be so irritable? Exhale. Inhale. Inhale. Exhale. In a few breaths, Lin Ji's face changed to a smile as bright as spring flowers and as soft as autumn moon. Yes, that's it. This is him. Amiable, caring for the younger generation. Lin Xiangrong looked at his grandfather's that terrifying smile, and his heart was pounding. This old man? What evil idea is he up to again? When Lin Ji appeared, Zhang Lin had already jumped behind Wu Xiao with a big step. At this time, Among the four people, Zhuang Xiao hid behind Lin Xiangrong, revealing half of his body, while Zhang Lin hid behind Hu Xiao, who was taller than him, and his whole body was blocked. Lin Ji took a few quick steps and came to Lin Xiangrong, stretched out his hand to pull away his ignorant grandson, looked at Zhuang Xiao with a smile and said, "Xiao Xiao, you are here. Are you tired from shopping? Are you cold?" Lin Xiangrong, Zhuang Xiao laughed twice in his heart, raised the corners of his mouth, and curved his eyes slightly. Smile. Must smile. Look at the old man. How he smiles. It's so scary. Zhuang Xiao first hummed, and then called Grandpa Lin in a particularly soft and well-behaved voice. Lin Ji smiled immediately. Then, Lin Ji saw what Hu Xiao was holding in his hand. Hee. There's a gift. After Lin Ji glared at Lin Xiangrong, he pulled Zhuang Xiao's arm and said urgently, "Xiao Xiao, let's go. I show you the dancing grass I planted." Zhuang Xiao was a little uncomfortable with being held by an old man's arm. Just looking at Lin Ji's silver hair, this old man must be over 70 years old. Maybe even older. If she retracted her arm, wouldn't the old man's bones be broken to the ground? After thinking about it, Zhuang Xiao still held back. After Lin Ji pulled Zhuang Xiao for a while, he turned back and shouted, "You little bastards. Why don't you keep up?" Hu Xiao, He is also a guest. Why is he treated the same as Lin Xiangrong and Zhang Lin? The three of them looked at the old and the young walking in front, and they felt so sour in their hearts. Do they have to treat them differently? Lin Ji took Zhuang Xiao directly to his planting area. Lin Xiangrong said with a bitter face, "I don't want to go to my grandfather's planting area." When Hu Xiao was wondering, he heard Zhang Lin's somewhat depressed voice again. "I don't want to go to your grandfather's planting area either." When they went there, they were obviously coolies, and they were all the dirtiest and most tiring jobs, such as mixing manure. Zhang Lin glanced at Hu Xiao. His eyes lit up, and he said to Lin Xiangrong, "How about we go somewhere else to entertain Brother Hu?" Hu Xiao looked at the old man and the young man who had turned the corner in front of him, and said quickly, "No need. I also want to see the dancing grass planted by Lin Lao." After that, he no longer followed the slow pace of the two teenagers, but quickly followed them. Lin Xiangrong and Zhang Lin looked at Hu Xiao, who was walking forward quickly, looked at each other, and continued to walk forward slowly. They didn't want to rush to find abuse. After bypassing a building in front, a large glass greenhouse appeared in front of Zhuang Xiao. In fact, Zhuang Xiao didn't know whether it was transparent plastic, glass, or some other material outside. In short, it was transparent. Although the temperature has risen today, it was still -10 to 20 degrees yesterday. At this time, the plants in the transparent cover were all lush and green. Obviously, they did not grow in one day, but the plants in this transparent cover may have survived well throughout the extremely cold weather. Chapter 454. After all, she is short-sighted. Seeing Zhuang Xiao's expression, Lin Ji said proudly, "What? I planted them all." Zhuang Xiao stared at the green plants inside. Some of the leaves looked familiar and looked like some kind of vegetables, which made her salivate. Rich people, indeed, don't lack vegetables even in winter. Hearing Lin Ji asking for her opinion, Zhuang Xiao replied, "Grandpa Lin, can you eat all this?" After saying that, she felt it was impossible, so she quickly changed her words and said, "Grandpa Lin, the green plants in your shed should have at least a 50% chance of being edible." As soon as Zhuang Xiao finished speaking, Lin Ji's old face collapsed. Half? If this can reach a 50% edible probability, he would probably wake up with a smile even if he died. Seeing that Lin Ji's expression was wrong, Zhuang Xiao immediately shut up. It's over. It hurts the old man's heart. With the innate conditions of the wasteland, how can this scientific research produce results so easily? Soon, Hu Xiao followed. He looked at the large greenhouse in front of him with shock in his eyes. Sorry. He is just an ordinary person. Sometimes, he is not as good as the little girl. He didn't know what the two people in front said, and he stood there with them to watch the greenhouse, until Lin Xiangrong and Zhang Lin arrived like a turtle. Lin Xiangrong looked at the three faces with very serious faces and asked in confusion, "Grandpa, what are you all standing here looking at? Didn't you say you were going to see the dancing grass? From here, it is still a long way around this greenhouse." In this time, Lin Ji's heart was also repaired. After decades of failure, his heart was healed and broken, And he lived to this age after mending it. What else is there to hurt? Then he thought of the 50% edible probability mentioned by the little girl. And the high-yield plant he heard about when he first went to see the dancing grass suddenly emerged in his mind. However, let's put this aside for now. Today is not for this. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go see the dancing grass first. Lin Ji's spirits were restored instantly. Zhuang Xiao was relieved to see that the old man was full of energy again. A quarter of an hour later, several people arrived at the area where Lin Ji planted dancing grass. At this time, the dancing grass from Zhuang Xiao was not much different from when it was just cut, except that the leaves looked full and energetic. Although the dancing grass was not covered by a transparent glass cover, there was a circle of low walls around them, about 1 meter high. I don't know what it is for. What can such a low fence block? Zhang Lin reached out and fiddled with the dancing grass inside the low wall, and whispered to Lin Xiangrong, I don't think your family's large piece of dancing grass looks very smart. Lin Xiangrong, Zhuang Xiao, and Wei Xiao thought that Lin Ji brought them to the dancing grass, and he would at least tell them about this kind of planting experience. However, he didn't. It was really just a pure stroll. And it was the kind of pure stroll without even an introduction. After Lin Ji took the 4 children to stroll around the planting area of dancing grass, he took them to the greenhouse. In the greenhouse, Lin Ji talked a lot more. But he only talked about the name of each plant and the pitifully low edible yield. Lin Xiangrong and Zhang Lin were very lucky. Today's trip to the planting area was probably the most relaxing one for the two of them in so many times. Every time Zhuang Xiao heard about the surprisingly low yield probability, he couldn't help but look at Wei Xiao. That's it. The yield is so low. It's obviously not good. Wei Xiao was looked at by Zhuang Xiao from time to time, and he was a little puzzled. It's over. I didn't understand the meaning. After a long walk, it was dark. Before leaving the greenhouse, Lin Ji asked the 4 people, what do you think? 4 people? 8 pairs of eyes stared at Lin Ji, speechless. Why is there an exam? And it's the kind of exam without preparation. Zhuang Xiao faced the burning gaze of Mr. Lin and replied concisely, it's hard to live. This is her most intuitive feeling. If she lived on the food in this greenhouse, she would definitely be pale and thin at this moment, like a weak willow in the wind. When a gust of wind came, she would be shoulder to shoulder with a flame cat. After Zhuang Xiao finished speaking, Lin Ji nodded, and then turned to look at Wei Xiao and the other 3. Wei Xiao immediately replied, it's hard to live. Zhuang Xiao, This is also copying homework. Lin Xiangrong and Zhang Lin, What did they say? Lin Ji did not nod this time. He copied other people's homework, and did not want to comment. Only Lin Xiangrong and Zhang Lin said in unison, it's hard to live. Zhuang Xiao, 1 to 3. Lin Ji glanced at the 3 people, rolled his eyes directly, shook his head, and called Zhuang Xiao, Xiao Xiao. Let's go. 3 people, Zhuang Xiao happily followed Lin Ji's footsteps, thinking that the answer was right. Thinking back to when she first came, she felt like the sky was falling. Her living standard suddenly fell from a well-off life to a level where she couldn't even afford food and clothing, and even to a level that was worse than the victims of disasters in ancient times. How miserable it was. Thinking about it now, she still has lingering fears occasionally, especially today, when she saw so many green plants, and the probability of producing edible food was so low. She remembered that she treated even a bitter grass leaf as a treasure. Anyway, it's all tears if I talk too much. And this old man didn't say anything for most of the day. Just took her to visit his vegetable garden. I don't know if he was trying to teach her. The high-yield green plants in her small hot spring are really more than a little bit better than the plants in this greenhouse. Zhuang Xiao thought as she walked. The weather is not that cold now. After the butcher shop business is over, she will go to the hot spring. I hope that without the nourishment of the hot spring environment, the green plants with yellow fruits will still have such a high probability of being edible. In order to be able to eat delicious fruits at any time in the future, she has to do this job early. After leaving the greenhouse, Lin Ji took 4 people to his independent research room at home. Even Lin Xiangrong set foot here for the first time. The same is true for Zhang Lin. The 2 looked curious, looking left and right, but dared not touch anything. If they accidentally pressed the wrong button, touched the culture dish, what a file or something, the old man would eat them both. Zhuang Xiao looked at the dense curves and data on the wall, and her scalp tingled. She was a liberal arts student, and she felt dizzy when she saw the numbers. Just as Zhuang Xiao was feeling dizzy, he heard Lin Ji's voice. What kid? Is the thing you are holding for me? Lin Xiangrong, Is his old man so shameless to ask for something? Chapter 455. Hu Xiao immediately stepped forward and said without hesitation, yes. This is the gift that Zhuang Xiao had just chosen after searching the storage room at home for a long time and carefully selecting it. Lin Ji was overjoyed and said, quick, quick, show it to me. As he said that, before Hu Xiao could respectfully present the gift, Old Man Lin had already snatched the gift from his hands. Hu Xiao looked at his empty hands and was stunned. This old man is too anxious. Lin Xiangrong felt that he couldn't bear to look at it, so he simply turned his head away. Zhang Lin rolled his eyes, carefully approached Old Man Lin, and asked curiously, what is it? Lin Ji glanced at Zhang Lin, turned sideways, blocked Zhang Lin's sight, and said impatiently, go play somewhere else. Zhang Lin was not annoyed by Old Man Lin's dislike, and still smiled at the box in the old man's hand. It depends on whether you can bear it or not, and open it to have a look. As Zhang Lin expected, Lin Ji turned sideways and opened the wooden box with a click. There were about 20 to 30 fruits neatly placed in the middle of the box, with shiny black skin and very plump. What is this? What is this? His tone was uncertain. Lin Ji thought for a while, and then slowly said, this is the dragon scale fruit. Hearing the 3 words dragon scale fruit, Zhang Lin leaned over to look. It was really a dragon scale fruit. During the trip to Emperor Lin, Zhuang knew a lot about the dragon scale fruit, and he remembered it. After all, he and Du Sheng also went there at that time. Unexpectedly, his sister was really willing to give away so many at once. Hu Xiao looked at Mr. Lin's expression and knew that Zhuang Xiao had chosen the right gift. So he nodded and said, it's dragon scale fruit. Xiao Xiao went to the imperial forest before and picked it there. Good. 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 This is a good thing. Lin Ji said 3 good words in a row, and he was very satisfied. Let's see if this fruit can be grown. Since the number 6 safety zone still sends people to the imperial forest to pick dragon scale fruit every year, it can only mean that they have not yet successfully cultivated this plant artificially. Lin Ji sighed when he thought of this. Forget it. Don't laugh at others for doing the same thing. The green plants in his greenhouse are not very good. Lin Ji closed the box, turned his head, and looked at Zhuang Xiao, who was watching the screen, and said loudly, Xiao Xiao, I like this gift very much. Hearing someone calling her, Zhuang Xiao looked up and said nonchalantly, as long as you like it. I like it. I like it. As he said this, Lin Ji closed the box in his hand again, stood up, and walked towards his desk. Zhuang Xiao waved at Hu Xiao and said, Hu Xiao, come and look at this. As soon as Zhuang Xiao said that, Lin Xiangrong and Zhang Lin also came over. What's wrong? What's wrong? Zhuang Xiao, Hu Xiao walked around the table in front of him, walked a few steps to Zhuang Xiao, and looked up at the place where Zhuang Xiao pointed. The dancing grass planting area that I saw before was projected on the screen. The screen was divided into 2 parts. The upper part was green dancing grass, and the lower part was gray-black, which was full of dancing grass roots. And there were many small red dots moving back and forth around the roots. Zhuang Xiao pulled Hu Xiao's sleeve and whispered, is it a mutant mole below? As soon as the voice fell, the voice of Grandpa Lin came from behind. It is indeed a mutant mole. In addition, there are some other mutant animals that like to live underground, such as mutant mice, mutant earthworms, and mutant ants. The 4 people all looked sideways and looked behind them. Lin Ji pointed at the screen and began to talk about the experimental results of the past few days. Because Zhang Lin and Lin Xiangrong knew nothing about the relationship between the mutant mole and the dancing grass, they were confused. But Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao understood it now. It seems that the experimental results are not bad. With the poison of her beautiful and vicious woman, everyone would stay away. After talking about the underground mutant animals, Mr. Lin continued, at present, we can't test the attack effect of the dancing grass. The ground plants of the dancing grass are still too small. Zhuang Xiao comforted, the dancing grass grows in the wind and will grow in a month or so. Don't worry. Although Zhang Lin only understood half of what he said, he also planted a few dancing grasses in his yard. So he also comforted Mr. Lin with Zhuang Xiao words. Yes. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. The ones in your planting area. Don't look at them growing like bean sprouts now. I guarantee that they will all grow like the ones in my yard in less than half a month. Lin Ji, if you can talk, just say more. Lin Ji didn't listen to Zhang Lin's words. The 5 people stayed in Mr. Lin's laboratory for more than an hour. And when they came out again, it was already dusk. Lin Ji wanted to stay for dinner, but Zhuang Xiao refused. She was worried that she would have to go to class again after dinner. When they went back, Zhang Lin and Lin Xiangrong were responsible for sending them home again. It was just that their home was on the edge of the inner city in the safe zone. When they got home, the Yanhu brothers were already waiting at the gate. Lan Hong and Lan Jin had been sent back to the shantytown by them first, and Lan Hong could officially come to the butcher shop to sell meat tomorrow. The 2 of them were waiting here now, and they also wanted to take Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao to see the results of their arrangement this afternoon, and to see if there were any areas that needed improvement. Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao said goodbye to Zhang Lin and Lin Xiangrong, and the 2 got off the car. Seeing the 2 coming back, Yin Hu and Yin Ming got off the car. Yin Ming came up and said with a smile, "Sister, is there anything fun in the inner city?" Zhuang Xiao shook his head. "Fun? At first, I thought it was quite interesting. There were a lot of new things. But then, didn't we have classes later?" Yin Ming was a little disappointed. But the boys soon cheered up and talked about how they cleaned up the shop today. Hu Xiao opened the door. The few people talked as they entered the yard. At the beginning, this family also stored a lot of meat. It was just right to move it together today. After the 4 people were busy, it was soon past 8 o'clock in the evening. They were busy from morning to night today, and everyone looked tired. Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao didn't invite Yin Hu to eat. Each of them carried a piece of meat and sent him back to his home in the safe zone. Then they went back to the shantytown. It was past 9 o'clock when they got home. The flame cat did not return home. The next morning, as soon as Zhuang Xiao went out, he saw what was squatting at the door with a bald head. Zhuang Xiao immediately remembered the 20 or 30 flowery sheets yesterday, turned around and walked towards the house. Hu Xiao had packed up the things he was going to take with him. Seeing Zhuang Xiao hurriedly heading to the bedroom again, he asked, "Did you forget to bring anything?" Zhuang Xiao replied without even turning his head, "I'm not going to the safe zone today. You 2 can go after you pick up Sister Lan. Anyway, she didn't want to go in the first place. She might as well stay at home and accompany Hu Hu to choose flowery bed sheets." Chapter 456. When Hu Xiao was about to say something, he saw Zhuang Xiao rushing out of the house with a pile of sheets in his arms. Seeing Hu Xiao still standing there, Zhuang Xiao stopped and frowned. "Why don't you leave?" Hu Xiao, Didn't we agree to go together?" As soon as Hu Hu came back, he was abandoned. "Are you really not going?" Hu Xiao asked again without giving up. Zhuang Xiao shook his head firmly and said, "No. Look at Hu Hu. How can I feel at ease?" Hu Hu, Hu Xiao shook his head helplessly and stopped persuading. Lan Hong and Lan Jin were already waiting on the main road of the shantytown. With the experience of selling medicine last time, Zhuang Xiao felt that Lan Hong would definitely not be able to handle it alone. So he asked Lan Jin, who was unemployed at home, to go together. It was impossible for Hu Xiao to go to the safe zone every day. The 2 siblings went together, and they could take care of each other. So the 2 of them came out early in the morning and waited. Lan Hong saw the familiar car and immediately ran forward a few steps. When she saw that only Hu Xiao was in the car, she smiled and asked, "Brother Hu, are you alone? Where is Xiao Xiao?" Hu Xiao replied, "She is at home taking care of Hu Hu." Hearing this, Lan Hong did not ask any more questions, and called Lan Jin to get on the back of the car. After getting on the car, Lan Hong and Lan Jin saw the wooden sign in the car at the first time. There were 5 big words written on the wooden sign, "Flame Cat Exclusive." This was made by Zhuang Xiao before going to bed last night, just for today's opening. Although doing business is not her forte, she still knows the celebrity effect. In the Wasteland, although star chasing is not popular, the enthusiasm of the people in the Wasteland for their dancing grass and flame cats is very strong. With the words "Flame Cat Exclusive," it is difficult to sell this meat. Didn't they do the same when they were selling the meat of the mutant wolf on the street? "Sister, will we both be famous soon?" Lan Jin's excitement has never subsided since he chopped meat for half a day at Zhuang Xiao house yesterday. Although he didn't see the flame cat, today he will stand with the sign for the flame cat. Will anyone who sees him ask him what is his relationship with the flame cat? Lan Hong didn't understand the young man's little vanity at all, and said seriously, "Did you remember what I told you last night?" "Sister." "Remember?" "I remember. I said it last night, and you said it again this morning." After Lan Jin finished speaking, he was afraid that Lan Hong would repeat it again, so he patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry, sister. I will never embarrass you." Lan Hong snorted and said, "It's good that you know." Safe Zone Number 6. Lu Feng and Fong Mingwei came out of the Genetic Modification Research Center. Fong Mingwei asked, "Captain Lu, when the temperature stabilizes, can we set off to go back?" The people sent back this time are in stable physical condition after genetic modification, so there is no need for them to stay here. And as the temperature rises, the snow on the road gradually begins to melt. The return trip is not a problem at all. Lu Feng did not stop and said in a deep voice, "We should go back next week at the latest." When Fong Mingwei heard that they were going back, he almost jumped up with joy. Although Du Zhong often came back to see them and took good care of their team, this was someone else's territory after all, and it was not as comfortable as being in their own safe zone. Lu Feng looked back at him and added, "Don't be happy too early. I said it should be. It should be." After he went back to ask for instructions, the itinerary was finally settled, and it would be even better if the flame cat could escort them. The weather has warmed up, and the mutant animals that have been hungry for a cold winter have come out to look for food. The risk on their way back is quite high, and this group of genetically modified people must not make any mistakes. Fong Mingwei immediately said with a smile, "I understand. I understand." Wait for the reply from above. After Lu Feng returned to his accommodation, he immediately returned to his room. He was now more troubled about how to ask the flame cat to come over. Fong Mingwei went to find Song Dun and Wang Ding, packed his luggage, and was ready to leave at any time. The flame cat, who was remembered by Lu Feng, was in an extremely tangled mood at this time, commonly known as choice difficulty. Among these nearly 30 sheets, there was not a single one that was plain. The colors of each one were all bright red, bright green, bright blue, and bright yellow, colliding with each other. The color collision was so unique, and the sheets were so ugly that Huahua was no longer willing to complain. What kind of taste do the people in this safe zone have? And how did they manage to make the tastes of nearly 30 people all so rustic? Zhuang Xiao changed to another rose red and yellow plaid bed sheet and asked, "How about this one? Look at the contrasting colors. How unique it is. Ugly." Even Zhuang Xiao didn't know how to complain about the ugliness of this batch of bed sheets. Now, she feels that the patterns of the northeastern cotton padded jacket are more and more beautiful, red and green, with the breath of nature, just like the flowers in spring. The flame cat half closed his big eyes and didn't want to look anymore. It's too ugly, too hot to the eyes. Anyway, it didn't have any choice in the end, so it just messed up. Okay, I don't like it. Then change it. Zhuang Xiao looked at what was not very enthusiastic look and knew that it was so ugly that it didn't even want to look at it. In the end, even Zhuang Xiao couldn't choose anymore. Okay, let's mess up together. Zhuang Xiao folded all the sheets again, placed them in front of Flame Cat one by one, and casually said, "Close your eyes and draw lots. Which one you draw counts." Flame Cat, Okay, this might be a good idea. Flame Cat's half-closed eyes closed instantly, and one of its paws casually slapped out. Before it opened its eyes, it heard its friend's exclamation. "It's over. This sound doesn't sound good." Flame Cat slowly opened its eyes a crack, and looked at the piece of cloth under its paw. This is the piece that the friend recommended to her last. I didn't expect you liked this color combination. Rose red and bright yellow. As soon as Flame Cat chose it, Zhuang Xiao immediately put away all the other flowery sheets. And this one was it. This is the headscarf for today. Flame Cat opened its eyes, and wanted to close them again. It even wanted to faint. This life is really unbearable. Zhuang Xiao was exhausted this morning. It was not an easy job to help Huahua choose a headscarf. Dancing grass, Ha 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 ha. Let me see. Who is that guy who has lost all hope in life? Chapter 457. Early in the morning, Jinchi came to open the shop on the South Commercial Street in the safety zone. His shop is a grocery store, which has all kinds of daily necessities, and is different from the small grocery store opened by the old man in the streets and alleys. The quality and grade of the goods have been improved by more than one level. And the goods are all brand new. The majority of the people they are facing are people living in the safety zone. While the old man has many second-hand goods, and the consumers are mostly people in shanty towns, or the lower-class people living in the safety zone. Jin-chi had just cleaned up the store when he heard the door opening from next door. There have been many people coming in and out of the store next door in the past 2 days. But he has never found a chance to talk to them. He also doesn't know what the store next door does for a living. Before the extreme cold, the medicine next door sold for 2 days. And he bought a lot of it. After that, the store was no longer in business. Later, he heard that during the period of mutant moles, the store next door seemed to be rented to someone else. It seems that he has never done anything serious for a living. Thinking this, Jin-chi walked out of the store quickly, and saw Lan Jin holding a wooden sign and placing it at the door. Jin-chi greeted him warmly. "Young man, is this store yours?" Lan Jin heard someone calling him, and looked back. He saw a fat middle-aged uncle looking at him with a smile. The smile was so scary that Lan Jin looked at him, as if he was a piece of meat to be stewed in a pot. However, despite this, Lan Jin still politely answered the other party's question. "No. I'm here to help." While speaking, Lan Jin also glanced at the sign and store door next door with his peripheral vision. If this store belongs to this uncle, his family should be very wealthy. I wonder if he will become a loyal customer of their butcher's shop. So, Lan Jin continued, "Our store is a butcher's shop. If you have time, you can go in and take a look." As Lan Jin spoke, he put away the sign with the words exclusively for Flame Cat in his hand. Seeing the young man greet him, Jin-chi didn't hesitate and went to the store. Everyone is open for business, and whoever comes as a guest. Huishao and Lan Hong had already explained the matter. When Huishao went out, he happened to pass by Jin-chi. Lan Hong saw someone coming, and hurriedly got up to greet him. Smiling, "Brother, what kind of meat do you want to buy? Our store has all kinds of mutant animal meat that are available and not available on the market. And we also have low-radiation edible meat." As soon as Jin-chi entered the door, he was greeted with a wave of enthusiasm. He nodded and said, Okay, let me take a look first." There were 2 rows of small refrigerators against the wall, covering half of the wall. The freezers were not brand new, and I think they were bought secondhand. These small refrigerators were obtained by the old man. In the Wasteland, people with poor conditions do not buy refrigerators, but rent refrigerators when it is hot. Refrigerators are all solar-powered, so the rental fee is very cheap. The temperature is low season for refrigerator rental and sale. Huishao got the right to use these second-hand refrigerators at a very low rental fee. Compared with the profit after selling meat, the rental fee of these refrigerators can be ignored. For those who have second-hand refrigerators and you allow to store, it is better to rent them out at a low price. Huishao rented it for a month temporarily. He was afraid that the mutant animal meat would be gone in less than a month, like the last time he sold meat. Lan Hong saw that Jin-chi just wanted to see it alone, so she simply ignored him and busied herself with her own things. However, she kept an eye on Jin-chi's movements from time to time. Once she found that the customer needed it, she could go forward to serve in time. Jin-chi looked very seriously and read the labels on every door. The content of the label was very detailed, including the type and price of meat. Moreover, Jin-chi also saw several kinds of meat of mutant animals that are particularly rare in the market. What kind of background does the owner of this shop have to be able to get such scarce resources? Didn't the young man just say that he was here to see the shop? Could he be from the inner city of the safe zone? After all, many of the owners behind the shops on this street are from the inner city of the safe zone. Speaking of this, Jin-chi is still quite proud. His shop is his own, unlike other people on this shopping street who are helping others to look after the shop. "Sister, I have already made the sign. What should I do next?" When Lan Jin came in from outside, Jin-chi was still looking at the labels on the freezer one by one. Lan Hong said, "Go inside and tidy up the small warehouse." Lan Jin responded and happily went to the small warehouse inside. This year, you don't have to worry about having no food to eat. Having enough food and warm clothes is not a dream. Lan Hong, I hope so. Brother, it would be great if your sister Xiao Xiao Butcher shop can be open for a month. I just don't know what this shop will be changed into after it closes. Soon, the shop welcomed a new wave of customers. It was Old Manu, who brought the small owners of the grocery stores, who came here to buy medicine. They are all old acquaintances. I don't know the ins and outs of the shop, but I know a lot more inside information than others. After greeting Lan Hong, Old Man Yu and his group started to choose meat in the shop. With that batch of medicine, everyone made a small fortune. Not to mention eating meat every meal. It's no problem to eat it every 5 days. And the meat here is not only cheap, but also killed by the flame cat himself. Being able to eat the mutant animals hunted by the flame cat. I always feel that the flame cat is raised at home. Although the price of meat here is indeed not expensive, Jin-Chi has no plans to buy it for the time being. His family still has a lot of meat stored at home last year. There is no need to buy it now. Seeing so many people suddenly come in, he decided to go back to his store first. Maybe the weather is warmer, and more people come to the shopping street. Maybe people come to his own store too. As soon as Jin-Chi went out, Old Man Yu came up to Lan Hong and whispered, "Is that the one next door?" Lan Hong nodded, not knowing why Old Man Yu was concerned about this. Only heard Old Man Yu continue to lower his voice and say, "This person is so stingy." Jin-Chi, if I wasn't stingy, could I have saved up this business now? Chapter 458. Lan Hong smiled but didn't say anything. She would definitely not be able to get away with it. In the short term, her family would not need the items from the grocery store next door. After talking about Jin-Chi's stinginess across the street, Old Man Yu said, although he is a bit stingy, his grocery store has been open for many years. If you can build a good relationship with him, try to build a good relationship with him. You can also help promote Xiao Xiao Butcher's shop. Jin-Chi and Lan Hong, When Old Man Yu wanted to talk to Lan Hong about other stores on this shopping street, he saw Jin-Chi, who had just left, return for some reason. Old Man Yu immediately shut up. The group of people who came with Old Man Yu were still choosing meat. Jin-Chi asked loudly, "Sister, are all the meats in your butcher's shop hunted by flame cats?" Lan Hong nodded and replied, "Yes." Old Man Yu also echoed, "The goods are genuine and the price is fair." Just when the two thought that Jin-Chi was going to buy a lot, who knew that Jin-Chi said, "Give me 2 tails of mutant thunderbird meat." He had never eaten this meat before, and it didn't matter if it was not hunted by flame cats. Just treat it as a taste of something new. Lan Hong was stunned for a moment, and quickly went to weigh the meat for Jin-Chi. This 2 taels is not a small amount. Old Man Yu, your expression as if you wanted to buy everything when you came in. I thought you were going to buy half of the meat in this butcher's shop. After a while, Jin-Chi left with his 2 taels of meat. Old Man Yu and his group also bought it, and each of them carried 10 or 8 kilograms of meat in their hands. Old Man Yu also bought a pound of mutant thunderbird meat and prepared to go back to give it to his family to taste. Before leaving, Old Man Yu thought of a good idea and whispered to Lan Hong, "You can tell Xiao Xiao to let her Huahua come out and show off. The meat might be gone in the evening." Lan Hong, this is preparing to make me unemployed early again. Old Yu, let's go. Why are you whispering to the girl again? An old man with gray hair who came with Old Man Yu shouted outside the door. This Old Man Yu likes young girls. Old Man Yu, Lan Hong, who was called a little girl, felt hot in her ears, and said to Old Man Yu who was still chattering, "Grandpa Yu, I know. I will tell Xiao Xiao." "Okay. I tell you. This idea will definitely work." The gray-haired old man outside was really impatient and came in, pulled Old Man Yu's arm, and dragged him out. At this time, there might be someone waiting outside my own grocery store. I have taken care of other people's business, so I have to hurry back to take care of my own business. If I earn more points, I can order more meat twice. Lan Hong breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the 2 old men pulling each other out of the door. Hua Xiao hadn't reached home yet. Zhuang Xiao watch started to ding. She had heard this sound of money coming in so many times that she was completely numb to it. After helping Huahua deal with the scarf on his head, she climbed onto the dancing grass. Although a lot of red seeds of the dancing grass fell on the ground before, there were still a lot of them that didn't fall naturally. Taking advantage of the time now, Zhuang Xiao simply picked all the seeds on the dancing grass in one go. It also saved her from having to think about picking up the babies from the dancing grass on the ground every day. She was helping the dancing grass to perform a cesarean section, and compared to those dancing grass branches, the mother plant in the yard was indeed quite abnormal. Zhuang Xiao was a little worried that the conclusion drawn by Grandpa Lin on the relationship between dancing grass and mutant animals would be inaccurate. Zhuang Xiao was already numb when she saw the dancing grass branches that were handed to her. In another 2 or 3 years, her dancing grass would probably become a spirit. And how many unknown and strange mutant plants and mutant animals are growing in the mountains, rivers, and oceans in those blind spots and high radiation areas. I just hope that every mutated species can be as obedient and lovely as the flame cat or the dancing grass. Thinking about it, Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but sigh. How is this possible? Didn't the small group of mutant crows destroy a safe place? In nature, which species that can survive are good? Everyone is trying their best to survive. And whoever survives is not a strong one. Perhaps, sensing Zhuang Xiao's melancholy mood, the branches of the dancing grass gently danced in the windless day. As soon as Wu Xiao left the shantytown, he saw the charming and unique dance of his own dancing grass from a distance. I don't know how the little girl teased the beautiful woman at home. Xiaoyan picked up the coat on the sofa, pushed the door open, turned his head and looked at Pei Meihai, who was feeding the mutant thunderbird in the yard, and shouted, "Uncle Pei, I'm going out for a while." Pei Meihai still held the food bowl in his hand and turned around and said, "Are you going to the mining area? The safety zone has been discussing sending more people to the safety zone these 2 days." But Xiaoyan didn't expect to go there in person. However, he guessed wrong. Xiaoyan stopped and said with a smile, "I'm going to the shantytown." "Go." Before he finished speaking, Pei Meihai laughed and teased, "Are you going to find that girl?" Xiaoyan ignored Pei Meihai's joke and said with a smile, "Yeah. Yes." After a pause, he explained the reason, so that Uncle Pei would not be idle all day and night and like to think about it. "It's the news from the Qilin team." Lu Feng also mentioned the matter of the flame cat at the end. "I thought about going there in person to ask if the flame cat is at home recently." He understood what Lu Feng meant by the flame cat. Now that he is back, there must be a lot of dangers on the way. Sending more people to escort him is not only dangerous, but also a waste of time. It would be better to go to Zhuang Xiao and ask if the flame cat can go out, Pei Meihai said meaningfully, then gave Xiaoyan a few words and let him go. Xiaoyan was thinking that he had given away a house last time he helped deliver medicines. This time, what conditions should he give to the flame cat as a reward? Therefore, he did not notice that his Uncle Pei was still being sarcastic to him. Pei Meihai was also very melancholy when he saw Xiaoyan leaving quickly. From childhood to adulthood, he had rarely seen Xiaoyan playing with girls. Among the friends he knew, all of them were men. He sometimes wondered if this boy had a problem with his sexual orientation. However, it didn't seem like it, and he hadn't seen him bring any strange men home. Pei Meihai's thoughts were getting more and more scattered. It was not until the extremely hungry mutant thunderbird chirped several times that his thoughts were pulled back. Chapter 459. It was almost noon when Xiaoyan arrived at the shantytown. Wu Xiao arrived home 2 hours earlier than him, and was watching the fire in the kitchen. Zhuang Xiao was still squatting on the dancing grass, and the flame cat was enjoying a rare leisure time at noon. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the dancing grass danced without wind, and the smoke from the cooking rose into the sky. A peaceful and tranquil scene. Zhuang Xiao saw the car entering the fork in the road through the branches of the dancing grass, getting closer and closer, and shouted to Wu Xiao in the kitchen from high in the sky, "Wu Xiao, someone is coming." The flame cat's half-closed eyes suddenly widened and stood up from the ground. Xiaoyan's car could only be parked 10 meters away from the flame cat. When he jumped out of the car, he saw Wu Xiao hurriedly walking out of the yard with a fire stick that was still splashing with sparks. Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows slightly and walked slowly towards the yard. "Is my cousin at home?" When Xiaoyan passed by the flame cat, he couldn't help but take a few more glances at its new look. Zhuang Xiao, who was on the dancing grass, had seen the person clearly and heard Xiaoyan asking him. So he shouted back from the tree, "I'm at home," listening to the voice coming from the sky. Xiaoyan looked up and saw a red figure hidden in the green. Today, Zhuang Xiao was wearing a cotton-padded jacket similar to the flame cat, with contrasting colors, red and green, even in the dense branches of the dancing grass. It couldn't hide its stunning grace. Wu Xiao also looked up at the tree, then looked at Xiaoyan and said, "Come in." After leading the person into the living room, Wu Xiao hurried back to the kitchen. Zhuang Xiao also came down from the dancing grass, holding a small cloth bag in her hand. These were the dancing grass seeds she had just picked. If Xiaoyan hadn't come to visit, she would definitely have picked them until lunch was served. "Are you here to find the flame cat or the dancing grass?" Zhuang Xiao got straight to the point. She casually put the bag on the table, poured herself a glass of water, and sat opposite Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan looked at the lazy girl opposite and said bluntly, I came to borrow the flame cat. In the few times they dealt with each other, Xiaoyan found that it was better to be straightforward when looking for this girl. Otherwise, it might be counterproductive. Zhuang Xiao took a sip of warm water from the cup, said oh, and waited for Xiaoyan to continue. The Qilin team will escort a group of genetically modified people back from the number 6 safe zone in the near future. Xiaoyan saw that Zhuang Xiao was listening carefully, so he simply told her the reason why he wanted to ask the flame cat to escort them. Zhuang Xiao understood, and she knew that a busy person like Xiaoyan would definitely not come to the temple for no reason. Zhuang Xiao asked, when will the Qilin team return? If she had time, she would go to the Imperial Forest to dig 2 mountain ghost flowers and bring them back. Seeing how Mr. Lin looked when he saw the dragon scale fruit, he must like the mountain ghost flower very much. It's just that, after digging it back, just ask Lin Xiangrong or Zhang Lin to help her deliver it. She didn't want to go to class anymore, because she had a test. Seeing Zhuang Xiao asking this, Xiaoyan knew that this matter was mostly done. So he smiled and said, it depends on what was time. As for the reward, Xiaoyan thought about it all the way, but couldn't think of any reward that would please his cousin the most. House, car, points, energy stones. It seems that they are all available. As for the reward, does my cousin want anything? Finally, Xiaoyan thought it was better to let Zhuang Xiao bring it up. Ah? What do I want? Zhuang Xiao said in surprise. Why does she have to think about it herself? What she wants now. The safe zone can't give it to her, and the Wasteland can't give it to her. She wants fruits, vegetables, and food to eat as much as she wants. She wants the safe zone to be really safe. She wants a world without high radiation. She wanted a lot, but unfortunately, none of them could be realized now. Zhuang Xiao felt very sad when she thought of this, and she didn't want to use this to hurt other people's hearts. Zhuang Xiao raised her hand and scratched her messy hair, and said unnaturally, I find you when I think about it. Is that okay? After throwing out this question, Xiaoyan also felt relieved and said with a smile, okay. He didn't worry that Zhuang Xiao would make any unreasonable demands. At most, he would give away the hot potato of the safe zone. After really doing it, he realized that this job was really not for humans. After the matter was settled, the atmosphere between the two people instantly relaxed. Flame Cat, people want to give you the safe zone? Zhuang Xiao, no. She doesn't do this kind of hard work. She will help if she can. Wu Xiao came into the living room from outside at the right time, glanced at the two of them, and asked, are you done talking? Zhuang Xiao nodded wildly, seeing Wu Xiao eyes shining. Is her lunch ready? Chatting with Xiaoyan is a waste of brainpower. Xiaoyan, didn't he say it directly enough today? Xiaoyan looked at the two people flirting with each other, stood up and said, then I go back. When my cousin arrives at the number 6 safety zone, just contact Lu Feng of the Qilin team. After saying this, Xiaoyan nodded and said goodbye to Wu Xiao, and without the two of them seeing him off, he walked out of the courtyard. When passing by the flame cat, Xiaoyan smiled at the flame cat, and the flame cat smiled back with its teeth bared, and its white teeth showed a chilling coldness. Xiaoyan walked a few steps and got into the car quickly. Flame cat, how rude. Its smile is not good looking. Isn't it heroic and domineering today? Not saying a single nice word. Ugly. The sound of a car starting up sounded outside the courtyard. Zhuang Xiao ran into the kitchen. The pots, bowls, plates and dishes in the kitchen were all set up, waiting to be served. Almost. Fortunately, she didn't keep people for dinner by being polite. Otherwise, this lunch would definitely not be delicious. After lunch, Zhuang Xiao told Wu Xiao about Xiaoyan's purpose of coming this time, and then told him about going to the number 6 safe zone in a week, including the detour to the Imperial Forest. Wu Xiao did not respond to anything. He was just a background board. Wherever the scenery goes, the background board goes there. During this week, the sun was high every day, and in a blink of an eye, the snow melted and the ice disappeared. When the wind blows, although it is still a little cold, it is not affected at all to go out, even if there is no flame cat to stand on the platform in person. The meat in Zhuang Xiao's shop is better than that sold in other shops. There are many varieties, and the price is advantageous. Although the 5 words exclusively for flame cats cannot make everyone believe it. There are still many people who buy it for this reason. On the bald head of the flame cat, the fine hair is clearly visible. After raising it for a while, when the red hair grows longer, the baldness will not be so obvious. The flame cat will be able to get rid of the nightmare of changing the flowered bed sheet every day. But for now, its image of wearing a flowered bed sheet will definitely become famous in the number 6 safe area. Chapter 460. Captain Lu, can the flame cat really arrive today? Yes. What time will it arrive in the afternoon? Yes. Didn't Captain Hui inform you? Yes. Captain Lu, is Sister Xiao Xiao really coming? Yes. What time can Sister Xiao Xiao arrive? Yes. Since Lu Feng got the news that the flame cat was coming to the number 6 safety zone 2 days ago, his ears have never been quiet. At first, he would reply with 2 sentences, but later it became 1 word. Yes. Yes means certainty, and yes means doubt. As for whether the deep meaning can be understood, it is the questioner's question. He was really too tired and didn't want to say another word. Now, in addition to the people of their Qilin team in Duzhong, even the group of people who came to the number 6 safety zone for genetic modification, whether they were young people or children, one of the things they said when they saw him was, is the flame cat really coming back to pick them up? And to what extent have these people been crazy? Even if he just said him, these people would still ask for a long time, completely ignoring whether the person being asked answered. Anyway, in the end, they would say one more sentence. This is true. The Institute of Safety Zone number 6 brings together people from various safety zones in the Wasteland. And now they are actually very interested in the flame cat because of the people from safety zone number 11. Although the flame cat made a big fuss when it came back from Chihua Mountain last time, there are still many people who have never seen it. Moreover, now the flame cat is said to be magical by the people in safety zone number 11, which has aggravated the curiosity of everyone in the institute. If the biggest credit is to be said, it must be Fang Minghui and Du Zhong. When these 2 people come to check the recovery of the people in safety zone number 11, they can always talk to others, especially the children who listen to the various stories made up by the 2 people tirelessly. True or false? The children don't care. As long as someone is willing to talk, they are willing to listen carefully. Flame cat. That is only in their safety zone. Sometimes, Du Zhong felt very sad when he thought that the flame cat was found in the Emperor Forest and Chihua Mountain. Why? Why did the flame cat choose his sister instead of him? It was obviously found in the mountains near their safe zone. Okay. At first, Fang Minghui sincerely comforted Du Zhong. But later, he found that no amount of comfort could offset the fact that the flame cat was now in their safe zone. Then forget it. Out of sight. Out of mind. When they all go back, the flame cat will no longer poke their hearts. After lunch, the convoy of the Qilin team has been waiting in the square outside the Research Institute early. In addition to them, many people from the Research Institute also came out to watch the excitement. Zhuang Xiao didn't know that everyone was looking forward to her and Hua Hua. At this time, she and Hua Xiao were busy digging mountain ghost flowers. Now, it is not the season for mountain ghost flowers to bloom, so there are naturally no dragon scale fruits. However, there is one advantage to this, which is that there is no need to worry about the strange fragrance emitted by the withered and fallen mountain ghost flowers. And the flame cat has long disappeared. It's already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Do we have to go to the number 6 safe zone? Hua Xiao straightened his aching back. In addition to the mountain ghost flowers, they also dug up a lot of fruit-bearing green plants in the Emperor Forest today. And they were all varieties that had never been seen in Grandpa Lin's house. These green plants are fruit plants. Although the probability of being edible is not very high, the taste of the fruit is good. Zhuang Xiao plans to plant some in her yard or nearby. It would be best if they can survive, but it would be fine if they can't. Compared to wandering around the safe zone in blind spot every day looking for fruits or vegetables, it is better to plant these plants in her own 1/3 acre of land. Moreover, she has also thought about what to ask Xiao Yin for this time. After Hua Hua successfully completes this mission, she will ask Xiao Yin to fulfill his promise. Zhuang Xiao, who was digging mountain ghost flowers seriously, looked at the mountain ghost flower seedlings piled up behind him. Well, it should be enough. Let's go. I call Hua Hua. Who knows where it will fly in such a short time? Zhuang Xiao put away her small spatula that she had returned to the arena, spread her legs, looked up at the sky, and made her hands into a trumpet shape. Calling out loudly, Hua Hua is back? Xiao, This will work. He said that Hua can't be allowed to wander around by himself. It's so difficult to find it. Just as Xiao was complaining in his heart. With the little girl Hua was called. A touch of fiery red appeared in the distant sky. Xiao glanced back at Xiao. Look. Sister summoned the dragon. Flame cat, Actually, it's not true. This cat was already on the way back. However, after hearing Xiao call, Hua still increased the speed of flight. The tree that Hua was calling, with the wind brought by the high-speed flight, dropped leaves. The flame cat thought happily, this gift will definitely be liked by friends. It is much better than the vicious guy dancing grass. Xiao didn't expect that the flame cat also went to dig green plants like her and Xiao. And this green plant looks quite weird. Or it can be called a red plant. Just because all the leaves of this plant are bright red. The main branches have delicate textures and are as black as ink. The color between the leaves and branches is black and dark red with a gradient color. And this plant is tall, more than 3 meters. The most important point is that this plant has no flower buds or fruits from head to toe. Although it is non-toxic, the whole plant has a high radiation reaction. Xiao didn't understand the meaning of the flame cat bringing back such a plant. And the other party refused to let go and insisted on taking it with him on the road. No matter how he coaxed it, it was useless. Okay, if you want to raise it, go back and raise it. Xiao was also quite helpless about this, and could only let her do it. The consequence of having such a large plant was that she and Xiao buried some of the mountain ghost flowers back. They had too many things to carry, and had to give up some. Until Xiao and Xiao sat on the back of the flame cat. Xiao was still crouching, with his head tucked into Xiao's back. Complaining about Hua's very incomprehensible behavior. Xiao was even more helpless about this. What could he do? This was a lawsuit between the little girl and Hua. And it was not easy for him to judge. He couldn't afford to offend anyone in the Chihua mountain range, except for a few extremely high peaks with a small amount of snow. The snow in other places has melted away. The flame cat held its new love in its mouth. Unlike last time when it had to follow the underground troops and go around to get out of Chihua mountain. This time it plunged into the high radiation area and headed straight for the number 6 safety zone.